Okay, and I am back after weeks of being gone. Life happens. Uh, let's set this up. Usually, when I operate my laptop, it's not at full brightness. So it was super dark. I was like, man, why is my screen so dark? It's because you had it set dark. Although I still feel like there's a shadow at the very top of the video. Oh, it's not showing up. It's just on this laptop. Who knows? So the puzzle I'm doing, I got this as a gift, is the victory kiss. It would have been great had I done it on August 14th because that would have been a better theme. But for you young kids, 1945 was when World War II ended. And this kiss is quite famous, which I was like, hey, I undid it. I opened it ahead of time so that way I could not have this problem. But guess what I did? I opened one side and not the other. Nailed it. Nailed it. Great things. Here's my poster. Black and white puzzles are always interesting. How easy / hard it may be to do. Obviously, I had a little bit of time to think about how I'm going to do this puzzle because I always overthink it. So, yeah, it's going to be oodles of fun. Oodles. Showing up today. Please like, comment, subscribe. Tell me, what I did right, what I did wrong. When you fell asleep, what point did you fall asleep for this riveting puzzle? Let's see how messy it's going to get. I'm slightly disappointed the pieces are so big because it just takes up more space that way. That's just basically it. So we'll be separating it into 3 groups, which would be the black, the white, and then everything else. So black for his uniform, which is not in the picture. Black for his uniform, white for hers, and this little bit, and then everything else. So the interesting thing about this one is you really don't have to do the outside pieces at the start because it makes no difference. You're still going to end up having to, I'm going to start doing other pieces first, so there's no point in doing the outside, which is great because I hate putting the outside together, so we're just going to just put this up here. That side has more room. But yeah, it's been, I was away last weekend, and the weekend before, I did actually have a stream. I just took it off. I was annoyed by it. I did a puzzle I didn't finish on the stream, and I didn't want to go back and finish it. Oh, hey, it actually does say victory kits on it. Well, that's great. That's just great. I just got rid of it entirely for whatever reason. I mean, technically it's still there. I haven't deleted it. It's just privated because it doesn't have the second half of it. And I was like, if the puzzle isn't done on the stream, what's the point? It's just the original stream was like 7 hours long, and I think it took at least another 5 hours to finish it. It was a long puzzle. I got done with that one. I was like, hey, this is the way you should have done it to make it faster. But I didn't have the time to redo it. Although it is one of my quirks that when that happens, when you make a mistake, which I do all the time in all these puzzles, but when I make a mistake, I was like, hey, if I do it this way, I could be faster. And then I immediately want to do it that way to be faster. And I have to stop myself. You still have to get your work done. You still need to do other things. You don't have time to do it. So you're kind of just going to have to not. Like, the puzzle is still sitting over there. That, and because I don't know if it would go faster the second time, I don't know if I will stream it. But neither here nor there. Trying to think if there's anything exciting that's happened since the last time I was on the stream. No, not really. In things I've watched lately, there was a Japanese show. It's called Marry My Husband, which is based off of, I think it's a webtoon, which is a comic that's exclusively on the internet, webtoons. It's like a comic strip kind of thing. Not really. It's longer, whatever. I honestly don't know. I think it's originally Korean, but I'm not entirely certain on that one. All I know is that the first adaptation onto live stream, onto the onto the screen was a Korean adaptation that came out a couple years ago, which I have seen. So then I was interested to see how this one would be different. Obviously, not obviously. For Korean shows, usually the length of it for a standard show is 16 episodes. Every once in a while, you'll get ones that are shorter and or longer. 20 episode thing doesn't really happen as much anymore. And then we're going to exclude altogether the family dramas, which I enjoy immensely. But we're going to exclude those. Well, enjoy immensely is probably not the best way, but whatever. We're going to exclude those. But usually it's 16 episodes long, and so is this one, Marry My Husband. So the Japanese version is only 10 episodes long because that's their standard format. Standard is 10, sometimes less, sometimes a little bit more, but usually 10. And then depending on the story, it's either going to be 30-minute episodes or it's going to be hour-long. This one is hour-long. Actually, it's a little bit longer than an hour each episode. I think it might depend on the episode. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't really keep track of how long the episode was. I'm going to keep it real. That's not really... I didn't care. But I wanted to compare the two to see where the differences lie. And honestly, the big difference between it is just the difference between Japanese television and Korean television is that the Japanese version is much more serious, much more, I don't know if realistic's the best word for it, but it's just, Korean yet tends to be a much more lighthearted take on things in a way. They don't usually punish the guilty party as much or go as dark. I mean, they can sometimes, but in this case, it was made to be a rom-com, and so it has that the Korean version has that lighthearted rom-com feel to it, whereas the Japanese version doesn't have that comedy aspect to it. It doesn't have that jokey, lighter feel. It's also shot lighter. Like, actually, the visuals of it, lighter. The Korean one is just, it's brighter. It's, oh gosh. Speak correctly. It's much brighter. No, much brighter shot. That's not right. Whatever. You know what I meant. It's just a brighter feel of the show, the background, everything is just brighter than the Japanese version, and it just gives it a much more serious tone. I like the Japanese version better, partially because the joy of Japanese shows is that they're shorter, so they don't have, or they're less likely to feel like they have that. You're stretching the storyline out. You're stretching it out to fill your time. Like, you have so many episodes you have to do, so you just keep adding things in to stretch it out to fill the extra space. Like, you don't have that in the Japanese version as much, partially because you don't have as many episodes. You don't have the time to waste on it, but also because that's not how they roll. They tend to move faster. Even in their romance, usually a Japanese show, the couple, you're not going to spend Korean shows. If it's a 16 episode romance show, you will not see the couple get together until after episode 10, if not later, depending on the show. They'll have their back and forth. They're constantly breaking up, getting back together again. Japanese shows really don't do the whole breaking up, getting back together again. Like, they might have random scenarios that go on, or misunderstandings, but they do a better job of showing a healthy relationship. Them communicating with each other and figuring out. Like, you might have the miscommunication, but there's not as much lying and duplicitous nature in the Japanese show as there is in the Korean one. At least that's not the trope that they tend to lean on. But it's just, the great thing about that, also, the two Marry My Husband shows, is that it's a good way to show the difference between Japanese television and Korean television, just their style, how they shoot things, how they prefer their characters to be. Like the story, the general, if you were to give the synopsis for the show, would actually be the same. It's just shot differently. And also, since obviously they're set in different locations, the interesting part about Marry My Husband, part of the plot is that the female lead dies and goes back in time 10 years. So going back in time 10 years puts you in Japan in 2015. 2020 is when the Olympics went to Japan, which was a huge deal because usually the Olympics brings lots of tourism and whatnot. But because of COVID, that really messed it up. So part of the plot point was it was a retail business of some sort that they were working at, and they were getting ready for the Olympics, which ended up getting delayed for a year. And then in the original timeline, that really messed up the business, and that caused a lot of people to lose their jobs, and it really put them in the shitter. Like it just caused lots of problems for obvious reasons. But this time around, the characters knew it was coming. They were able to plan ahead because they know what will help them survive that trying time and get through it. So you had that extra element of the Olympics and all those other things that obviously isn't in the Korean version, but it still has the same plot. I don't know. Me, I watch the same formula over and over again. Although the show I've seen the most versions of is actually Boys Over Flowers. Because I've seen, I don't know, I can't say I've seen all of them, because I don't think I haven't seen the first one in its entirety, because the first version is the Japanese version. Because Boys Over Flowers is based off of a manga, I assume. So it's based off of a Japanese manga, and it was first adapted to the live screen in Japan, and then the most famous version is the Korean version, which launched the career of Lee Min-ho, which, honestly, I have never liked any of his shows. I tried numerous times. I've seen numerous of his shows. Never got into it. It's a bust every time. Like, I keep trying. He's not the worst actor ever. It's not that. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't understand it. It's lost on me. He is lost on me. That boat has sailed, although he is from the right age group for me to have gone into it. But no, I never cared. Completely lost on me. Man, I should look it up and see. Here, there's a way to make this happen. I'll bring it up with my other computer to see how many different. We can see which ones I've seen, because I feel like there's more than one Japanese version. Why is there a... Yeah, there's a Japanese version. Oh, is there 2 Japanese versions? Seriously? And there's... Okay, yeah. So there's... The Japanese one came first, and then Korean, and then I think, Taiwanese, Chinese, and Japanese, and there's a Thai version. So I've seen the Thai, part of the Chinese, one of the Chinese ones, part of the Taiwanese one, part of the Japanese one, and all of the Korean one. Yeah. It's always interesting. The Thai one probably want to be the best. I think is the best of them, but also they did a great job. The Thai one is the newest one of them all, and it came out during. No, it was filmed during COVID, because that delayed the release of the show because they were filming it. You had the lockdown that messed everything up. But they did a good job of adapting it and modernizing it, because obviously what it's based on, the story it's based on, is from the early 2000s, late 1990s. Like it's old. You have to adapt it to now. Although, obviously, one of the elements in it is bullying, which stands the test of time. What doesn't kill you might make you stronger. That's how bullying works. High school. Good times had by all. But I always, with those timeless stories, you're kind of curious to see, can they pull it off? Is it going to be boring because you know everything that's going to happen? Like, how are they going to deal with that? I guess it hits the craze now where they keep redoing popular shows in other places. I watch a lot of Asian TV, so I watch Thai, Taiwanese, Korean, Japanese, Chinese. Crap, don't mix those together all the time. But it's interesting they keep mixing it. They keep redoing it. Some of them you're like, yeah, sure, I want to watch this, and some of them I was like, yeah, I didn't like the original version. Or it's just partially the problem is sometimes they cast characters, like they had one that was Suspicious Partner, and they redid it. And I looked at it, and I like, somehow, for whatever reason, partially because I'm really bad at guessing people's ages, but partially because I just didn't care. Well, not care, but I just don't like it, is that the two leads for Suspicious Partner look too young. Like, it's okay for the female lead to look younger than the male lead because her character is technically younger, so that's not really a huge issue. So I would say it's okay for her to be the age she is in the promo shots, but the male lead, he looks the same age as her, and he's supposed to be her superior. I don't know how that's going to work. Like, he's supposed to be a seasoned professional in that setting. I assume from the synopsis that I read that it is. Actually, you know what? I didn't check to see if it was a remake of it. I just saw that it was, I had the same name, and the synopsis kind of sounded the same, so I just assumed they are. But I just, no. I won't be watching it. I say that. I might. Who knows? I might get desperate. Also, it's a Japanese adaptation, so yet again, it's going to be 10 episodes long. It's always fun when you have a short series. The thing I love most about Asian television is that they generally don't do 2 seasons, so it's one and done. Your story is going to be wrapped up. You're not stretching it out. You're not planning to have 10 seasons, have it drag out forever. It's going to be this epic thing. I'm like, no. Like, do you sometimes want that? Sure. Are there Asian shows that I've watched that have multiple seasons that I enjoyed? Sure. I like Taxi Driver. It's a great show. But also, that show, it has 2 seasons. I don't know if they've started filming the 3rd yet, but they're going to have a 3rd. But that show is I want to say procedural, but that's not exactly what it's called. Whatever. It has that feel of it, the crime of the week that you have to solve, that sort of thing. So you have, in Taxi Driver, you have the story arc for the whole season, and then you have the individual episodes where they're solving a crime or some such. It's not that, but close enough. That's what they're going to do. That formula works great for having multiple seasons because you can still finish this season's arc and still have them go on and have other seasons where they do other things. That's fine. You can get away with that. I just realized that I have white pieces with black in this one, then I have black with white in it on this one. This is going to be problems for later. That's going to be problems for later. That's fine to have multiple seasons. I don't really care about that. But I hate it when they shoot a show and they're like, hey, we shot it to be multiple seasons. I was thinking back, because I watch so much Asian television, I have a website I go to that I review shows. So that way I know later on, because as everyone does, as most people do, not everyone, as most people do, sometimes when you're looking for something to watch, you just end up rewatching something you've already liked. Because at least you know you liked it before, instead of gambling on something new and having to deal with that. Like, let's just go watch the thing we've already watched numerous times and call it. That's not spend 16 hours trying to find a show. I'm going to watch an episode and a half and hate it. But I have that to rate all my shows. Crap, let's talk about to go on there. Because I watch so much stuff that I don't remember what I've seen. So I have to rate it, one, to see what I want to rewatch, but also B, to see if I've already seen it. Which is not a good sign if you have to look it up to see if you've already seen it or not. But it just depends on the plot. Obviously, if I'm watching the same show over and over again, sometimes you'll run into that plot where you're like, I can't tell if I've already seen this before, or if it's just a common plot that keeps getting done. I don't know what we're doing here. But I'm going to remember to mark all the shows I've watched, which I watched something that just came out. Let's see if I can remember what it is. It was a Japanese show. I watched it. It's on Netflix. It was brand new. Like, it had just come out on Netflix last week, but I watched it. And I was able to get to the end. It's a really good sign. I didn't rate the show. And I was like, yeah, you need to rate that before you forget. And I'm like, I don't know what it's called. And it's quite amusing. How did you fail so miserably? I don't know. You know, this is what happens. Because I saw that, and then I saw the Marry My Husband, and I was like, you can watch that when you're at home, because you have that on a platform at home. You can watch that then. Yeah, boy. So I had all the different streaming sites. What did I watch? I was rewatching Roswell, that TV show from early 2000s that I've already seen. At one point, I actually owned it. I've sold those DVDs by now. But the theme song for that show is by Dido. And I think it's Dido. Every time that theme song comes on, I can't help but start singing to it. I find it very amusing that I will just automatically, involuntarily just start singing the song. It was such a thing back in the day. Not because it was a theme song for the show, but it was just a very popular song. Can I name the song? No, I cannot. No, I cannot name the song. But every time, did the show stand the test of time? Yes, a little bit. I enjoyed it. I made it up to, the problem with that, it's only 3 seasons, Roswell. That's good standard high school show. I only made it to, like, the beginning of season 2 before I burnt out and I didn't watch any more of it. And, like, you're not going to finish it. And, like, shrug shoulders, walk away. Like, I can't. Which another show I looked at, and I'm like, oh, that'd be great to watch. I'm like, it's 10 seasons long. Never mind. It's too much. There comes a point where a show is so long, you don't know if you're going to be able to sustain to finish it until the end. Like, it's great. Also, will the story last that long? Will I keep track of it enough to watch the whole thing? I don't know. I did watch, with my many streaming services, I watched Department Q. I'll give that one a yes. It's a nice procedural show. Those are always good. Can you solve the mystery? I don't remember how many episodes long. It's set in Scotland. You know what? I'm like, which one is it? Is it Scotland or Ireland? It's Scotland. I'm pretty sure that's correct. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I apologize for anyone I may have offended by guessing incorrectly. That it's Scottish, not Irish, but England. It's not, yeah, whatever. I really enjoyed that one, and then I also watched, oh my gosh, The Bastard Son and Devil Himself, which I actually did enjoy, and I find it very amusing that the show got canceled and it won't have another season. It's based on a book series, which the problem with that is, the rule of thumb is, for things like this, if something is adapted from a book into a series or a movie, you have to have read the book first. You can't go from screen to book, because usually they're going to have made changes when you made it into a series from the book. So you're going to have changed characters, and you're going to have the character in your head the entire time of the movie character and not the book character, and it's going to conflict and it's going to drive you nuts, because obviously reading the book or the series takes longer than watching the series unfold, usually. Well, if it's based on one book, maybe not. Whatever. But you're still going to spend the whole time when you're reading the book thinking about the character that you were introduced to. That's a fuck ton of black. The character that you were introduced to in the series. And it's going to conflict and it's going to drive you nuts. Drive you up the wall. So the problem with me wanting to just read the series to see the end of the show, and what I did is that they changed a bunch of the characters. They got rid of some, they added some. Like, it's not the same thing, which causes problems because you're not. There's going to be stories that aren't resolved because they don't exist in the books, or those characters aren't the same. So I watched Vampire Academy, the movie, a long time ago, and the movie did absolutely horrible, but I enjoyed it. It's your standard. It's just, I enjoyed it. Okay, I enjoyed the movie, and I knew they weren't going to make any more, so I was like, hey, I'll look at the books. But then I saw reviews, and they're like, hey, the character in the movie is nothing like the books. They're completely different. I'm like, well, shit. That's going to drive me nuts because that's not the character I liked. I liked the character on the screen, and she doesn't exist in the books. So what you're going to read it for doesn't exist. How is that? It's going to cause you problems. That's backwards. It's so you don't end up reading the series because the characters, the storylines you want resolved will never be resolved. It's kind of I'm sure for the people that had read that really hate the fact that they changed it, but for me, I don't know. I know absolutely nothing about it. To me, it's all new. It's fine. I don't care. I like those characters. Other people might not. They didn't. I correct it. They did not like it because the characters were so changed. But for me, I didn't have that attachment to the original characters. So for me, it's the reverse. It's such a weird thing. Same thing for Wheel of Time. You've changed the characters so much. I don't know. Never mind. That one is too damn long. That's under the too damn long category. I don't remember how many books are in the Wheel of Time, but it was a lot. Like, do you want to devote that amount of time to this book series? No. You can wiki that crap and find out the end of the book and be done with it. I'm sure it would have been great to have read those book series from the beginning. But yet again, it's so changed. You've alienated your original audience. It's not good, kids. You're allowed to do a little bit of change to your books. You can't do that much. Because then nobody will watch it, and then you're going to get canceled. Whatever. But yeah, the adaptation, when they mess things up, you can't go back and finish it. It's a bust for me. But I did find it amusing that I actually did like the show. It wasn't too woke. It was woke in parts. But, I don't... Whatever. It's fine. But I still enjoyed it. It wasn't the worst thing I've seen ever. I mean, I obviously was able to finish the whole series in decent time, which is always a plus. If you can get through and get to the end and not burn out, that means the show at least did something right. So, yet again, I found a show. I like the show. The show got canceled. Never mind. Next. I'm like, moving on to something else because there's nothing here. It's gone for good. But I don't know if the show ever had a chance or ever did well. I don't remember because the show came out a couple years ago. How it came up on my feed, I don't know. While I was setting up this stream, I was scrolling through YouTube, and the algorithm on my YouTube channels For You page, the original page, is different than my normal one because obviously it's not set up. I only have watched certain things on my YouTube channel. Usually I watch everything on the other one. So it was so interesting. All the things that were showing up on this one that doesn't show up on the other one. I was like, you know what? I kind of really like this one because all that was showing up on this feed is like movie trailers and stuff. I'm like, that's so much nicer than what's online. Like, how did this happen? Like, why is the one I barely watch anything a better representation of what I would prefer to watch? It's not that I don't watch the other things on the other on my normal one, but this is wrong. This stuff is better for me. Let's put it that way. Than the other one is. Much more lighthearted fare. I got distracted. I was watching a bunch of movie trailers for things I could care less about. Movies, I'm watching trailers for movies you're not gonna actually watch. I'm like, that was a nice trailer. I'm never gonna watch that. Good times, good times. You sold me on nothing. Sold me on nothing. How does this go? But look, we have one whole section together. Isn't that exciting? This is the easy part. The victory kiss. What's this? Oh, there we go. But I just don't know. It's gonna be a little fun. So the joy of this puzzle is that they have pieces that are not standard size pieces. So we will suffer through it. Was my answer. It's gonna be torturous. Is the correct way of putting it. Yeah, what else did I watch? I watched the Japanese show. I can't think of the name of it. Can I just? It's gonna drive me up the fucking wall because I didn't review it. Jeez, it exists. I watched an entire show and I've already lost it. This is what happens when you binge watch: is that you just forget things. It was obviously so great that it's stuck in my mind forever. No, I'm not. I just don't know if I want to do this. I'm debating how I'm going to organize this. It was a fun puzzle. This beautiful black and white puzzle. Screaming child. I don't have many black and white puzzles. I think the only one I have that I can think off the top of my head is a photo mosaic puzzle, which is obviously much easier to do because you have the picture-in-picture to organize things. But okay. How are we going to organize this? I don't know. Playing it by ear. The weird thing about this, you have the standard pieces, and then you also have ones like this, which will be easy. Oodle is fun. The cross is going to go great. I can just feel it now. These pieces in there. So yeah, the show I'm watching now, that when I get this done, if I get it done at a good time, I might watch a couple episodes. It just depends on how long this one takes. I'm watching The Twins Gambit, which is a Thai show. Because I was in the mood for some cheesy shows. I mean, all Thai shows are generally a little bit cheesy. Not all. A lot of them are super cheesy. But I obviously know that, and I still watch them. So I'm not saying it in a mean way. That's just if you're in the mood for cheese, I highly recommend. It tends to be soap opera-esque. style drama. So if you're in the mood for that type of stuff, then a Thai show is the way to go. The plot for the show I'm currently watching, the Twin Gambit, is about identical twins. The one twin is overweight, so she's at least 50 pounds heavier than her sister. They make it look like she's, I don't know. The fat suit denotes that she's at least 50 pounds heavier than her sister, but the weight that they give her is much less than it should have been. It's kind of a hot mess. That's a problem for later date. But for whatever reason, even though they're twins, they didn't go to the same school in high school. I don't know how that works, but okay. When she was in high school, she had a crush on a boy, and she gave the boy flowers, which is weird, but okay. She gave the boy flowers, and the kids at school teased her because that's what kids in school do. They tease. I mean, that's just generally how this works out. Standard operating procedure for children. But she gets traumatized by this. She sees him throw away the flowers. And then flash forward to the future, she is a designer. And she puts her clothes in a competition, and lo and behold, the boy that traumatized her when she was in high school, although they look like they're in junior high, neither here nor there. I can't judge ages, who am I to say? But he's a judge in this. The company that is, the fashion company that's sponsoring this event, sponsor's probably not the right word, whatever, throwing this event is run by him. So she sees him, has a panic attack, and her great masterful plan is to get her twin sister to impersonate her with an earbud in her ear to tell her what to say so that her looks can still go up there. She can still be part of the contest, but she also doesn't have to have a asthma attack around him. So she does this. She wins. Her sister wins. Well, she wins the contest with her sister representing her. And all is well. And then there's a scandal with the fashion company's lead designer. So he decides, the male lead decides that he's going to hire this person that just won this contest, not knowing that, the one sister was impersonating the other. So the overweight sister decides that she's going to convince her sister to continue impersonating her because she wants the job, and she's going to lose all the weight so that she can just take her sister's place, take her rightful place, probably the best way to put it, and go back and work for the fashion house. Like, this is the great and masterful plan. What could possibly go wrong? And then hilarity ensue. It's just kind of a ridiculous plot. But I obviously watched it, and I just started, or I got to, whatever, maybe episode 11, so of 14. Because Thai shows are usually, you know what? I honestly don't know how long Thai shows do that. I feel like 14 is the standard length, but it might vary depending on what kind of show it is. Obviously, Thai is the one I've seen the least of. I say obviously. Thai is the one I've seen the least of. Korean is probably the one I've seen the most of. Second up would probably be Chinese. Third is Japan and Taiwan, and then last is Thai. I don't know if I said that backwards, but yeah. I've seen many shows. Sometimes you're in the mood for cheese and sometimes you're not. But it's just... Well, I find it interesting. I was scrolling through trying to see if there was anything else that struck my fancy. From picture alone, without having any idea what the plot is. But if you just look at the thumbnail, that's really going to sell it for you. So in Asia, there's a genre called BL, which is boy love, which is super popular. It is forbidden in China, so there is no Chinese. But if you want it in Mandarin, they have, Taiwan makes it. But it's big business, it makes lots of money, but I always find it very amusing that they don't have any girl love. They only have guy. And I was scrolling through it, and there's a bunch of curl up stuff. I'm like, great. I mean, I don't know if it's good or not. I'm just, everybody's finally represented, I guess. But there was a bunch of it. I don't know if it's just become a thing. Like they were like, oh, hey, here's a market. Also, I don't know if there is a market for it, honestly. I just always noticed there was a shit ton of BL, but there was no GL. And I don't know. I assume, you need demand to supply. Like, if there's no demand for it, then they're not going to make it. But now there's that coming out. Just, I have no interest whatsoever in watching two girls get together. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying I don't care. Like, I don't know if there's any plot where I'm like, sure. I mean, to each his own. To each his own. Okay, keep it real. When I'm watching a show, I want to see, I want to like the guy, and I want to watch the guy get together with the girl. I like the romance a bit. I don't care with two girls getting together. But I was just scrolling through it, and like, well, here's a whole section. The place I was on, they didn't have it where you could separate it by genre. So you can only separate it by the region it's from, and then if it's like completed or not, but you can't separate it in any other way. So you just had to scroll through all that to get to something you actually did want. If you didn't find anything, you mindlessly scroll through it. It's always a marvel how many of them look identical. Like, you're like, okay, I don't know the difference between this show and this one. Their picture looks pretty much the same. Cookie cutter. That, and it always reminds me every time I see this. In China, if you want to release a show, you have to get it authorized to be released. So you have to submit your show. I gotta separate these. This is gonna be a little so fun. You gotta submit your show to the censor board, and then they gotta go through and authorize it to be released. And then if they have any notes, you have to edit it the way they want you to edit it. Oh my gosh, there is no rhyme or reason to this crap. You got to edit it the way they want to edit it, and then submit it again. And however many times it takes is however many times it takes until your show is finally released. But I always look at all these things and I'm like, man, can you imagine that job watching this crappy? Because some of the shows that they released are really crap, or just trash. I mean, you got to watch this show, say it's crap, send it back to them, and then they're going to send it back to you, and you're going to watch it again to see if every line that you've said had to be changed has been changed, if everything has been done the way you want it to be done, and then you can go back again. Like, that has to be absolute torture. Absolute torture. But, and I always think, I wonder at what point they're like, hey, I'm going to give you authorization to release this craptastic show, because if I had to sit through and watch this piece of shit, then so does somebody else. Somebody else is going to have to suffer through this dumpster fire the same way I did. The way I'm separating these right now, the reason I do this, instead of bonding them together, because you should actually be able to, is purely because I'm really bad at remembering these pieces exist if I connect them together ahead of time. Which, if ever I remember, connect them together, they should bond together with one of the other weird pieces to make one normal-looking piece, normal-ish looking piece. It's best. I'm really bad at remembering that they exist. So I just don't do that. For better or worse. The name of the gods. But yeah. Because a new one. Has the spirit. Wait, I've seen some crappy ass TV. But you can always tell if ever you watch a Chinese show, the standard number of episodes for a Chinese show is 40. So if it's less than 40, that means everything else got cut. Like, you had to severely edit that show down to make it so that it could be released. Like, they really had to go through and gut it to make it possible to release the show. That's what that means. Entertaining it may be. But yeah, they really had to go through and gut it. Because they were having trouble, for whatever reason, with it being released. Whether or not you can tell it's been gutted, I really don't know how any of those works. Chinese shows are special. I've seen many, obviously, but it's very much hit and miss. Every country has their own style of shows that they like to release, and Chinese has their own style, for better or worse. For me, it doesn't hit as much. It's honestly, it's not so much the story itself, it's the length of it. It too, they will, they'll make their version of a show, like Boys Over Flowers. They'll make their version, and it will be, you'll take that show that's 10 episodes in Japan, 14 in Taiwan, 14 in Thailand. That's correct. Well, like, what is the word you've said numerous times today? 14 in Thailand, 16 in, you know what? It might have been 20 in Korea, because that was the time in which 20 was a thing. And then you'll make it into a 40-episode show. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff you just added. Is that supposed to be here? That's a lot of episodes to add on. You're really dragging it out, something fierce. So you're going to have trouble because it's so dragged out. It's going to drag. Just drag. Just, it's going to be a slog. Because you're not adding extra plot. You're just making the show longer. Which is where the problem lies. You're just making it longer. You're not adding any depth to the characters or to the show itself. You're just making it longer. You're just dragging it out. Just dragging it out. This one's going to be a little bit difficult to do. But, yeah, no. It's a hard... It's hard to finish. That's a lot of episodes to just get bogged in. Usually, that just means your character's going to break up more to drag out the plot or whatever it may be. Or you'll have the same drama crap over and over again. The same plot point. The same argument, break up, get back together again. Saving her life, I don't know how many times. Like, I just can't. It's too much. It's too long. I prefer it to be much more faster paced. It's fairly rare that you'll get a show that earns the right to be that slow and drawn out. For me, I don't find that Chinese shows have the depth that some of the others have. For whatever reason, I assume that's a style choice. And that's also just personal preference, obviously. To each his own. That, and also still, I may not think they have the depth, and yet I've seen many, many shows. So it's not like I don't watch them ever. Although I think it's been a little bit of time since I've seen any. But yeah. Which the only show I'm currently watching while it airs is a Korean show. It's called Our Golden Days. The problem with that show, as the problem it always is, the show is a weekend show, which means that it's 50 episodes long, 2 episodes a week for 25 weeks. That is the show. It is very, very popular. It is the most popular, the most consistent ratings for any show in Korea. It usually will always win awards and stuff. It'll be super popular. Usually it's double the ratings of whatever the... Well, I don't know if doubles the... Yeah, can I not find anything that's nonsense? I don't know if double is the correct word for it. But it usually has much better ratings than all the other things around it, all the regular shows. But because it's 50 episodes long, usually has a huge ensemble cast, so you have lots of different characters to follow. You have all the different age groups, so that you have somebody appealing in your group. It is a family show, so everybody's supposed to be able to sit down and watch it together, um, for better or worse. It's not the worst thing ever, but that's also why it gets such good ratings, because obviously everybody watches it together. It's a big thing. You got to watch all the drama. The problem is it just started. I know better than to try to watch it from the very beginning without being able to binge it. So you can't burn through the ridiculousness. You just have to sit through it. Also, usually Korean shows do a great job of starting things. They're just not great at finishing them. So then you're going to run into the problem where you start out strong, which it did, and then you get bogged, you get stuck, and then it drags because you got to maintain it for 50 episodes. So you started out so fast, and now you got to hit the brakes and drag it out for the rest of it. It's going to cause you problems. It will. It guaranteed will. I don't mind. Well, I'm obviously interested in the story. I did enjoy it. I did watch it. But you're kind of getting into the I don't know how you're going to fix this territory, which isn't that great early on. The female lead is really annoying. So the female lead is supposed to have had a crush on the male lead for over a decade and never acted on it. So she's just been crushing on him the whole time. He knew about it, didn't say anything. So at the end of episode 1, I think it's episode 1, if not episode 2, she admits her feelings and he says no. Because obviously, if this falls into the category, he obviously knew if he wanted to get together with her, he would have, honestly. He would have gotten together with her if he wanted to, because he knew she liked him. So he knew if he asked, she would have gone with him. So that he didn't want to ask. So no. But she takes it upon herself. I think at the end of episode 2, I'm pretty sure that's right. Whatever. At the end of whatever dramatic episode, she's like, I'm gonna put him on the spot and ask him why he doesn't want to be with me. Like, he already said no. Why are you making this worse for him? But she gets all dramatic about it. He tells her no. He tells her why. And then she has her, breakdown. Her character keeps going back and forth. So one second she'll be super sad and depressed about him leaving her. And the next second she'll be fine about it and going about her day. So it's whatever the plot needs her to be doing at that time, that's what she's going to be doing. Does she need to be sad at this moment? Then she'll be sad at this moment. It's just ridiculous. It's super annoying. And then at the end of episode 4 or 5. Crap, I don't even know where we're at. 5. Wasn't the end. Oh my gosh, my synopsis for this show was absolutely terrible. But in episode 5, she finds out he's getting married to somebody else. After he just rejected her, he turned around and accepted somebody else's proposal and is getting married to her. And it turns out the person he accepted the proposal from is rich. So she's like, oh, the reason you didn't want to be with me is because you wanted somebody rich and I wasn't rich. And you just didn't tell me that. So we can't possibly be friends anymore because I didn't know what you were. And like, here's the thing, little girl. You put him on a pedestal. You created this entire fantasy that it was perfection personified and he wasn't a human being. He was perfect. You put him on that pedestal. And now when you realize he's a human being, you're like, we can't possibly be friends because I didn't like the human being. Well, then that's your fault. That's your fault. So she threw the hissy fit and she's like, we're no longer friends. She still goes to his wedding. But she gets stood up at the wedding because of course he did. Because they're going to end up together in the end. We know this to be true. There is no surprise in this plot. But if she goes to the wedding and he gets stood up, I haven't watched the next episode. It'll come out sometime today. But the trouble with this show is that I really genuinely don't like her. So she's the lead character in the show. we're gonna have problems. A few problems. If you don't like the lead actress, how are you gonna make it to the end? I don't know. Maybe she'll become a better character. I seriously doubt it. This is always the drawback. One of the other family dramas I watched it for an actor I liked, which actually, technically, no. That's why I'm watching this one too. The male lead is an actor I've liked in other things. He's obviously taking this because it's guaranteed ratings hit that'll give him a big boost in numbers. It's always helpful. So just to watch him in this, he was in shows like this a long time ago, and then he became more famous. He didn't do them as much, and now he's back because I don't think his last couple shows have been big hits. Whatever it may be, I don't care. Paycheck, whatever. He's back in this, but he's clearly a better actor than she is, and you can tell. So one of the other 50-episode shows I watched a while ago, I went to watch it because I like the one actor. He's very good at having chemistry with his co-stars, and when it got to his romantic partner in the show, it was like acting to a brick wall. She didn't emote at all. It was just dead. So you have his side giving everything he has and her giving him absolutely nothing back. And it's just dead. And you're like, oh, this is just awkward. This is just awkward. I feel sorry for him because he still gave her everything. She was giving him nothing back in return. Nothing at all. Oh, this is I keep thinking that, I wonder if this is the dress. So this is the bottom right here. And this is the sailor, because that's his tie right there. But, I will still, these shows, because they're 50 episodes, because they're so long, because it's very much like a soap opera type thing. It's always going to be dramatic, over-the-top nonsense. It's just not something you should try to watch. Usually, I skip through a lot of it. I'm going to keep it real. When I watch a lot of these shows, you get to that character you don't care about. They're not going to have emotional growth. You know you're not going to like them from beginning to end. I just fast forward through any of their scenes where they're not doing anything important. I just skip it. I'm like, what are they going to do in this episode? Or in this scene, we know. Skip it. Skip. Which is another reason why a lot of these shows, I really like to watch it on my computer versus the TV, because you can skip faster and easier on the computer than you can on the TV. I highly recommend it. Just hit the right arrow and just start flipping through. Just skip. Man, I don't know if I should go through this one and try to find because I put a bunch of the white pieces in the thing or not. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. As I start to do it anyways. What could possibly go wrong? Well, kids, the problem we have here is that it's too big. But yeah, I started that show from the very beginning. And for whatever reason, the show that was on before, it's supposed to be 50 episodes. It was 52. So I don't know if that's the last show did so well in ratings that they extended it another episode, or there was something wrong with this one, so they extended the last one to make this one survive. I don't know where we went wrong there. It's kind of weird. It's something I don't usually see in those types of shows. But I obviously didn't care enough to look it up. So, as always, how do I know how much I cared? Did I bother to Google it to find out the answer? No. No, I did not. As we get more pieces, because we couldn't put anything together before. This has to exist. How does this not exist? Oh, for Pete's sakes. I was like, there must be a group for this, and somehow there isn't. That's this one. Oh, they're next to each other. Yeah, in the long drawn out, at least 2 episodes a week. The true question is, if I get bored of it, will I just forget it exists at some point? Probably. Or just suffer through every stupid mistake she makes. Nah, it's not good. I just don't see her growing as a character, the female lead in the show. to the point where we give a shit. And that's a huge, huge problem. You have to care about the character. You had a crush on him for 10 fucking years and you didn't do anything. But you have his best friend spying on him for you. It's just weird. And then, of course, the best friend likes her. And he's just been sitting back. He likes her, hasn't done anything about it this entire time. Did nothing. Didn't ask her out. Didn't make a move. Did nothing at all. Just sat on the sidelines. We still haven't, the male lead was supposed to have gotten married in episode 5, but he literally in the first episode says, "I will never get married," and then he turns around and a couple episodes later decides to get married. And yet I'm more forgiving to him than with the girl. Yes, I am. Why? Because I am. Okay, because I am. Like, that's just. Sometimes you gotta look at it like, okay, this is just for plot, I assume. I don't know. Like, why would you have a consistent character? I assume this is going to be a dramatic reveal at some point of why he never wants to get married. I don't know if it's just because his family's not well off and he doesn't want to saddle anybody with it. Like, he doesn't want to struggle through life by getting married and having kids and have to provide for them because he knows his parents isn't doing well. Because so, 1, he says he's moving out. 2, he finds out that his father retired and he had a job waiting for him after he retired from his job that he'd worked at for the last 20 odd years. And then it turned out that job got rescinded. So then he decides, I can't possibly move out anymore. Fine, okay. I just assume that's a culture difference thing that I just don't understand. But then the next episode, the female lead confesses to him. He says, no, I'm not going to get together with you. I don't want to date you. I don't want to ever date you. I never will, whatever it may be. And then the next episode, somebody proposes to him and he says yes. And then that's that. Like, it's such a weird, like, I assume there's stuff behind it. The preview for today's episode, which would have been, no, it's still yesterday in Korea. There's a 12-hour difference. Goes the other way. He's a bum now because I assume after the failed marriage, his father kicks him out of the house for daring to marry someone purely for money, and it backfiring. I don't know. Why would you kick your son out after he got left at the altar? I don't know. Because they're all drama queens? I don't know. Like, I just don't question such madness. So he's all a bum magically the next episode? I don't know. Like, how does this happen? Although, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. The one thing they're really doing well is in the previews for next week, they're kind of throwing you off a little bit. They're like, everybody's going to assume this is what this means, and that's not it. So it might not be exactly what you expect it to be. They're at least doing that well. They're throwing you off a little bit, though you still know the general plot for the show. Because they're always the same. And I keep watching them. Even though they're the same. That's how I roll. But yes, I do this to myself, honestly. Don't watch that craptastic show. But the algorithm isn't doing a great job of showing me things I actually want to watch that I can watch. That would be great. Like, I keep wanting to watch the Shannara Chronicles again, because I've actually seen it a couple times. But it's not available on any streaming service at all. My question is why? Why is it not available on anything? It's so weird, those certain random shows that just aren't available. You're so used to. We're so spoiled. Everything is available. Easy peasy. Search it up. It's on a platform somewhere. You can have it at your fingertips in a couple minutes. I'm too cheap to pay for it, okay? That's another show also that falls under the category of, I liked it. I would love to see how it ends. But it deviates so much from the books that I'm pretty sure, from what I've seen, the cliffhanger at the end of season 2 doesn't happen in the books at all. So clearly you can't resolve that plot because it doesn't exist. Which is fine. Although I imagine not following the plot of the books when you adapted them probably alienated all the people that like the books. But yet again, I didn't watch that series. I don't know anything about it. Nothing at all. All I know is the characters in the TV show. I don't know the actual characters and what they were like. So for me, I don't have that attachment. So it means nothing. I just liked that sci-fi show that was on MTV. So because it's on MTV, it actually has a great soundtrack, which reminds me, as I keep talking about all these random things, K-pop Demon Hunters is going to be #1 in the theaters this weekend. Even though it's been on Netflix forever, they had a sing-along event this weekend where you could go in and sing along the songs with full packed crowd. And they wanted you to come in, sing along with the songs, and then like post it on social media and things like that. It was supposed to be a huge event type thing. But it's going to be #1 in the theaters. And I find it so amusing that a movie that has been on Netflix, that everybody has seen, all the people that went and saw the sing-along have already seen this movie. And yet they're going to pay, $20 plus to go see this movie they've already seen probably numerous times at home in the theater. That is not a white piece. Why do you even have... No, keep going. Because they enjoyed it so much. And for the ability to go and sing it together. That's not supposed to go there. With other people that liked it too. So you have that whole event feel of it that everyone enjoys. I've only actually seen the movie once. I have watched, because I like to watch reactions. So I've watched some reactions to the show, to the movie. It's always, I really do enjoy watching other people enjoy something that you liked for whatever reason that does it well for me. Well, that, and when you watch reaction shows, generally they take out the clips you liked best. So all your favorite scenes are going to be in the reaction show. So those are always great. Enjoy it immensely. Yeah. All these random pieces over here. I can't organize them in any way because they're all so weird. I'm almost done laying these out, and then we can continue on not being able to find anything. I mean, we can continue on to find many great pieces. Sure. Absolutely. You think I'd be able to find that one? Maybe it's still in my head. Something unlikely. But, yes, no. I should have watched F1 yesterday. I haven't watched it yet. But that one I have to sit down and watch, nothing else but that. I admit, some things you play on your phone while you're watching, and some things you actually pay attention to. That one, I think I'm going to actually have to pay attention to it. So I haven't watched it yet. I watched Superman. It was okay. It didn't... For the first outing, I would have loved it to have been more focused on Superman being a Superman movie. Instead of being focused on all the auxiliary characters that go with it, all the other superheroes, all that nonsense. It was a lot of crap in there. It was. Some parts I found super annoying. I fast forwarded through a bunch of that. It's always a good sign. We're like, I know what happens in this scene. I don't care to watch it. Skip. I guess it's not a great habit to have, but at least it helps me get through the story faster and get to the end, so I can say that I've seen it. And I was watching it. Usually, if I'm skipping through a show, I am actually not playing another game or whatever. I'm just watching the show. Which maybe the reason I skip stuff so much is because a lot of things nowadays are made specifically to watch while you're playing on your phone. And since I'm not, it's boring to me. I doubt it. But it's a legitimate reason why. Maybe. Let's go here. How did I take that off and not put it back on again? We're going to say yes. always yes. I just. But at least that means now, since I've watched Superman, I've seen Superman, I've seen Fantastic Four, and I've seen Jurassic Rebirth. What is my favorite one of the three? Do I have to choose one? I don't really want to watch either of them. I don't want to watch any of them, man. I see Fantastic Four, but that's probably because with Superman, I have actually watched reactions. So I've watched other people's reactions to the show. So it's like I've seen the movie already more than once. I mean, obviously, when you're watching reactions, I don't have a Patreon account, so I haven't watched the whole entire movie. But it's close enough. Like you've watched enough of it more than once. I don't need to see any more of it. Where did this come from? Oh my gosh. Can we not do this to ourselves? Nailed it. Whereas Fantastic Four, I haven't seen any reactions to it yet because it's not available in that format yet. So I've only ever seen it once. And then Jurassic Park Rebirth, or is it Jurassic World? Whatever. Same thing. I don't need to see it again. I don't want to watch a reaction to it. I don't care. So it's last in that category then, I guess. Because, although it is always interesting with the reactions for Superman, because I didn't really care one way or the other way about the show. It was interesting to see other people's opinions about it and how they reacted to it. Did they like it? Did they hate it? Why they hated it? Why they liked it? Things like that. To see another person's perspective on it, to watch other people be excited about it, to see those different things, which, because the algorithm is the algorithm, I get to watch, and they call them shills, and I was like, it's okay. You can like what you can like. That, and usually with a lot of these things, reactors have their certain way that they react to everything. Like that's what you're going for. That's what you want out of it. So if I want to watch a reactor that's going to hype something up, is this not accurate at all? I'll watch certain reactors to get a hype up. So weird. And then it must be this one then. If I want to watch somebody to hype it up and make it better than it was, whatever. Like there's certain ones you go to for certain feelings and ways of looking at things. So watching them watch it, it made Superman a better movie. Watching certain reactors be excited about things made it better than it was for me when I watched it. It's interesting to me the way that they see things versus what I see. Obviously, some of them have a lot more emotional attachment to it. They'll either be huge Superman fans or whatever it may be, like, or they're James Gunn fans, whatever it may be. They just have a different opinion about it. I don't hold that against them, whether they're doing it for monetary reasons to make more money from their reactions or whatever it may be. I don't genuinely care. I mean, I guess if they're that good at it, something I'll never do, reaction videos. Because it's just, number one, skip through it. Number two, I don't react that much in that way. I feel like that would be taken away from it. That, having a camera on you at all times where you're watching a show, would just be weird to me. I mean, more power to you. But, no. Pass. Hard pass. I feel like this should still be, as I continue to try to find this one piece. That's the show. Every night when I went to bed last week, I was watching parts of One Piece again. And I knew I wasn't going to watch it anymore. The last night, I was like, yeah, we're going to need to skip, because I didn't watch that much of it. It was just until you fell asleep, I had to skip to the Mihawk episode so I could watch Mihawk again, because I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere else past that. So clearly I didn't get very far in the series. But I was like, before I go, I want to see Mihawk again. I'm like, sure, fine, okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, no. Good at reacting to things. Got food. Oh, yeah. Never allow anyone else on the internet to tell you what you can and cannot like. To a certain extent, obviously, as long as what you're watching isn't, illegal. As far as when it comes to movie and television, you do you, kid. Like, it's fine. No one else is obligated to like it. I mean, it's always a bummer when you like something and it gets canceled. Nobody else liked it, just you. Like, that's always a bummer. But I guess the good thing about the times we're currently in is that there's probably somebody out there that liked it too. And with the internet being the way it is, you can find them and talk about it. Well, that and being the way the internet is, you could probably find somebody's story that they made up to finish off the show or whatever it may be. It's cool. Somebody out there has made a fanfic of your show that you like to finish it off for you if you couldn't finish it off yourself. I think it's fine. It's a wondrous place to be. Not everybody has to like what you like. It's all good. It's all good. Just because I found it super boring and I hated it, or just because I liked it, doesn't mean you will. That's why I generally don't really recommend that much stuff. I might say I like it, but I'm not going to say you will. Because who knows? Like, I did honestly recommend K-pop Demon Hunters to my sister. But besides that, I generally don't recommend things to others. Purely because, I just don't. I don't know. It's like when they ask me what my favorite movie is. Like, is there a real favorite? I say Indiana Jones. Sure, I enjoy it immensely. It's great. It's classic. But honestly, it all depends on your whim. And I don't choose favorites. I say it's my favorite. When's the last time I watched Indiana Jones? Any of them? Oh no. Last time I watched was Dial of Destiny. Crap. Although, honestly, Dial of Destiny, I do not consider that to be an Indiana Jones movie. Because it doesn't feel like Indiana Jones. And if it doesn't feel like Indiana Jones, I just consider it not to be. That's the joy of living in the world we currently live in. You don't like something, you don't want it to be canon, then declare it to be so. No one else has to believe it's not canon besides you, just skip it. You don't like how a show ended, make it up in your head the correct way it's done, or just skip it. Like in Enterprise, the last episode, stupid as hell, skip it. Say it never happened. Done. Fixed. Over. Edit the story in your head. Make it different. It's fine. No harm, no foul. Crappity crap. Man, we are moving well in this puzzle. I'm being obviously fairly sarcastic. Yeah. I mean, it's to be expected. We're only 1 hour and 18 minutes into it. It's not the worst. I'd like to thank the person that got me this puzzle. Black and white, great. Shit. I mean, I'm sure it'll look like a great picture. It's an iconic picture. If you don't know what this picture is, well, then we have problems. You should have learned this in history class when you were in school. Honestly, you should have learned. I'm pretty sure this picture would have shown up at some point. It's iconic. Well known. I honestly didn't realize that it was on August 14th. Yes, I just cheated and read the box, okay? What was I really bad at in school? Remembering dates for things. Man, memorizing those dates for history class or whatever it may be. The dates and the names of people, doomed. All doomed. Although for this case, though, the name of the man and the woman kissing in the picture, they're not like a couple or anything. They just randomly ran into each other at the point when they announced the war was over. And they were just so happy that the war was over that they just kissed in the middle of Times Square. I'm pretty sure that's right. Isn't that in Times Square? Man, me doing a history class. Did I look it up to remember so that I didn't say anything stupid? No. They just randomly kissed, two strangers kiss each other, which at the time would probably been a big deal. But in the moment, they kissed each other and then nobody knew who it was. It's not like they had an epic love story and they got together. No. No, they did not. That's just a soldier kissing a nurse in Times Square because he's happy that the war is over. Which is legit. I mean, it was a lot of hard times back in the day. Not that I was alive then, obviously. Not alive then. But it's an iconic moment. Which I'm pretty sure they actually did declare say who eventually tracked down the people or try to. And they have some idea who it might have been. But I don't know if they ever were able to confirm that that was them or not. Because apparently back in the day, you didn't need to ask anybody when you published their picture. Although, you know what? I don't know if you actually have to do that now. Why would we have privacy laws? That's ridiculous. Just post everything. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Is that correct? Huzzah, it is. We got some sort of movement on this thing. This piece. But yeah. I was proud enough that I actually remember this picture and I know what it is. But I haven't completely lost everything from school that you never used. I mean, technically, whether or not you would use it just depends on what you do in life. But the random things they teach you. This was definitely on a test or something. You know what? It was probably in a textbook. The picture itself. I bet you it was in a textbook. Or many. But yeah, it's much simpler times than it is now. I'm eating peanut butter cookies that have no peanut butter in them. How do they taste? Like cookies that don't have peanut butter in them. Are pretty different. But don't worry, they're just as crumbly and messy as normal peanut butter cookies are. I mean, as far as I remember, because it's been a long time since I had a peanut butter cookie. So, I wanted them, so I got mine. Found a random recipe and made it. I rolled the dice. Did I lose? Kinda, yes. I mean, they're edible, so it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. Great googly moogly. Okay. Did we miss it last time? Or was it not there? Or should you not ask yourself such questions? Probably that one. Man, this one's oodles of fun. Oodles. If ever there was a puzzle where I'm going to take pieces out and not remember where I got them from, this is going to be it. Nope. I'm so surprised I don't have that one piece. Did I look for it? No. Yes. Maybe. Sort of. Oh well. Don't think about such things. No good will come from that. No good at all. How long will this puzzle take? Till the end of flipping time. No, I'm joking. I feel like I would hope that it would be under 7 hours, but I assume it's going to be a standard 7-hour 1,000-piece puzzle. That is the starting point for all 1,000-piece puzzles. As far as that goes for me, depending on how easy / hard the picture is, that's going to determine if you're going to go over or under the 7-hour mark. But because you have only the 2 colors, I feel like that's really going to drag kind of into your time. Size first, just. That's such a weird. It's been a while since I've done a puzzle that has these types of pieces. That is driving me nuts, but I can't. Because that piece doesn't go together. Well, it does go together. They can't pick up the one piece together to carry it around and check it like I'm doing with these. It's making it slightly harder to put them together. But, I just... hoping I'd randomly be able to find this one. Could I be so lucky? No. No, I could not. Try again. Okay, try again. Okay. So visualize this in our head. And then see if we can't... Because it looks kind of like that, but it needs to be smaller. In the light, probably. These are all raw. Well, that one's kind of right, but not it. Still the wrong way. I'm sitting in a bad position. What I mean by that is I'm literally sitting on the chair in the wrong way. I'm like, you tip this pair back off and fall while you're on stream. You're going to be so annoyed with yourself. But yeah. I'd still like to find that piece. This is the bottom of the dress. This one should meet this one. They should be close together like this. Goes in. Oh, snap. It actually does go together. Well, now you just got to find the piece that connects it so it doesn't fall apart. Easy peasy. Notice how I picked up nothing to try to put that in the spot. Not a one. Really? Really? There should be a piece that has white on the top, maybe a little bit of black on the bottom. It has to go that way. My description is amazing. I know. And yet it's not there. Oh, Frel. Frel, Frel, Frel. This is what my relaxing day looks like. Putting this puzzle together. Try not to yell at it. It's going to go together. Whether it wants to or not. It's going together in the end. Just saying. Look, I got two pieces together. Isn't that exciting? I say that and I can't get them to sit together. You know what? I'll snap. There's another one. I actually don't know if this side has anything at all. Because it's so high up. It should. Especially since we took the time to go through the black nonsense to pull out the pieces that went. You know what? I need to be slightly more realistic in how this is going to play. It's going to play badly. It's going to drive me nuts. Just. Yay. Isn't that exciting? It'd be even more exciting if you knew where this went. I assume it's got to be some part of the dress. Where the dress goes up this way. Which you're not in the picture, you can't see it. Did I pick up the box to show it? No, I did not. It'll be fine. It's the thumbnail for the video. could just figure out a good way to make that show. Say that it's like it's gonna magically appear. No. We tried that one, couldn't find anything. Just keep on, keep it on. As always, I look at this and I'm like, man, if I could just get a start, it's going to magically come together. I just need that one magic linchpin piece that after I put that one piece in, everything else is going to magically go together. Is that how that works? No. No, it is not. I would not be surprised, which I just realized I keep pounding my feet on the floor. Pounding's not just tapping the floor. But when I tap the floor, it shakes the camera. So I'd like to apologize for shaking the camera, because I'm sure I did numerous times. It is what I do. I fidget nonstop to drive everyone crazy. It's not intentional. I mean, it is, but it's not to shake the camera. It's not. I need something to do with my feet while I'm constantly going through this thing, trying to find this one piece. It must exist. It is definitely here. It's not in any of the piles. It must exist. It's all a matter of, can you find it and connect it? That's the key. Well, that, and I gotta keep reminding myself, it may not connect perfectly like you're used to. Usually all the edges match up and it goes together neat and clean. But this puzzle is not neat and clean. Everything doesn't connect exactly like that, so it's going to be a little bit weird. It could be, far different looking than I expected it to be. But it still definitely exists. Definitely failed, but it definitely exists. It's really sad. Very sad. Should I try this side again? Like a loon? Sure. Just great. Just great. Yay. Look, I got one. Isn't that exciting? Just gotta see how that sits on there. Well, you would think that this would still be this way. I mean, there's a reason why I organized the pieces the way I did, is so that way when you have those weird connections, you can find them and put them together. But clearly that's not working nearly as good as I hoped, because I'd be struggling. And I'm really bad at connecting them in advance and checking them correctly, which is why I don't connect them in advance. But because I'll have them connected in advance and sitting in a corner, and I'm just not looking at those at all when I'm checking to see what goes where. So then you're missing it the entire time. I do it to myself on a regular basis. At least I'm consistently bad at it. Consistently bad at it. Make sure I'm not getting in the shot completely. How about this one? Nope. I don't think that's right. No. Crafty. Why is this such a thing? Well, that, and I gotta resist the urge. As always, I also like to hook my foot on the table. That makes the table shake as well. What don't I do to make the table shake? Nothing. There's nothing I don't do. There's nothing I won't do to make the table shake. Constantly and forever. It makes a huge difference, but I don't really know. And that one go there? No, not even remotely close. Hold on. I'm proud of you. Well, from afar, it looked like it was kind of right, but up close, no. Not that one. Yes. Man, the bugs be out in force. I don't know if you can hear them. I assume those are cicadas. They're big, they're loud, they're annoying. All summer. Last night I used the excuse that it was just too cold and I just shut the window so I didn't have to listen to them anymore. I keep it real. I feel like I couldn't stand it anymore. I don't know what they're screaming about, but they just won't shut up. There we go. Well, that and they go back and forth. So they'll squall for a while and then they'll stop and then they'll squall for a while. I mean, I'm sure there's a terminology for what they're doing, the noise that they make. I don't know what it is, nor do I care. It's the fact that they're making the noise, not what it's called, that matters. Okay, where does this random piece go? I don't even know. What is that even? I was like, I don't even know what that's. Is this it? It's so weird. It's so weird. That connector is a hot mess. This one. Ha! Made it. Oh, here comes the squall. Stupid little things. It smells like rain. Was it supposed to rain today? Who knows? It is my favorite smell, though. Okay. Yet again, it is a distinctive piece. It should definitely exist. It is white-ish. Whitish in color. It should definitely be here. I don't understand why you can't find it. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Not loud and annoying at all. So weird. So weird. Because I keep wanting it to be this one, but it's not. How about this one? There we go. I'm so glad we found that. After looking for it numerous times and not being able to find it. I don't know if it's supposed to be a part of the whole thing. That made no sense when I said it, but I keep thinking this piece would be, I don't think it's going to be all one big piece. I assume it should be smaller than that. It should only be the connector piece. In which case the rest of it should be here. Nope, nothing close. As I pat the floor, adjust. Oh, I'm such great. I do so well at this. We moved so far in the puzzle since the last time I looked at the time. Remind myself over and over again, you will finish the puzzle. It will be fine. I mean, why wouldn't I finish it? It's the reason why I started early today is because I knew it was going to take a while. I didn't want to start at 8 o'clock at night, and then, it makes it so much harder because you're going to get tired. And it's just, I'd like to go to bed at a decent hour. I'm persnickety that way. Or old, whatever it may be. So that way I could be ready to work early tomorrow. I say that like I'm gonna get to do my work early tomorrow. Whatever. Whatever lie you want to tell yourself. Honestly, I probably won't watch the Thai show when I get done with this. I'll watch the Korean one, the new episode of the show. Which I thought about maybe playing other videos in the corner while doing the puzzle, but number one, I don't know how to do that. Number two, I don't want to deal with the possible copyright issues that go with that. Do the reaction videos to like police videos and things like that, where I just get annoyed at the people doing stupid shit. Like, disclaimer, hey, if you already have a warrant, maybe number one, follow the traffic laws. Number two, don't drive in a vehicle that's registration has expired, or anything along those lines. Like, don't give them a reason to stop you, number one. And number two, if they do stop you, don't make it worse by, picking a fight with the officer or running away or lying to them or whatever it may be. Don't get wasted out and about and then pick a fight with the cop and get in trouble. Especially if you have a highfalutin job of some kind. Be like, oh, I have this job, you can't possibly do anything to me. And like, man, you about to get fired. Because optics matter, and if you think they're going to keep you after you make a complete fool of yourself on the body cam, that's not really going to happen. That's how lives are destroyed. Gonna get that wasted, do it at home. Or make sure you have a way to get home where you won't get stopped by the cops. Don't get that wasted and drive home. It's just shit. That's a good sign. It's just, it boggles the mind. But I guess some people don't think about those things when they do this. I can understand once you're totally wasted, you might not be in your right state of mind. You might not be thinking things through. I got that part. But, you should know by this point, oftentimes, they're old enough that they know how much alcohol they can consume and what's going to happen when they are that wasted. So you need to plan ahead for that shit. You need to plan ahead to make sure you're with the right people that are going to get you home, and so that you're not in trouble. Whatever that may be, or you need to not get that wasted and ruin your life over something stupid. Because we live in the day and age where everything you do, there's a camera, somebody's going to post it, whether it's body camera or whatever. You're ruining your life over something stupid. It's bonkers. It's completely bonkers. I'd be constantly thinking what could possibly go wrong. Well, number one, I would never get that drunk. I don't drink. Like, one drink would be done and out. This foolish talk. But constantly be thinking, hey, what could go wrong? But I guess people don't think that way. I don't know. People and their horrible life choices. But I guess the good news is, at least for the cops, at least they have that body cam footage. So now when people make up the stupid ass stories of what they say happened when the cops were there, now the cops can just pull out the video and be like, this is what actually happened. Exhibit A, B, C, and D. And like, here's the stupid shit they said to the cops. This is why they got tased. This is them pissing themselves as they get tased. This is the small things. Entertaining video. That's not embarrassing at all. At all. It's just, I guess you could say you're drunk and move on. But, yeah, very scary for them. That network's great for all the people that stream it because they make boatloads of money on that crap. Is this not correct? I feel like it's not actually correct. Crap. We're going to say it is for now, but I don't think it is. So I keep trying pieces. I'm like, that doesn't entirely look, nah, whatever. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, it'll eventually tell me one way or the other is it going to go together or not. No, it's not. Good times on by all. Yeah. I just. I'll have to limit myself how many body cam videos I can watch because it just gets annoying. Like I don't know how they can do their jobs. Dealing with people pitching a fit like they're little kids, making stupid decisions, and thinking they can get away with it. You know, screaming at the cops, telling them terrible things. Like I realize they're trained and everything, but at some point, like sweet baby Jesus, you're acting like a child. Like why are we here? What are we doing? How did this become the acceptable way to live? When did people think that was okay to do what they do? It's a terrible idea. I still don't understand why I don't have this piece. This one. Quite odd to me. Oh well. Yes, I keep looking at the same pieces over and over again. I'm like, where's this one? This should exist. It should be fairly simple to find. I just. So distracted. I need to finish it off though, because it should. Yeah. Finish this one. Maybe it just doesn't look like that. That's valid. The way it looks on the puzzle versus what it actually is in real life. I assume it just doesn't connect that way. We'll find out eventually. Maybe. No guarantees. Yeah. But yeah. I mean, I guess if I was on Twitch or whatever, I guess they watch, depending on who they are, they'll just put on an entire TV show and watch it. Like not pause it to give commentary, just have it playing. Maybe I guess say a few things every once in a while, but just watching a whole entire show. Like I guess copyright isn't a thing. I don't know. Who knew watching Hell's Kitchen and making commentary was an actual thing people did? Which is a great show. Why do you keep going for the same piece over and over again? We've already done this dance. We failed last time. Everyone remembers. Failed last time. Don't look for that piece again. Until you find another piece that goes near it, you can't do that one. Because that's how that works. Over or under how many pieces is it going to try before I get annoyed and try that one again? I don't know. It's a connecting piece. I keep thinking it'll magically appear. Yeah. How about that one? No. Sounds fast. Well, I guess technically that one can go anywhere. Because it'll just go the other way. Which doesn't make sense. The other piece that connects to it will be the weird one. This will be the normal piece then. That sounds slightly better. I don't know. Man. Did we find the piece we were looking for? No. No, we did not. Good times had by all. Well, just have to do another one of these. Because I've been connecting them so well so far. That's not the right way. There's that one. Here we go. I gotta remember this whole group exists. It's just make it a mess. Make it a mess. Didn't we just straighten this? How is it already messy? I don't understand what we're doing here. Yes, this is a productive use of time, straightening all the pieces. Yes. Okay. So productive. So helpful. Truly, truly is. I guess I could technically just put them in order this way and see if we can't put them together. Killing it. Let's see how many of these I'll actually be able to match up. I mean, so far I've gotten none. That's just fucking great. I mean, yay. I mean, honestly, am I super surprised? No, not really. But, well, look, I actually got one together. Aren't we all excited? Well, obviously, some people, when they see this, you might do your puzzle differently than I do. That's perfectly okay. This is the way I chose to do it. Because I looked at it for a while and I was like, this is the way we're doing it. Why? Because this is the way I chose to do it. So, it is what it is. Oh gosh, bugs, really? Um, do it whichever way it works best for you. For whatever reason, I come across for work. For work, I came across instructions on how to do a puzzle, and it was quite entertaining to read it, honestly. I was like, I guess, Is it technically wrong? No. It's not technically wrong. Would I give those instructions? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But it was quite interesting. It's partially, I've been doing puzzles since I was fairly young. Like, I honestly don't remember how old I was when I started doing puzzles. So for me, it's not, it's one of those things you've done it so long you don't really have to think about it. And if you were to actually think about what you were doing ahead of time, it probably would mess you up. But also because, puzzles are very, you look at it, you make your plan of attack, or you do it how you always like to do puzzles, outside the inside, whatever it may be. Or you have your specific method that you're going to do for that specific puzzle, whatever it may be, however you want to do it. Okay, sure. I mean, no harm, no foul. I mean, it should eventually get done one way or the other. Also, usually you're doing it whichever way works best for your mind, which is the correct way to do it, honestly. I do it this way because that's how my brain works. That's how my brain likes it. So that's how we do it. Now, I do sometimes force myself to do it in a way that I don't like because you have to for whatever reason. But I really would prefer not to do so. I would really prefer to skip it. Not skip it, but do it the way that I like best. Sometimes I'm just not lucky enough to be able to do it that way. But usually that's just time, though. I want it to go faster. I want to get done faster. That's why I'm doing it in the weird way. But to each his own, however you wish to do the puzzle, however much that's going to drive me batty the way you're doing the puzzle. It all just depends on if you're doing it as a group or not. I really don't understand that. There are some people that really like to do puzzles together, like as a family or whatever, like as a group. I don't really understand that. Like, it's not that I've never done one as a group. One of the last puzzles I did at the family get together I was at, I did that as a group. At one point, because the surface we were on was absolutely terrible, I was doing what every adult does with their nieces and nephews. So I was having them help me find, because we were using the box to find where puzzle pieces would go. So I would have them help me look at the box, find where the piece goes, and then I just point to it on the board and have them actually put it there. So I didn't have to lean down and put it on the board because the table position was in such a weird. It was too low. The seat you were on wasn't comfortable. It was a back killer, is what it was. But that's the surface that we had to do the puzzle in. But I would just point to it, and they would put it on the puzzle for me, and that way I wouldn't have to lean over to get it. It worked. It worked fairly well. That, and they were happy to be able to help put it together. To do it as a team. Like it just worked out well. But that's what little kids are for. They're much more nimble and flexible. They haven't reached the age where you're like, well, this is just going to destroy me. I can't sit in this position for that long to do this puzzle. Although usually with these, I shouldn't have that much of a problem. Honestly, with the backless chair, it's not my back that's going to be a problem. But no, it just depends on if you're in the mood to do the puzzle. I would say I was more flexible now, but I seriously don't think that's it. But, however you wish to do it, however you get excitement from it, and probably not the right word, however you enjoy to do it, that's probably better, then do it that way. You're the one that has to put it together. If you like to glue your puzzles and put them on the wall, then so be it. I don't understand it. I've never glued a puzzle together. I don't even know how to do it. I mean, I've seen instructions on how to do it, which I wouldn't glue it. I would just use the stickers because that's the laziness in me. The stickers look much easier to use. I would recommend them. I mean, why not? Which, if you've not seen them, they actually sell sticker paper that's the size of a standard sheet of paper, like an A8, I think that's right. Like just the standard, the paper you print on. It's that size. Like if you just peel it off and it's a sticker, and then you could just put it on the puzzle, and then in little sheets, and put it all down, and then it's together. Like that looks fairly easy. If I had to choose how to do it, that's the way I would do it. Instead of using the glue, because I don't understand how that works. I mean, I understand how it works. I just don't. I look at it and I'm like, is that really going to work well? Is it going to not show? I mean, I think I've seen ones that are glued together, so they look fine, but I question it. Or I just question my ability to do it. When it comes to things like that, that's not really my area of expertise. So I just don't. That I like to do puzzles over again, unless they're absolutely horrific in some way. I'll want to do the puzzle again at some point, so I don't want to glue it together. I want to redo it. Like the puzzle I failed at last time on the stream that I took down. I wanted to do it again. I would have done it again. If I had time. I didn't have time. I had to be grown up and say, no, you don't have time for that shit. You don't have time or the space. Although I thought about taking it with me, and then I realized that the animals would destroy anything that came in their vicinity. So, I mean, they would enjoy it, but I wouldn't get anything done. So, that's a no. See the cat destroying everything with glee, and then they're just being puzzle pieces all over the place. Yeah, or the cat eating some. I mean, I don't know if they eat it, but they would definitely. The cat would definitely just rip the puzzle apart, because I would have been doing it on their perch, their dominion, and they would not have been thrilled to have a puzzle on their bird watching space. So, yeah, no joy. Okay, that was super. That accomplished so many things. No, I just made a huge ass mess. I mean, yay! Oh, shit. And yet, still, somehow, don't have a lot of connection. Like you have all these pieces that should be outside. Where are the pieces that go to them? I don't know. Great. I don't know if that goes that way. You know, who questions the madness of others? That sometimes it's best when you really want to do something to force yourself not to. So that you have the will to stop yourself from doing it later. It's like the 4,000 piece puzzle that I opened up, started, spent a good, I'm going to say maybe 30 minutes separating the pieces out, but I was like, you need to put that back in the box and run away. Run away with everything you can. You need to get away from this. Do not start this puzzle. You don't have the space. You don't have the time. It will destroy you. Put it away. I'm just saying. Be a little bit more realistic. You know what? Well, there's still the hat. You know? I was like, hey, the white pieces should be the easiest one. Well, not the easiest, but should be able to get those in. No. The connection should be here. Well, I assume this is the hat. And that's the hair. this one? Does this one go there? Huzzah. I got a piece in. Aren't we excited? Oh gosh. What is this nonsense? Oh, that's this one. Yes, I spend an absurd amount of my time organizing the pieces because I want them to be straight and pretty. I mean, they're not straight or pretty, but I want them to be. Not OCD at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I got all these weird ones. What do these go to? I don't know. Okay. There's this one. And now... this one. I'll be so lucky. Whee! Now we're on a roll. Why would you say that? Like, don't jinx yourself in such a way. Why would you destroy yourself? Show yourself some mercy. I just... No. What did we do today? Well, we said the magic words, and now here we are. Can we find the piece that goes there? No. Why? Because you jinxed yourself. That's why. I'm on a roll. Are you? Are you really on a roll? You got 2 pieces in a row. There we go. Was correct. It did go there. I just couldn't find it. So that's how that works. Man. It's exciting. Are we going to look for this piece again? Yes. Should you be doing so? No. No, you should not. You already know you can't find it. You already know you couldn't find it. But I guess. Keep on keeping on. I wonder if it's a corner. Because obviously the hat, you know, juts up at some point. It has an end. It doesn't go on forever. Ash. Well, no. Problem is, once I get this one done, which way am I going to go? Up? To the side? Not down. No. Sassafras and direct now. Although she'd still be, oh, hey, some hand too. You know, I wonder if I should have done black instead. Don't even say such a thing. You just did. Don't do this to yourself. This is going to drive me nuts. Where are we going from here? Nowhere. Huzzah. I still don't understand how that one goes in. Let's see. Oh, okay. So it's a corner with the two pieces super close together. There we go. And a weird piece. An odd connector to it. That should stand out in some way or the other. Although I don't think it's nearly as wide as I think it is. I'm going to argue, if I look at the picture, will that help? I don't think so. I mean, really, obviously the picture is right in front of me, but there's the weird piece. Sassafras. I guess I should just be happy that I found that one before it got confusing again and I couldn't find anything. See, I never would have expected those two to go together. It's a really good sign. Perhaps this is why we can't find where anything goes. We're looking at it like this couldn't possibly go together. Nope, never mind. It totally, totally does. That's a great sign. What could possibly go wrong? I guess the debate is, should I do that? I don't know why, but the second you get like one good piece in, or a couple in a row, we're like, which section do we do next? You haven't even remotely got done with the white section yet, and you're already thinking about, hey, which section should we do next? How should we lay it out? Like, don't skip some steps, little kid. Skip some steps. You might want to think about those first, before you move on. First, go outside, kill those bugs, and then come up with your next plan. Not that it's realistic that I'd be able to kill them. I don't even know if you can hear them or not, but yeah, they're a wee bit annoying. It really does look like a hot mess. This one. So glad I separated those out to not have it anyway. That is an edge piece. Why wasn't it with the rest of the edge pieces? You know, I just house bells. Ditto. Yet again, this all should be over here with the rest of these edge pieces. And yet, no, it is not. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Moving on. Still need to find these. If I could start this one out, that would be great. Because I feel like it needs to wrap around and be much longer than it is. But yet again, how many times have I looked for this piece? Well, a few. I've looked for it a few times. Hoping that it magically appears this time. Because, I've put 3 pieces in since the last time I looked for this piece. So it should magically appear, right? Isn't that how it works? I'm just going to do this too. There we go. We're about to find out if that other piece actually does go there. Well, hells to the bells. It does actually go there. It actually does connect. Who's surprised? Me. I'm surprised. That's always a good sign for the person putting together the puzzle. Like, wait, those actually go together? I actually had that in the right spot? Who knew? I didn't. Did not know. I have complete faith in my ability to maybe get in the right spot. Maybe. I've been doing a lot of puzzles lately where you're like, I can't. You put it together and you're like, oh, I think that goes there. And then a little bit later, you're like, absolutely not. That does not. We're going to need to rip that apart and figure out where it went wrong. I don't know if it was the last Lego set that I did that I completely messed it up. And I had to go back. I had to spend, I don't know how many minutes scrolling back through the instructions to find where I messed up to fix it. That's a proud moment. Great skills. You know what? That's not right. How come we never find anything in this hot mess of the thing? I mean, I did fix it. It did go together. Which my Serenity is still sitting over in its prime spot. She is a beauty. So, if you like Firefly and you haven't watched it yet, feel free to go watch me put together a Lego Firefly quite badly. I mean, it got together in the end. I don't know why. Not because the instructions are bad, but because somebody was talking and putting a Lego together at the same time. And I could do that. I could talk and put a jigsaw puzzle together fairly well. But talking and doing Legos at the same time, it's slightly harder. I clearly wasn't paying attention. But also, I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know if not talking would have made that better or not. It's just one small mess up will just mess everything else up after it. I guess I should be proud of myself that I was able to look at it and be like, hey, there's something wrong. Like you've done something wrong, but still not the bestest of times.
Will this piece be in this group? No. I'm pretty sure you already looked for it and you couldn't find it last time. Same thing for this one. I think this would turn if I got. So yet again, because I had all the streaming services, I'm like, I'm gonna try to watch Tracker, because for whatever reason that that TV show does really well on streaming, like absurdly well. Like it's a very popular show. I'm like, I want to see what everyone likes it for. This must exist for a reason. I don't understand, but I will try it again. So I watched the pilot episode. I don't think I finished it, honestly. I don't. That's just not my thing. I don't understand why it's popular. I mean, I do and I don't. I guess it's a family-friendly show that's quite palatable. I don't know. It's just not for me. Although I did watch a random clickbait video today. Like, these characters are leaving. Let's hear them talk about the lead actor before they leave. What they said about the lead actor before they got axed from the show. I was like, did they get the axed from the show because of the lead actor? Like, no. From the article, it just looks like, budget or whatever. Whatever it may be. Maybe the actors didn't want to come back. Who knows? Don't know, don't care. But it was just a clickbait article, and I was very disappointed in myself. Every time you click on one of those crappy things, you're like, you're not going to learn anything. The name of the article told you everything that was in the thing. That's how much substance there's going to be. You just wasted all your time on this crap. And now here you are. Disappointed in yourself for failing so miserably. You knew it was clickbait, yet you clicked on it anyways. And now you've been taught nothing. Although I do enjoy how good they are at taking like one video interview and like spreading it across 100 articles, where they take one sentence from the interview and like we'll take in a whole entire article about this one sentence. Did that one sentence have anything in it worthwhile of substance? Not really, but we can spin it. We can spin it like nobody's business. Like we could have just watched the 5-minute interview and then had all the knowledge that will be in all those 100 articles, but no. It's just so much trash out there. That's written by AI usually. So a person didn't get paid to write that. That was just a machine. Machine did that. Machine gave me trash. Although usually most of the articles nowadays, not about that. Although I assume it heard me muttering something along lines of, I don't understand why Tracker's a thing people watch. I was like, sure, you want articles about it, right? To show you why people like it? No, not really, but okay. I assume that's why they did it. But I also get lots of clickbaity articles about Taylor Swift's interview on New Heights, which I care so much about it. I didn't watch the episode or read any of the articles about it. I'm like, oh, yeah, great. I wish her all the best. I don't care. I mean, I'm sure it's the big thing. I guess she'd never been on a podcast before. At least according to the clickbait article, which I did not click on. So, I don't know if that's actually true or not. But I guess their podcast is even more popular now than it ever was before. It must be exciting for them. They need more success than they already had. I'm sure. They were struggling. Son of a... Struggling to make ends meet. Before Taylor came along. I can't talk about anything else, because I'm not supposed to talk about anything depressing and sad in this show. Have been watching any... Well, there is the one trial, which I don't think I ever talked about on this one. It's a super uplifting, happy trial. I'm being sarcastic. It's none of those things. So, a woman's body is found in an area of a forest that's big on hunting. So, at the beginning of hunting season, hunters go out, they see buzzards, whatever,
some sort of bird along those lines, flying around something that they know must be a carcass of some animal. So they go over to see what it is, and it's, the torso of a woman. Because, somebody cut her up into small pieces, and, well, not small, but I guess torso's not tiny. But cut her up into multiple pieces and spread her body out across the forest. Some were more spread out than others. Like some he just tossed. Some pieces were just tossed into the ditch next to the road, and then others were actually taken in, like they'd carried them into the woods. But they found some pieces, so they call the cops. Cops show up, do their cop thing, actually do it correctly, whatever. So eventually, they're able to find enough pieces. They still couldn't identify the body because it wasn't a missing person. So they eventually were able to track it down to her mother, who did a DNA test to prove that the body was the girl. So then you start asking questions like, how were the parents not know she was missing? Well, that's because the parents thought she was already dead. Because, according to her husband, she died in the hospital from stroke. I think it was stroke. Yeah. Because she was in the hospital because she had high blood pressure and she was pregnant. And then while she was there, she had a stroke and died. And then they didn't have a funeral or a wake of any kind. They didn't have any memorial service whatsoever. He told them she was dead. They had never visited her in the hospital. He told them she was dead. They accepted it to be so. They kind of asked about it, but that's the details they got. And then within a week of her being dead, he'd moved her out of the Airbnb they'd currently been living in, because she was living not only with her husband, the victim was living with her husband and her parents. So her parents were living in the same house as their daughter and her husband, and their son-in-law. They didn't notice anything was weird. They didn't think anything of it. They were like, okay, she's dead. We're not going to have a funeral. We'll move out. He said he was going to go do something, and he never came back. So, lo and behold, flashback to the past. Originally, I don't know how long she was married to her husband. He had already been married and divorced at that point. I don't think he doesn't have any kids. Originally, she moved in with her husband into her brother's house. So, when she moved into her brother's house with her husband, they said that they were under protective custody. They had protection because somebody was threatening the husband's life. So the brother, the parents, none of these people ever met this protection that they supposedly had because their life was in danger. They just took them at their word and said, sure, okay, your life is in danger. Yes, come move into our house. So they were all living under the brother's house until one day the brother's like, yeah, I don't want you guys to live here anymore. To the point where he eventually got an eviction notice, like, get the hell out. We're going to sell this house. We need you to leave. Get out. The husband has some sort of remote job, but nobody knows exactly what he does or who he's working for, and he doesn't really say anything about it. He's just working from home. We're going to put that in air quotes because I don't know. Sure, he's working from home. The daughter, I don't think she has a job, but they're living there. They told them that they were under protective, whatever. They never said why. I would assume because the parents testified in the trial that they said it was hush-hush and that nobody could know about it. I assume that's what happened, and that's why they didn't ask any questions, because why else wouldn't you ask what was going on with your daughter? Because according to her parents, they totally believed that they were under protective custody, even though they'd never seen their protective detail of any kind. I don't know if it's custody, whatever. They didn't see their protection detail. They were just told this story, and they took it. They accepted it and moved on. Like, sure, okay, next. So, after they got kicked out of the brother's house, the husband got an Airbnb. And then they all moved. The parents and the husband and the daughter, four of them moved into this Airbnb together. So at some point they find out the daughter's pregnant. Great. They never go to any doctor's appointment. As far as the way they talk, they really didn't ask or talk about it at all that she was pregnant. It's just that they were told that she was, which is kind of weird. Like, your mom's living in the house with you and she doesn't want to go to like the prenatal appointments or anything like that. Does she go to any? Like, I don't know. Like, they never really said one way or the other. It's kind of odd, but that's how they roll. So eventually, Thanksgiving comes around, and the parents went away because the parents are living with their son-in-law and their daughter, but they're still, in order to not be around the house so much, they're going away every weekend or whatever. It's just weird. The whole arrangement's odd, but no, not my family. I don't understand it, but okay. So they were gone for Thanksgiving for whatever reason. When they came back, the husband said that the daughter was in the hospital because she had high blood pressure. It was a high-risk pregnancy, whatever it may be, however you want to say it. She's in the hospital for high blood pressure, and they got the impression that she would be back home eventually. Like, it was just to get it under control, and then she'd be back. No harm, no foul. Never did they say anything about asking to go to the hospital to visit their daughter. This isn't during COVID at this point. This is after COVID. So they should have been able to visit their daughter if they wanted to. They didn't know what hospital she was in. So they didn't know where she was. They knew the bare minimum. And that was that. And then one day, he went to the hospital to visit her. And when he came home, he said she died. He said that she had needed to go to the bathroom. The nurse took her off all of her connections to everything, all the technology she was hooked up to monitor everything. They took her off everything to go to the bathroom. And then they got called away and they left her alone. And so she had a heart attack or stroke or whatever it may be while they weren't in the room and stuff wasn't hooked up, so they didn't know that she was having it. And then when they got back, it was too late and she was already dead. So that's the story he told the parents. They didn't have a funeral. They didn't have a wake. He was a former JAG officer, so he has a law degree. He used it at some point. But he never once considered suing the hospital for negligence because, the daughter died under negligent circumstances. Like, why would you leave somebody who has risk of those things for any amount of time to the point where they're able to have that medical episode and nobody find out about it until it was too late? Like, something weird's happening, but okay. So he moves them out of the Airbnb that they were in and he rents them a house somewhere else. And then once he drops them off, he helps them move, he drops them off, he says, I'm going to go do something, and he leaves and never comes back. So then, pieces of their daughter show up. And, well, no, before that. So he's gone for a while, and eventually they get a message from the security detail, which they've never met. They get an email from the security detail telling them that he's been in an accident and that he's been severely injured. So then they ask if they can come visit him in the hospital, wherever he is, because, they may not have asked to visit their daughter in the hospital, but they really wanted to visit him because, they went through a trauma together when their daughter died, so we should definitely meet up so we can see him. So after they send that email, they get another one saying, hey, he died from his injuries, he's dead. So they assume their son-in-law's dead, their daughter's dead, and that's that. So then, crap, where did this come from? I don't even know. I don't know where it came from. Shit. So the daughter's dead, the son-in-law's dead, and then the daughter's body turns up. And DNA says it's her. And, how does your daughter end up dismembered in a woods somewhere? And they hunt down the husband, because he's not dead. He's alive. He's married to somebody else. And lo and behold, you get his wife's messages, because his wife turned everything over, because she didn't even know about the ex-wife. Well, she knew about the ex-wife, the dead one, because he told her about his dead wife when they first started talking to each other, before his wife was dead. He told her that his wife died from complications while she was pregnant, and that she had been dead for years when she was still technically alive at that point. But obviously the new wife didn't know that that was a lie. I mean, as far as everything they found, nothing shows that she knew that he was lying to her. I would just assume that's not the first thing you would think, that he was lying about his wife being, I mean, I could see you making up that story. But saying that about your wife before she's even dead, and then that's the way she dies, that's just a whole nother level. You would just assume that not to be something you would do. I would hope so. So he had told his new wife that his old wife died that way before she was dead. When he left the parents and said he was going somewhere to get something done, I don't remember what his excuse was. He was going to the new one, like to meet her for the first time, because at this point they'd only been talking on the internet. So when he was on the internet working, I'm going to just put it in air quotes, he was actually online doing stupid shit. Shocker of all shockers. They have GPS data that shows the vehicle he was driving at that time in the area where the body is found. You have the GPS data showing every time he stops to drop off a piece of the body where he dropped it off. Like you have the GPS showing all those things. They have some sort of camera showing the vehicle. That was his. I think he had his phone with him, so that was there too. Like, did you really think any of this through? Like, man, come on. Which the defense is full on how he was his life was in danger, someone was hunting him, whatever. Like, that really is their defense they're going with. That's the story that they're sticking to, is that, and just because he lied about this one thing doesn't mean that everything was a lie. That's legit what their defense was. I just couldn't get past the commentary that I watched was mainly about the parents and how it didn't make sense that the parents didn't care. Like, you're living with her. They asked the father if the daughter looked like she was pregnant when he saw her right before Thanksgiving. At this point, she should have been at least 7 months pregnant. At least. And he said, I don't know, maybe. Like, at 7 months pregnant, you live in the same household. How much time do you not spend with her to notice these things? Like, you live in the same place. Like, you should run into each other a certain amount, especially if she's not working and she's home all the time. It doesn't really, for the mother not to care to want to go to the hospital with the daughter, for them to not ask any questions, to be like, yeah, sure, it's 100% legit. To get a random email from some random email address that, doesn't look official or anything, and just believe everything that you're told, it's so weird. It's so, the whole thing, like, I don't really understand that dynamic. And apparently nobody else does either. Hence the just looking on and be like, what the hell is going on? Where did this one come from? The theme of the day. Where did this piece come from? I don't know. I was talking. I wasn't paying attention where I took it off from, okay? I didn't pay attention. But obviously the other part of that trial that was interesting was the parents testifying. You're just kind of sitting there going, I don't understand what went wrong. Because it's one thing, if you didn't really communicate a lot with your parents, if you only saw them once or twice a year, they sent you a message or whatever, but you living with them saying they have a security detail, and like, wouldn't you ever feel afraid if that was the case? Now, never mind that part of the reason he was trying to stay under the radar is because in his first divorce, he hid away a bunch of money. That's how he was spending. That's how he afforded stuff. He hid a bunch of money away so he wouldn't have to give it to his ex-wife in the divorce. So how he bought things and moved around, how he was able to afford that Airbnb was the money that, you know, was supposed to have gone to his ex-wife. $1 million that was supposed to go to his ex-wife, because in the divorce they noticed the money disappeared, and then he just got a judgment against him for hiding it. The whole thing is so messy, and like, you're a lawyer, you should know how the rules work. You should know what you're doing is messed up. You should know how to do this better at the very least. But it's super weird. I would assume he's going to get convicted, but, you know, maybe they'll find some sort of evidence. But the problem is he lied so much. You know, you getting married to somebody new fairly quickly, you telling that new person in text form that is still available, like she still has all the messages, that your wife, that's still technically alive at this point, died. And what she died from is the same exact story you told her parents after you most than likely killed her and dismembered her and got rid of her body. I mean, huzzah. Well, that, and they're trying to say, hey, he couldn't possibly have done this because where he put the body was right hunting season. It was just about to start. So he literally put it in a spot where somebody would find the body fairly quickly, because you're going to traipse over it so much. Not only was it going to be found pretty quickly, some people found multiple pieces on different days. Like, you know, they spent the day being interviewed by the cops and all that when they found one piece, and then they came back to go hunting because it's hunting season and you're going to go out and do that stuff, and then they found another one. Because, you know, finding the torso wasn't enough. You also need to find, you know, a leg, because they was both separated. I can't remember where they found the head, because the head was a different place. So messy. Man, which way to do this? You're not stuck. You should be able to put all these white pieces together. I'm just saying. They must go together. I don't know where we're going wrong, but they must go together. But yeah, that's the only trial. I didn't really watch. I watched a little bit today of the opening statements for Donna Adelson. She allegedly, just put that in front of everything, her daughter got divorced. They all lived in Florida, but they lived in different places in Florida. So at the time when the daughter got divorced, her husband, her ex-husband, worked in college in Tallahassee? No, I don't know. Somewhere else. So he lived in one city, and the parents and the brother lived in Miami. So they wanted her to bring the kids and live in Miami so they would all be close together, so they could spend as much time as they wanted with the grandkids. You know, unlimited time. They wanted to be close to the grandkids. Well, the husband's like, no, my job is in whatever city is in Florida. I really think it's Tallahassee. Is that right? I don't know. I don't want to move. You know, this is where my kids are. No. So eventually they got the court order saying, no, he doesn't have to move his kids. You have to stay here. Which I would assume when they were married, that's where he lived too. Like, I don't understand. Whatever. So the court ruled in the husband's favor and said no. And then eventually the husband went back to court because he wanted a court order that the grandmother had to have supervised visits only, because the grandmother was trying to poison the kids, who were like 3 and 4 at the time, against the father. And she was being crazy toxic. So we got another court order saying that she had to have supervised visitation with the grandkids when she did visit them, because she was acting so crazy. So eventually, I guess the mother was full on, I want the grandkids near me. The grandmother was, I want them near me. You know, one way or the other. I just bumped the the table, my bad. It's going to happen. They're all going to be together with me. Eventually, the brother joked that, hey, it'd be cheaper, instead of going the court route, to just hire a hitman and have him killed. That would be cheaper and easier than going through the motions, you know, the court way, to get custody of the kids and get him away from him. Well then, someday soon, eventually, somebody shows up, kills him, guns him down in his driveway, and then drives back to Miami. Coincidence of all coincidences. And then they're able to track back the person that killed him. His ex-wife is dating the brother. So the killer was actually connected to the Adelson family. And then they used the text messages thing. The brother has already been convicted of hiring somebody to kill his brother-in-law. So Donald Adelson's son is already in jail for hiring a hitman to kill his brother-in-law. And now she's on trial now for being a part of it, for, also being a part of the whole process of hiring this hitman. When they arrested her, she was trying to go to a non-extradition country. She had bought a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country. They got her at the airport. So there's a nice body cam video of her getting arrested. And she's been in jail this whole time, waiting to go to trial because they had a few issues with her wanting to use the same lawyers that her son had when his son got convicted. And that was considered to be a conflict of interest because the son is still trying to appeal his case, saying, no, it's all a big coincidence. So the grandmother, the evidence they have is not only her text messages. So how the text chain would work, she would text her son would text his girlfriend would text her ex-husband, and then they would go back through the chain. So you could literally watch one text the other who texts the other. Like you could just watch it go back and forth in ping pong of them having the discussions. I would assume also the people that did the killing probably turned over and turned on the other ones. Might as well. Like, why wouldn't you? You're already going to jail for murder. You might as well roll on them. They wouldn't hesitate to roll on you if it helped them any. So, no water amongst killers. But they have the text messages, but they also have, so after the killing was done, I guess the girlfriend eventually became an ex, but she was also blackmailing them. So they put her on the payroll because the family owned a dentist practice. So she was on the payroll, and the grandmother was the one that wrote all the checks and signed them all and paid her. So they have that connection too of her having paid all this money to this woman who's on the payroll but doesn't actually work there. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they went into the office and asked the people that worked there about her, and they had no idea who she was, even though she was getting paid. And she never actually went into the office. She didn't do any work for them. She was just getting paid to keep her mouth shut about what went down. All because they wanted their grandkids closer, which I still don't understand, because I would assume they would always have been far away. But I guess she was the type of person who got what she wanted. That and the daughter has still not been charged in any way, shape, or form. So if the daughter was any part of murdering her ex-husband, she kept her mouth shut and she kept as far away from it as possible to make sure that she wouldn't get dinged for it. Although they do have the daughter's interview at the police station where she admitted that her brother had made that joke. And then at some point she asked the cops if she could call her family to tell them that her ex-husband had been killed. And she did. And she told the cops that they sound surprised, so that's good. So they must not have been in on it, which isn't a good sign. If you can honestly think that, hey, your family might have done this, that's not good. You probably also shouldn't tell the police that, but it's still not good. Not good at all. Because, you did all this, the grandmother did all this so that she'd be around the kids. Well, now she's in jail. Those kids are growing up in a day and age where they're going to be able to, at this point, it happened in 2014. They're old enough. They have the internet. They've seen this. They must know that their uncle has been convicted with killing their father. How messed up is that? How messed up do you have to be realizing that I mean, I'm sure they tell the kids that that's not what happened. And at this point, after the husband got killed, they immediately took the kids to Miami and cut off the husband's family and would not let the husband's family see the kids anymore. So they've effectively cut them off. So all they get is that one side. So I guess it is possible that they believe it to be true. But at some point, they might eventually find out that they're all a bunch of killers. And that's going to have to be fairly traumatic. Okay, kids, where did this piece come from? There, like that. It's got to be pretty traumatic for the child to find out that all these horrible things happen, that their father is dead. Also, unfortunately, they're young enough, they might not even remember their father. And because they've been cut off contact with all the rest of the relatives on the father's side, they probably don't know anything about him. So they effectively erased him from his child's lives. They erased him. He had primary custody of those kids. And they just, ugh, it's pretty nasty. Like, you clearly weren't thinking about what the best interests of the children were, because it was not like he was a bad father that was the issue. You just wanted the kids closer to you. It's just so icky. So icky. You done destroyed their lives for this. But, will she be convicted? I don't know. That trial has just started. I don't know how many days it's going to be. I would assume it's a normal trial length. But I guess maybe it might be a little bit longer because of how long the investigation went, how much they did to try to prove that all the information they had to get to, charge her with things, because it took, I don't know, at least 8 years to charge the brother. So it took some doing. They waited until they have the information to charge him, which is for the best. You can't just, go off half-cocked and just charge him ahead of time. You need to make sure that you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's and you have the information necessary to convict them. That's the correct way to do things. But it's just nasty. It's nasty. It's sad. It's, the world is a terrible place. Well, it's always so interesting to get people to get married, and then when it's done, it implodes and it gets really nasty really quick. Like, really? Did you forget you have children that have to get raised in this dumpster fire? Like, you chose to have kids with them. Like, that's for life. That's a life thing. It doesn't matter if you don't like them anymore. You still have kids with them. You still have to deal with them. You have to be a grown-up about it. You can't just destroy your kid's life because you're mad at your partner, your ex-partner. That's what being an adult is. And if you didn't want that adult stuff, then you shouldn't have fucking done it in the first place. I realize I'm saying that as a person who's never done those things, but still, like, that's what you chose. One way or the other, you chose this. And now that it's not all happiness and sunshine and rainbows, now you're like, nah, we can't do this anymore. Like, in this scenario, it's not like he was doing something bad to her. He wasn't, he wasn't abusive. He wasn't terrible. He just didn't want to lose his kids. And he was willing to fight for them. That, and I imagine him being a part of the legal profession, he was also able to get a decent lawyer, which is helpful. But no. Especially if you're just the grandparent. Like, you either, move your whole business from Miami to wherever the hell he was, or you come and visit. I don't care which. But just because you want to see them every day doesn't mean you get to destroy their lives. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess they weren't thinking about this logically at the time, but I imagine also when he got the order that she had to have supervised visits, it probably pissed her off. exponentially so. She was probably very pissed. And in that moment, she made terrible decisions. And unfortunately, no one around her said, this is a terrible idea, we shouldn't do this. They were all like, sure, let's go do this. In some way. I mean, I guess you don't have, you don't know what they said, not in text form, like in conversation or whatever. Like, you don't know what that was. Maybe there was some sort of pushback, but I don't know. I mean, clearly you came up with the idea. That is messy enough. He chose his current girlfriend's ex-husband to be the killer. That's a little bit messy. That's a little bit messed up. I don't know how that's gonna play well, but okay. I mean, sure. It didn't obviously work well because they were obviously blackmailing them after the fact. It also didn't help. There was more than one person that came from Miami to kill him, and one of them ended up in jail for something else. So I imagine he flipped to get stuff out of it too. But that's just poor life choices for stupid shit. I'm sure it matters you want to be close to your grandkids, but all this death and destruction, all these lives destroyed, because I imagine at this point you've spent all your money on defense attorneys and stuff, so your retirement's gone. Your business is probably gone, because who wants to go to a dentist that is accused of killing their in-law? Like, that's not really the dental practice I wish to go to. I imagine that would get around fairly quickly. That'd be fairly big news. I mean, I wouldn't pay attention to those things, but I imagine somebody would tell me eventually. Somebody else would be like, did you hear about that one person? Don't go there, don't do that. And then my answer would be, this is the only place my insurance is taken, so this is where we go. But I mentioned all their money is gone now, so was it worth it? Was it? Was it really? But yeah, that's the only trials I've seen recently. The Karen Reed trial really doesn't have any big salacious stuff come out lately. I mean, obviously the trial is over, but we're still dealing with the aftermath of the police incompetence, laziness, complacency. Fuck, who knows? Choose one. Choose all. Just general disregard for anything. Ethics? No. No, not really. You still have that. That's still hopping around. I don't know. I didn't watch whatever resolution they had because they've had another court date since then because they were dealing with the feds saying that they weren't allowed to look at certain evidence. So they were still dealing with that at the time. I don't know how they've resolved that, if at all. Like, I don't know how that's going to work. But they ran into the trouble, like, if you don't show that, it's Brady. So you can't, because the state technically has it. But they say they can't turn it over because the Fed said that nobody can look at it. But so there's a federal protection order, but, you've been told this might be important, but you can't look at it to verify it. Like, how are you supposed to rule it out? You're kind of stuck hopping around. And the state is doing we'll eventually get to it thing. And the defense is doing we're not waiting for this shit thing. So, yeah, it's a hot mess. But I would assume something would have happened, because if it didn't, they would have had another court date since then. I'm just greatly disappointed that originally they got Lally, which was the lead prosecutor for the first case, and the chairwarmer for the second, on the stand testifying for a little while before they pulled him off and like, hey, you need to narrow this down and say what specifically we need to ask about before we get the rest of the kids on the hot seat and burn them all down. It'd be great to have them come up and, defend themselves for what they did and didn't do, how bad they were at their jobs, because it's just ridiculous. At some point, you're just dragging ass because, number one, nobody is holding your feet to the fire telling you to stop dragging your ass. And number two, you can. And you know what that does to the defense, who doesn't have unlimited funds like you do, who doesn't have unlimited time like you do, who can't just drag it out like you do. This whole double standard, the rules don't matter to me, but they matter to you. You have to follow them. I don't. That's basically how they run their thing. Like, oh, it's okay for me to not turn this over until I feel like it. I guess I'll give it to you now. Whether that be, after I was supposed to have turned that over or not. Well, I didn't have it before because I never bothered to ask. I never bothered to get it. So it's not my fault that it wasn't there. They should have given it to me, but since I didn't ask, then it was all a whoopsie-daisy. Here it is now. You should be fine. It's probably not the best description. It's close enough. It's the close enough description of what they were doing. They genuinely didn't care. I think they were hoping that it would be the case itself, whatever the case may be, in general. Their stance was, hey, I'm going to do a half-assed job, hope that they eventually plea out before I get there. And then if we actually do have to go to trial, then I'll go through and make sure that I've turned everything over for Brady. But until then, no matter how many years it takes before we go to trial, I'm not going to bother to make sure I'm turning everything over in a timely manner. I'm just going to, wait. And then hopefully I won't have to do it at all. It's a great method to take. That really, makes the court system go faster, I'm sure. But that's the way he did it. And there's nobody to stop him or tell him no. So was this supposed to be up there somewhere? Shit. We're just going to say no, it wasn't. And then I got to cross my fingers and hope that's correct. Because it'd be a sad day if that was actually in somewhere and I actually messed it up. But because I assume this is the dress. I still don't know where the hand is. Because there's the two hands. And then the body. Because I assume this is the hat. This piece. Which I have my hand over so you can't see it. I assume this is the hand somehow. I just don't know. Maybe like that? I don't know, but the hand should be right here, which I assume is why I'm having so much trouble finding the connector, is that it's actually one of these pieces and not one of those. That's valid. Still can't find it though. Drat and Drat. Yeah, lots of uplifting trials. Now it's probably for the best to not have anything as shitty as all the other trials I've watched. Like, I would hope that that's few and far between. At least with the other trials. So with the dismembered body one and the other one, at least with those, the investigations were done well. Like, you could see that they actually did the work in the way that they were supposed to, made sure that all their I's were dotted, the T's were crossed. Like, you went through the motions and did it correctly. You interviewed people correctly. You logged everything. You went down the list. I'm like, okay, this is what we found. What can we do to, oh shit. How do we verify this? Okay, we need DNA. Let's get the, son of a bitch. Let's get the search warrant for the DNA, all those things. Like, they did all that stuff in the correct manner. I don't know how this is supposed to go. How does this go in there? Does anyone remember? This way. They did all that stuff correctly. See, I don't understand how that even works. Don't even question the madness. Just keep on rolling. But, at least they did all that stuff correctly. So hopefully that'll make for a better trial because you don't have to question those things. Obviously, the defense lawyer will always question them, the validity of them. You did this incorrectly, whether you did it incorrectly or not. That's their job. That's what they're there for. I understand. That's fine. But at least, they did things correctly, unlike in the Karen Reed case, when they didn't do anything correctly. Because, no standards. The standards where most of us would get fired if we did that half-ass of a job, they're like, nah, fine, whatever. I went down and I asked them, and they didn't bother to give it to me. I sent them an email or whatever the fuck you did, and then I never bothered to get dressed again. I never got back to them and said, hey, you still haven't given me this shit yet. Hand it over. Give it to me. Nah, couldn't be bothered. He'll eventually get it to me when he feels like it. I mean, it's super hard to pull out the file, go to the copy machine, copy it, scan it, whatever it may be, and send it to me. That was a long, drawn-out process. He clearly didn't have the time, but he would eventually turn it over unless, oh, wait, he didn't. He didn't turn it over. How did you find out? Well, I gave the case to someone else. I sent them all the information I had. They went through it like I was supposed to, found out that it wasn't there, said, hey, where the hell is this? And then I realized, oh, hey, nobody turned it over. Whoopsie, my bad. The rest of us, if we did that in a job, we would get fired. Did he get fired? No. I can hope that somebody reamed his ass for it, though. Is that too much to hope for? I can just picture somebody giving him hell for it. He did in his testimony say, hey, I don't do that anymore. I'm like, oh, did you get in trouble? That sounds horrible for you. That sounds really bad. We shed copious tears for your pain and suffering. That must have been flippin' horrible. Horrible. But yeah, no. Nah, whatever. Somebody will give it to me. It'll turn up. I asked for it. He didn't give it to me. We were in the same office. I just had to, walk down the... I think they were on the same floor. So you were in the same floor, in the same building, and you could have just walked down and got it. But because you couldn't fucking be bothered, like asking was enough. Really? Because apparently cover thine own ass isn't a rule he has. Because that'd be my rule. I'm like, look, asshat, just because you're doing an absolute shit show of a job doesn't mean you're going to screw me over. Like, you could have walked down there, taken the file out of his hand, whacked him over the head of it, copied it, gave it back to him, go to him and fuck himself, and then gone back to your space and been done with it. Or, talk to a supervisor. Anything at all? No? He'll turn it over eventually? That's what we're going with? Okay. It's ridiculous. Man, I don't even know what the hand even looks like in this puzzle. No clue whatsoever. Okay. But yeah, I'm not annoyed by this at all. Stupid Karen Reed case. I think it bothers me more. That people like that won't be fired. They'll be fine. Their job is fine. There's no accountability whatsoever. He's gonna escape. Most of them will. Hell, most of them have. Most of the people that did a terrible job during that investigation, that, all the things that showed up during the trial, like this is a shit show, and they all just either retired on their own or got transferred somewhere else and are living their happy lives and getting paid $200,000 to $300,000 a year to do jack all and a half-ass job. Boggles the mind. It's just, it's aggravating. It's a little bit. It's a little bit annoying. So this should also be sounds present during that. It should be here. Man. But yeah, I don't know why I can't find that. This one is probably a piece that it's the hand. This has to be the hand. The hand that we don't know what it looks like, so we can't say how it connects, sure. Great. Good fun had by all. I didn't see all of Donna Adelson's opening arguments. Honestly, I don't like opening arguments. I find them super boring. I want to see, well, not super boring. Opening arguments are the story that they tell before they actually bring in their actual facts. Like, they should be based on their facts, sure. But it's still the story you tell beforehand. And how much actual proof you have of that, I would rather just see what you have, and then I can make my judgment. I mean, obviously, though, I'm watching it with commentary from legal commentary from actual people in the profession to explain things to me about how, what's required for a conviction, things like that, like how this works, what this means. Is this good evidence? Is this bad? Like, I do get commentary to explain things to me because obviously I'm not a part of the legal profession in any way, shape, or form. I'm just a layman watching. But, yeah, no. The opening is just a story they're telling. I don't know, I don't know offhand what part of their story is true or not. Like, I would hope all of it would be true. Like, you're not telling me lies, but, well, I've watched too much stuff that's a hot mess to know that to be true or not. I don't know. Great Google. How far have we gotten in this map desert puzzle? No. It's got 2 pieces in. Don't put that in the wrong way. Man. Can we hope that the black pieces will go better and easier than these do? Is that a dream we can believe in? Like, can I just, or should I just lie to myself and say that's going to be true? Because this is, well, a hot mess. Well, look, we've got some sort of Sanspress connection. Well, this will let me know. I say that. Where is this piece at? It's got a little bit of, well, so this is here, I think. No, I don't know. Whatever. Okay. I'm so glad. I still look at it and be like, I don't know where it goes. No clue whatsoever. I would hope it goes right there. That's as close as I can get. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, shit. But, yeah. I'm watching a lot more television and movies than I have been watching trials. Because, it's a little bit aggravating and annoying. Although, it's not to say that TV shows and movies can't be aggravating and annoying too. But that's in a different way. In a more acceptable way. As long as you don't think about it too hard, about all the money they wasted on crap projects. Like, how much did you spend on this crap test movie? How much did you spend on this? Why are we here? Why is it such a difficult concept to grasp how to write a movie? Like, I realize that's not what I do and that's not my job and I'm not good at it. That's why it's not my job. I'm not a storyteller. But if you're getting paid to do it, I'm going to need you to be able to write a story. That's literally your job. Literally your job. I'm going to need you to get that done. Like, clearly you've missed a beat somewhere. Like, we're missing something. Plot, character development, those things. We're missing those. I'm required, in order for me to like it, I'm going to need to like the characters. I think the trope I hate most, that drives me most up the wall, is you have to like them because they're the lead. Like they're the hero. They're the lead character. That's why they're good. I'm like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. No, I don't have to immediately like them purely because they're lead. That doesn't get them a get out of jail free card to let them do whatever they want because they're the lead. No. No. I have to care about them. I have to want them, watch them. I have to want to watch them evolve into whoever they're going to be. I need to want to care. I need to care about this person and what they will become. If you haven't done any of those things, why would I want to watch this crap-esque show? Apparently that's lost on them. But here we are. Like, I'll still watch some things out of curiosity. But, like Superman. Is it an okay film? Sure. But Superman is a character in the movie. But this is his introduction. This is your first time with this version of Superman. But you're kind of taking it for granted that we like him and that we trust him and it's all good. But I'm like, but you didn't introduce this to him. Like, we know of a Superman, like a version of him. But this one? I've never met this one. I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about him, really. Except for what you told me, but you didn't tell me anything. You just... Which, that and it falls under the category of show me, don't tell me. At the very beginning of Superman starts out with 30 years ago, 3 years ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 minutes ago. So that's the start. Like 3 minutes ago, Superman got defeated for the first time. 3 weeks ago, he stopped one country from invading another one. He stopped an invasion. He went in and said, no, you're not doing this. And they're like, how dare you do such a thing? You should have just let them invade and destroy that country. Like, people were going to die, and I was going to, no, this is what I'm not going to let them die. That's, the American government's like, hey, you're supposed to do what we tell you to do. Like, that's not how this works. Like, sure, that part, you have a little bit of your character. But you see, him being all beaten up, and then he heals up, and he goes back to the fight, and he loses. So he starts out as a loser. Good times. And then he keeps losing throughout the whole entire movie. I mean, he wins a little bit, but it's such a weird... There's not a good flow of scene to scene. How did we get here? Why are we here? Like, how does this one lead to the next, lead to the next? Like, it just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't flow well together. That's the best way. See, this is why I can't have an audio commentary channel. I'm really bad at it. My commentary for it didn't flow well. It didn't work well. Like, you got a little bit of an introduction to characters, but you didn't get enough to become attached to them or really understand them completely, or grow attached and care whether they live or die for the most part. Like, when you're supposed to, but you skip the part that made you want to or actually care. Like, just actually be that way or actually want to even get close to there. Like, you skipped the building stage where you make this happen. It's so weird because some shows can do it in one scene. Like, let's take One Piece. That's a master class. In introducing you to characters, understanding who they are, how they want to live their life, like setting them up, and you automatically know who they are, what they believe in. Like, it's all set up and ready to go. Like, you understand that character. They're all flawed. They all go through stuff. They all evolve in one way or the other. You get to learn about their characters, their flaws. It's fine, but you know who they are and the way they act and the way they talk. Everything. Like, it's set up fairly quickly. Not only did One Piece a good job of setting up characters, but you get the feel of them. That's the exact same feeling you get if you were to watch the manga or the anime, whichever version you wish to watch it in. Like, you get that character in such a small period of time. They're able to explain that character to you and get it all set up. Maybe it's this way. And ready to go fairly quickly. They did a great job of that. But this one doesn't do that. It's such a weird thing, and they spend so much time telling you stuff without showing it to you. Like, you could have shown that to me. You're acting like I'm an idiot. It's not that I'm an idiot. You just don't know how to build characters in a way that will make me like them, which is weird to me because James Gunn is a professional. Like, he's done this numerous times. He did it in other movies. I just don't know why. A lot of movies and TV shows made now, they're like, oh, you'll like them because they're the main character. Oh, they're a hero because that's what we said they are. They're the main character. They're the good guy because we said they are. Like, what did they do that made them the good guy? I don't feel that from them. I don't feel like they care. Man, this puzzle's going to take 17 years. I don't feel that. I don't get that. Just. Yeah, no, it doesn't translate the way it should. And you either have it or you don't. I don't know how to write that because I'm not a writer. I obviously can't speak well as it is. Clearly my description of the movie wasn't great. But that's not my job. That's not what I'm here for. And I can still see it. I can still tell when it is and isn't there in the movie that I'm watching. I can tell when it's missing. You know, I may not be able to explain what it is, but I know when it's missing, and I dare say most people do as well. You know? It's not about just saying, oh, this is a good person. Also, I hate that trope in every way, shape, or form. I hate it. They're the hero because, they're the main character. That automatically makes them good. Like, that doesn't magically make them good and make everything they do good. Usually, in a lot of Asian shows, you'll have the female lead, which I'm more judgmental on the female than the male. I understand that's just the way I am. It is what it is. That's not going to change. So, I would assume it's because I'm a woman. I'm just assuming that to be so. But that's how I am. But they'll have the female lead and she'll do something. I'm like, I hate it. I can't stand you. Like, you were a terrible human being. And she does things that in a normal show, the villain character, the female villain that destroys the female lead's life in a normal show, would have the same characteristics and do the exact same thing. But because now it's the female lead doing it, it's now magically okay to do all those things. Because she's the one that's doing it, it's okay. If it was the villain that's doing it, it'd be bad. But since it's the hero doing it, since it's the female lead, she smiled. And it was okay for her to do it. Like, that's not how that works. You can't just do that. That's not... She's still a villain. Like, that doesn't make her the good guy. Because it doesn't make what she did okay just because she's the lead. You can't just forgive every terrible thing she does. Now, it'd be one thing if she was learning from it or becoming a better person because of it. Something along those lines, fine. But that's not what you're doing. You're just saying she's good because we said so. She's good because she's the hero. I still don't know how this goes into this. That's not how that works. I still don't understand how this puzzle piece goes in there. It's got to go one way or the other. It's got to go either up and down or sideways. This way. This way. Then what's the shaded part? Because that's not how the hand goes. I can't even. As we fight over the pieces. But yeah, usually if the female lead is like that, I do not actually finish the show. That show gets scrapped. That just gets dropped. Because usually, because you're saying, hey, it's the female lead doing it, that makes it automatically okay. That makes it justified. That makes it fine. Everything she does. That means the character is not going to grow. She's not going to realize what she's doing is wrong. Nobody's going to tell her it's wrong. They're all going to say it's okay. That's fine. And if that's the case, I don't want to watch that. I don't care about that character. I don't want to watch her get together with the male lead because she's going to be a terrible person. I mean, she's going to drive me nuts. No. I don't want to watch her get together with the male lead. I feel sorry for him. He's trapped in that relationship with that person who doesn't care about anyone but themselves. Is generally an evil person. Just not nice. Not good. Like, it's no. It'd be one thing if she acknowledged what she was doing was wrong and then eventually turned into a decent person. But usually the way they write it nowadays is she's 100% justified all the time. She doesn't need to change. She's perfect. And that's not good. Not good at all. Oh, look, I got a piece. Does it actually go in together? Maybe. Do I remember where I got it from? No. Where's the dog? I don't know. Man. But yeah. It's a hard time. The reason why I'm more judgmental on women is that I find that it's more, that style of writing is more on the women than the men. The delusional belief that women are infallible and that only men cause problems or do bad things. I don't know. It's probably a bad synopsis. No, it's just, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Where did this piece come from? My theme of the day. Where does this piece come from? I don't know. Where did you pull it from? I don't remember. How long have we been here? 3.5 hours. Oh my gosh. You know, I would say I was surprised, but no, not really. Yet again, this is why we started at 4. I think I started at 4. Oh God, who knows? Not relevant at this point. But yeah, I just, you know, it's a interesting time we have here. I looked at those things, but did we not take the basics in writing? Because I feel like there had to have been a class you were supposed to have taken that taught you how to write this shit. I'm just saying. Like that, and what checkbox did you check off that they hired you for? Because, you know, if you can't write, then you had to have checked a box. What box was it? It's very cynical of me to say so. That's not very nice. But that's just the way it is. Like, it's got to be one or the other. Because you weren't hired for talent, so what was it? Writing compelling characters? That's not it. No. Fuck. Or maybe, I guess, maybe you were a part of a team that wrote something. And your name was on the list. I don't know. Whatever it may be. Wasn't good. No. At this point, I'm doing what I hate doing, which is putting all this stuff together. Sass present everything. But does that actually go together? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Connect pieces together and look at it and be like, I don't want to do that one. That sounds horrible. That looks horrible. How is this going to connect to anything? I don't know. It's so weird. And this is why I keep watching shows I've already seen before. Or at least trying to. When I was scrolling through trying to find stuff to watch, when I had everything at my fingertips, I ended up watching like the pilot episode for Y50 because I found that amusing. It had been a while. Sometimes, you know, it's been long enough since you watched a show, you're like, sure, we'll watch that one. Although, I don't think I got through the whole entire pilot. Because, nostalgia wasn't enough. Also, the show was on for 10 years. Oh, that's the one that was 10 years and I couldn't do it. Oh, I finally remembered. The Japanese show that I watched was Glass Heart. Huzzah. It came to me 74 hours later. Uh, I binge watched Glass Heart and I got to the end of it and I was like, wait, that's the end? I'm like, craptastic. I mean, it's a decent show. I just didn't like the way it ended. I need to review that at some point so that I don't forget. Not for you. I'm not reviewing it on here. Glass Heart, the synopsis of the show. I'll give you that much. It's a Japanese show about a girl that's a drummer. At the beginning of the show, she's at some sort of rock concert or something like that. It looked kind of like Lollapalooza or whatever, something along those lines, Coachella, whatever, like for rock bands in Japan. Something along that ilk, whatever, outside. And she was the drummer for a band, but on the day they dropped her because they were told by their producer or whatever it may be that it was better for them to be an all-male band. So she gets dropped, she's all depressed and sad, and then it starts raining. So when it starts raining, she's trying to pick up all her stuff and take it inside, put it back on the car, whatever, and all of her, drum kit and all that jazz. And she gets knocked down. So then she decides, because it's a music show, that she's gonna play the drums in the rain. Because it was raining enough where they canceled the playing for the day. I'm like, hey, it's a bad enough thunderstorm. You need to all go home. You can't all sit here and get, struck by lightning. I need you to go home now. But instead of going home, she plays, and then while she's playing, somebody, because she's playing in the parking lot, somebody on the stage can hear her playing the drums in the parking lot over the sound of the rain because, it's a TV show. And they have a duet together. And then 3 years later, the person she had a duet with asked her to be in his band. And then it's all about them being in the band, and she falls in love with them, all that jazz. It's not a romance, though. I'll like to point that out. That's basically the synopsis we're going for that show. I did watch all 10 episodes. I did finish it. I was disappointed in the way it ended. But that's more of a dealer's choice thing. It's not that the ending was bad in general, like how dare you end it that way. But I guess it would say at some point, like in episode 8 or 9, it hits the wall and it starts to drag pretty hard. And that's where the problem lies, is that it drags so much that kind of killed the momentum of the show. One of the key things I really like in a show is I want momentum. I want it to keep moving forward. Don't stop. But you hit that wall, and then it got, I don't think predictable is the correct word. I mean, it is true. But it hit the wall, got stuck, and then it just never was able to regain momentum after that. I fast forwarded through a shit ton after that. Because at this point, everything's going to happen. Which is fine in general. That's not really a death knell for a show for me. Just because you know what's going to happen doesn't mean you still don't want to watch it happen. At least for me. But it still killed it. Because I guess it wasn't, well, no. Because you knew ahead of time. It gave you the hints. You knew it to be true. That the lead singer that got her into the band was dying. And you knew that ahead of time. I guess I was hoping that it would be the movie finish where you wouldn't actually die, because that's just fucking depressing. I wanted to be a little bit less realistic and a little bit more movie-like, a little bit more happy ending shit. Because at the end he did die. I mean, they didn't show it though. I'm assuming everybody that watches this will never watch the show, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was kind of annoying because once you find out that he's dying, once the characters find out, because he doesn't tell anybody, so he makes this band and they become popular, and he didn't bother to tell anybody that he was dying, so everybody gets attached to him, and then they all go through their stages of grief, whatever it may be, after finding out that he's dying, and you go through all that stuff, and you're like, great, now I have to have all those scenes of the different characters feeling sad, and I'm like, I don't really want to feel sad today, so I'm going to skip that. I mean, I should be nicer to the project and watch all these things and let it sit through. I'm like, no, we're going to need to finish this. I want you to get to the point where we do something else besides the going through all the different band members, going through their different stages of grief, and then it flashes back to how the rest of the band members became part of the band and all that, like him whining, dining in them to get them to all be a part of the group, only to turn around and die. Oodles, Mom. Oodles. But I guess that falls under the category, once I get annoyed by something, it's really gonna kill it for me. It's really gonna kill it. But I just don't know how any of this stuff works. I don't understand how any of this connects, how this goes into this. Because you should have the whole woman by now. I can't even. And it's not because you need the outside pieces to connect it, because the outside pieces won't matter, because the outside pieces are not what we're working at. So, no, that's not actually going to do it for me. I say that, and it might actually at some point, but not now. But yeah, I was just greatly disappointed in it bummed me out the way that went. But that Glass Heart is a very artsy type show. That's the best way I can describe it. So that's just how they ride. It's supposed to be here. And the front and his mom, are we doing today? There's this one. I just put those back in their spot now. But yeah, I watched all 10 episodes, and then I found Marry My Husband, and that I waited for that one until I came home. But got back into the Japanese show thing. That's always fun. Is this one? Huzzah! Finally. All that work, all that effort. Usually, though, I do like to, if it's a subtitled show, I prefer to watch it on my computer over the TV, because even though it's bigger on the TV, it's also, the writing is farther away, so it's eye strain. It's easier to watch it up close. It's not that I can't see it and I can't read it, but also if I'm watching TV, if I'm also doing something on my phone or whatever, it's still not as far away. So it's just not much. My eyes don't like it to adjust back and forth. Close, far, close, far, close, far. My eyes hate it. That's just going to cause eye strain. That's not good for them. So I don't do that. Darn it, bug. Just die somewhere. Die. The problem with this one is it should still be, like, the line should still exist. Like, this line should be going this way. Wouldn't it have been nice if that actually gone together? I would have been so thrilled. It didn't, but it should have. Show me mercy. It's all I ask for. Mercy. Nope. Sassafras and Drigna. Because that and this one should be, I don't know. Just that because I lost the website that I watched all my older shows on. The new one that I have that I watch all my stuff on doesn't have the older shows, which is really disappointment. Anytime I want to go back and watch a classic, I can't. It's not available anymore. They only have the new ones. That every once in a while they'll have one of the older ones on there. I assume somebody requested it, but they don't always work. Like the links don't work anymore. Yeah. It's a bummer. It is what it is. It is what it is. Why are you looking for something you know that's not going to go on there? You know what? Well, I still feel like this one should exist. I should have it. It's white. It should be on here. Yeah, see? Nailed it. Well, that begs the question, how does this go together? See, this is the hand. This is what the hand looks like. You can't even tell. But it just looks like brown smudge. Like in the picture, it looks skin colored. Which sounds weird when I say that out loud. But you know what I meant. It looks pinkish a little bit, but in the puzzle, it's brown. Hence the problem that we have. Why is this not connecting? Why can't I find anything? Well, kids, it doesn't look like that. That'd be the problem. Yet again, this piece should exist. I can't even with you. Well, yeah, and it shouldn't have any other colors on it. What the hell is Mom? No, that's not the piece. It's not even close. It's not this one either. Because that's not wavy enough. Driving me batshit crazy. Every fucking time. What is wrong with this stuff? Okie dokie. Well, moving on. Onwards and upwards. Look, it's the rest of the hand. Well, then the hand should eventually end. And when it does end, maybe we'll finally be able to go back the other way then. It's the lie I tell myself on a regular basis. Clearly, 3 hours into this thing. Seems so weird to sit here and talk to myself mostly while I'm doing puzzle. What is my inner monologue? Where the hell does this piece go? I don't understand. That's my inner monologue. I just. Ellen, it's Mom. Yet again, I do these pieces like, hey, this one should definitely exist. I was fairly, when I was organizing these pieces out, I wasn't super strict on what was white and what wasn't, so they should all be here. Just saying. This shouldn't be I don't have them because they're in the other pile thing. I don't think so. I say that. Look, it's the white piece I couldn't find before. Did you put white pieces in there that didn't go there? Sassafras. Don't even start with me. Don't even say it. Oh no. That's ridiculous. There's a white piece. It's a catastrophe. But I still don't know if I want to go one way or the other. But still hilarious. That and these two will still connect. Where do they connect at? They should connect. This goes here. Because this is their hand. Then this one should be. Oh. It goes like this. How many pieces are in between there? Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. Clearly we're having issues. Clearly we can't connect them together. Clearly it should exist in one way or the other. Clearly I've already tried this piece numerous times and still here I am. Clearly. How about this one? Doesn't it actually go together? Shit, it does. You know, this is the drawback of the pieces not connecting evenly. They have a little bit of weird. They go farther one way or the other. It makes you think they don't go together when they do. That's the lie I'm going to keep telling myself and why I can't find anything. I'm just saying. From here on in, it's because they're just don't overlap the way you wish them to. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. It sounds great. Perfect. Perfect. At least I could say it has. I have put some pieces together. I'm just doing a piss poor job. Someday, I'm going to put one of these puzzles together, and it's going to go together beautifully. It's not going to be a hot mess. I mean, I guess technically this time I wasn't stupid enough to get a prediction on the time. That was a terrible idea. But I still struggle so much getting these pieces to go in. It's redunculous. Oh, look. That's totally not. Nah, shit. Well, you know. Then, should this one go here then? Oh, snap. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? I don't know where that other piece is. Shouldn't that be a part of the group? Yes. Yes, it should. Where is it? No fucking clue. No fucking clue. How about this one? Bam. It's amazing. It's almost as if I know how to puzzle together. Almost. No guarantees. Ah, crap. I'm stuck again. Internet. I'm going to reload if I'm still on there somewhere. Well, good news, bad news. Internet went out at some point. Okay. Gotta love technology. Just the best of the best of the bestest. At what point did it cut out? I don't know. Gosh, man. You know, it's not like it tells me. Obviously, I'm not looking at the screen all the time. So I look up every once in a while to make sure I'm not missing something important. You know? Nobody's chatted or anything. But in the in-between, obviously, if it goes out, I don't know. How long has it been down? As long as it was before I realized it was down is my answer. But, however far it went before it magically put two pieces in since it went down. Being optimistic and say I put two pieces in before it went down. You know, it is what it is. Too late now. Moving on. But yes. I don't even know what I was talking about it when I went down either. I'm sure I was rambling about nothing. It's the one drawback when you get stuck. And you've got this camera pointed at the table. And you're not accomplishing anything. It really burns. Can I just, like, it just... it's just... But, you know, keep on moving forward. Where does this piece go? Doesn't it connect somewhere? Oh, connects right there. Glad we had that conversation about it. But hopefully, we're getting some sort of connection, so we'll be able to go. I'm talking about the puzzle, not the internet. We'll be able to go better, faster, stronger than ever before. Da, da, da. I say that. I feel like every time, like, why would you say that? You know that's the kiss of death. You know how this ends. This ends in tears. Oh, Mom, not. That's right. Did I just beat that piece in? Oh, yeah, that's the one thing I taught my nieces. So I would tell them where the piece was, and then I tell them to beat on it to make it go in. So the next time they do a puzzle with their parents and whatever, and every time they beat the puzzle piece in, I'm like, yeah. Although honestly, sometimes if the puzzle's really pissing you off, beating it in is slightly satisfying to do so. Like I just, you know, for all the pain and suffering you've caused me, I'm gonna beat this puzzle piece in. We're all gonna be fine with it. I'm doing it. Tis what it is, kids. I just, you know, I'm gonna go this way. But at least I got something together that looks like it's becoming a piece of the puzzle. The problem with this one being, it being black and white, I'm having a little bit of trouble, even with the picture. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Like, I still don't know how it connects together. I mean, I know it does. I'm pretty sure that is in the right orientation. I just don't know how they connect to each other. I mean, it'll eventually turn up. You're going to eventually run across it. But for the life of me, I have no idea. So, we will find out. It's a little bit iffy. Why does nothing connect? I mean, the longer we go in, the more I will swear. Like, just get angry. That's always a positive. Just vent it. Vent it. No harm, no foul. I mean, honestly, you're angry at an inanimate object. That's entirely acceptable. Inanimate objects, you can yell at those. It's like, that's a black spot. Why is there black? Is that the hand? Is that why I can't find those pieces because they're part of the hand? Oh, that's entirely possible. I'm going to vote for that. Because you got this hand down here that I could never finish because I can't figure out how the hands work. Don't even. That's, you know what I meant. You also have these different shades of stuff. That's where the sleeves meet. I can't figure that out either. I don't understand how any of this works. I guess I should have done the lighter colors last. I don't know if that honestly makes any difference at all. No, not really. I'm going to vote it doesn't. But it's a hot mess, this is. I keep getting stuck in places. It's driving me up the fucking wall. Okay. Yeah, it's a dark piece. I don't understand how that works. Should it not be lighter? I can't. Just get mad at it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. That and I realize I keep getting closer and closer to the mic. Yeah, you tell me how annoying it is if I get super close to the mic and I talk. The mic is actually on the webcam because that's how much money I've devoted to this. I don't care what my voice sounds like. Well, that's not true. I care. I don't like what my voice sounds like. That's the correct way of putting that. Because my voice sounds exactly like my sister's voice, and it drives me nuts. Just nuts. It's so discombobulating to hear my voice, know it's my voice, and also at the same time, it sounds exactly like my sister. It's weird to me. It throws me off a great deal. And there's nothing I can really do about that because that's how my voice sounds. Although one of my friends watched my streams, and she commented that my voice had changed because we haven't actually talked to each other in person or on the phone in a long time. Like, we just chat. We're modern day people. We don't actually talk to each other in real life. We're on the phone. No, you just text them. Like, no, that's been my normal voice for a long time. Although, there's also the your voice in recordings and stuff doesn't always sound the same. At least to me, my voice in recordings doesn't really sound the same as when I'm talking. So maybe that's where the problem lies. Why in the name of the... You can't do the black stuff. You'll never survive. That's just me telling myself, no, you can't do that yet. Why are you looking for this piece? You couldn't find it. Put that back. Put that back. The epic arguments one has with oneself. Like, you cannot do that piece. You do not have it. You do not have it. I mean, actually, I probably do have it. The correct answer is you could not find it before. Don't try that now. You need to look for something else. Look for something else. Because that'll be better. Better. Looking for something else is better. Oh yeah. As I constantly just have arguments with myself, that's how we roll. Is that not how everybody does the puzzle? Sass press, did you break now? You know, maybe it goes on this one. Oh hey! I knew that all along. No, you didn't. You didn't know anything. Look at honest panel. No, you didn't know anything at all. Anything at all. I need to put these back before it drives me bonkers. I still don't know if I should do light gray and then dark gray or vice versa. I'm going to do dark. That's how we play. Why? Because the one drawback I have with the way I do things is I generally get very obstinate in the way that I've committed to something. Ahead of time, when I was separating out the pieces, I chose the way in which I'm going to do the puzzle. For better or worse, I committed myself to that path. And even if I know I'm walking off a cliff, I'm still like, this is what you committed to, so this is what we're doing. Like, you chose this dumpster fire, and I expect you to go down that dumpster fire. I expect you to do the dumpster fire. I don't care. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if it works well. You chose this path, and I expect you to take it. It's insane. Well, I don't know. Insane is probably not the best word for it, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just obstinate. It's just ridiculous. Like, you didn't need to walk down this path. You're deliberately causing yourself harm for no reason whatsoever. Like, you could have done this in a different way if you really wanted to, but somehow, because that's the way I separated out the pieces, that's in my mind how I committed to do this. So that's the hill I'm dying on, basically. That's the hill I die on. For better or worse, till the end of time, that is the hill from which I will die on. Great. Just great. As I constantly trying to find these pieces, because this is the hat. We're back to the hat. Can I find anything that goes? No, I can't find anything that goes to the hat. Why don't you know this? You know, patience is a virtue I clearly do not have. We're 4 hours into this shindig. No, patience is a virtue I do not have, which I wonder if I can... Just trying to see if I could tell how many minutes I'm in this one. I guess YouTube is at least nice enough. So if your power goes out or whatever, if you have dead space when this live stream, when I end it, it automatically cuts out all the empty space. So the time where I reset it won't exist in the stream in the end. So every time I talk about it, I mean, I guess if you're watching intently and you notice there's a glitch, that would explain why. Like, why it goes a little bit weird. Like, there's a jump of some sort. But besides that, you wouldn't... It's not going to show. It's so weird. I mean, it's understandable why they do it that way, but it's still weird to me. But making some sort. Oh, for fuck's sake. Progress of some sort. Forward motion. Good times have by all. Yeah. What should we talk about? Well, let's see here. A show I really wanted to watch again, but I really enjoy it. I don't actually recommend it to others because I can acknowledge that sometimes when you rate things, nostalgia plays a big factor in how you rate stuff. Oh, that's how the hat goes. Interesting. Nostalgia plays a big part in how you rate stuff. You know, you'll rate things better than they actually were because you have that extra emotional attachment to stuff. So a show that I really like that's on my top list that I've seen I don't know how many times, it's called Wild Romance. The plot for the show, the female lead is a bodyguard. The male lead is a professional baseball player in South Korea. It's a big deal there. They enjoy it immensely. But he's like the bad boy baseball player who always gets in trouble. You know, gets the penalties. God knows, I don't watch baseball at all, so my knowledge of baseball is slim to none. Whatever, he gets in trouble. You know, he's the bad boy, has that reputation. Whatever. Her family, her dad and her brother and her are diehard Seagull fans, which the Seagulls are the rival team for whatever team he plays for. That's right. I don't remember what the name of his team is because it's not important. Nobody cares. But they're diehard fans, you know, rabid fans for the team that is his rival. And in the last season, I think it was the last season, they played, you know, the previous season, there was a big game at the end, so I assume playoffs of some sort. And there was one of those plays at the end where everybody's all like, no, it should have been the other way, so on and so forth. And they had like a fight on the field and all that. It was a big to-do, so they're still angry at that. So the female lead and her father and her brother go out to karaoke, and while they're there, they run into him, and a bunch of stuff happens, and she ends up doing the move that you see a lot in movies and television, where she throws him over her back, and she throws him, you know, grabs his arm, flips him over her back. He lands on the ground. Of course, somebody is videotaping it, even though back in the day it wasn't like your video camera would, you know, your phone camera. This is like 2012 or something. Back in the day when the cameras weren't good. Anyways, they film this video. It ends up going viral. It's a big thing. He already has this reputation. They're like, hey, how are we supposed to fix it? So what they do is they say that she was actually his bodyguard all the time, and she was just demonstrating the move to him, and that's why she threw him over his shoulder to try to get over the bad PR. And they come up with this fake story of why she was doing what she was doing. She goes along with it because her boss makes her do it, you know, whatever it may be. So she ends up his bodyguard, but they hate each other. So the trope for this show is enemies to lovers. Standard thing. And it really does show over the course of the 16 episodes them going from not liking each other at all to eventually becoming friends, to eventually having more feelings than that. Like for the feelings to change from one to the other. You get to watch that happen, and you can actually believe that it did happen. Like they were able to get that across in such a way that it makes sense. You believe it to be so. It works. They did a great job of showing that evolution of the character. And one of the scenes that would be very questionable for audiences today is like in episode 2 or 3, like very early on, when they're still in the enemies stage. She gets she wrongfully believes that he's having an affair with his best friend's wife, and she tells him that, and that is the trigger word for him. Yeah, he flips out. So then they have an actual physical fight where he ends up trying to choke her out until his friend pulls him off of her, Like, he leaves marks. It's an actual physical fight. It's very questionable. Whatever. Like, they were enemies at this point. They're not friends. Should he have choked her out? Probably not. But everyone has their breaking point. That was his. Like, that's what you don't do. That's what you don't do. Like, you can't say that to him. That's not gonna fly. So they eventually get together. That is the actual plot of the story. It's fine. But you honestly do believe it because you get to watch the characters change. Like, they grow to become friends. They spend enough time together that they, learn about each other and they care about each other and all that jazz. Which also in that show, I'd like to point out, it is 16 episodes long. They literally just admit their feelings at the end of the show, and that's it. Like, that's as far as you get into their getting together as a couple. That's the end. That is the whole entire thing. So if you were expecting them to do something else besides that, no. They're just going to get together. That's the end of the show. We're done. We're out. Snap. Done. Out. Literally the last scene. Like, they never kiss. Nothing. But it's fine because you get to watch the characters go through that. You can believe the change that goes through them. You can tell that they didn't like each other at the beginning. You can tell, you can watch that relationship shift, and you can believe it 100% to be true. Even with all the things that went down at the beginning, like, no, it's 100% true. I can totally see it. Like, it makes sense. You sold it. Yes, they had a physical fight, sure. But, they both got through that. They went, no, like, whatever. They got over it. It's fine. They're not in their relationship abusive to each other. That's fine. Like, should he have done that? No. But still, like, I can totally see it. Like, everything, 100%. It plays. His character, the way he is in that scene, how the character changes over time, all that, yeah, it 100% works. And that's all that matters. Is it the best show ever created by man? No. Although I would dare say it has the best side couple. All Asian TV shows have your main couple and your side couple. Side couple usually is comprised of at least one, if not two, friends of the lead couple. Like, there are people in the lead couple's orbit in some way, shape, or form. That's how they end up meeting each other. That's the best way to say that. But yes, one of the best, if not the best couple ever. The only reason somebody would not vote for them is if they're either A, forgot, or B, they've never seen the show. That's basically it. Like, there's no debate on that one. I don't even have to. No, not even going to debate it. 100%. They were the best of the best. Why? Because they were. They were just quirky and weird, and it worked fairly well. And both fairly enjoyable characters. The second lead couple, the female was best friends with the female lead. And the female lead lives at her best friend's house because her best friend owns a house. Her whole family lives there. Like, the best friend lives on the second floor, and her family lives on the first. So along those lines. Oh crap! I totally just elbowed the camera. Nailed it. Is it in the same position it was before? Close enough. And then the second male for the pair, he is the general manager for the baseball team that the male lead plays for. So that is the second couple. I enjoy them immensely. She's very quirky and weird. He's very straight-laced and robotic. It works well. Those two are what you... Yes. Yeah. It's always fun, with the second couple, they always have less time than the main couple. But, the great thing about this show is that, I like both couples. Yes, the second couple is one of the best ever, but that doesn't really take away from the lead couple either. Like, I like them both for different reasons. I believe both for different reasons, but they just go well together. They work through what they're working through and get together in the end. It works out well. I don't remember how those two got together, honestly, but it's a mystery for the ages. No one really understands how that works, but okay, sure. It works fine. It's very, very amusing. Um, yes. Well, that and she has a purpose for the plot as well, so it all goes together. Her quirkiness comes in handy. Uh, yes, I enjoyed it immensely. I wish to watch it again. That's my answer. I mean, to each his own, though. Obviously, if I was going to recommend an actual a good Korean show that stands the test of time, that is well liked by many, I would have to say it's Coffee Prince. Obviously, much more well known. Obviously, much more mainstream. Honestly, I don't know though if it's on. I know it's on Viki, but I don't know if it's on. It's not on any of the others, which is kind of a disappointment, honestly. You would want them to be. You would think, since K drama is such a big deal, um, on streaming platforms, that they would get some of the old classics and put them on there too. I just don't know if they're just not available and that's not why they're not on there, or if they're not bothering to get them at all anyways. I don't know. I don't know which way that goes. But Coffee Prince is probably the best because the story stands the test of time and still works today. Like it's still fine. Although now that I think about it, some people might not like it because it has in Coffee Prince the male lead is standard, comes from money, lives an easy life. He comes back from having lived overseas for a while, and his family wants him to take over the family business and go into that. And he doesn't want to have any part of it. He just wants to go back overseas. They want to try to set him up to get him married off, and they start setting him on arranged dates. And he ends up hiring the female lead because he thinks that the female lead is a guy because she's a tomboy. She wears a lot of clothes that are, it doesn't really show off. It doesn't really make her look like a female. Not that it makes her a guy, but just androgynous enough that he can't tell. So he can't tell at the very beginning, and then he assumes that she's a guy. She doesn't tell him she is. He just assumes it to be so. The reason why she doesn't dress feminine or whatever you may want to call it, the reason she dresses that way is because she's the sole breadwinner for her family. She's too busy working and trying to get shit done. Earn money to pay the bills. That's her goal. She doesn't really care about. That's not that she doesn't care. She doesn't have the time to give a shit about looking pretty and all that, being feminine and all that. She doesn't have time for that shit. She's too busy making the money to pay the bills. That's basically how that works. So she ends up running into him at her job. He thinks that she's running a con. She's really not. She just knows the person that is running the con, and she helps that person get away because she knows them. He assumes she's in on it, and they end up meeting again. He ends up hiring her to make it look like he's dating men so that he won't have to go on all these arranged dates so he can scare all these women away. So she does her job well. She scares away the women. And then eventually his parents give him an ultimatum. He has to be a manager for a coffee shop because that's what their family does. And so he decides to make it all attractive men working at this coffee shop. And that was what will attract all the people, especially because they're in the vicinity of a women's college. So it's to get customers in. That's the draw. And he decides to hire her as one of the men that works there. She'd recently lost one of her jobs. She's living paycheck to paycheck. Her rent's just gone up. She needs the money, so she agrees to take the job and doesn't tell him that she's a girl. And then they eventually, develop feelings for each other. He thinks she's a guy. And at that time, still to this day, honestly, in Korea, it's not super accepted to be gay. And by not super, I mean it's not accepted to be gay at all. So he's battling those feelings of I can't be gay. That never mind the fact that he's never felt this way about another guy before, and then all of a sudden with this one, it's different. Like, he doesn't understand, his feelings, why he's feeling this way. He's really battling that. She's battling the struggle of, if I tell him the truth, he's going to hate me. She asks him at some point if I was a girl, would it be different or whatever? And he said it would. So she thinks that's true. Like, it's a hot mess. Like, you put yourself in a scenario you didn't intend to. It's not like she was trying to get one over on him. She was just trying to pay the bills. Like, that's basically it. Like, there was no malicious intent in this lie. It was more of a, I need to get this done. He made an assumption. I didn't fix it. We're out. So, then you deal with all the complications of that. Him finding out and all those things. And they go through it, and it ends well. It's a classic show. It's what made Gong Yu famous. But it still stands the test of time of that person just trying to make ends meet. It's a standard, rich guy, poor girl, trope. It's fine. But they do a great job, and it's still, to this day, even though it came out in, 2006, it still works. It still works. It works well. One of the things I like when I'm watching shows, I'm watching it to get to that one scene. Not one scene, or scenes, whatever it may be. Those dramatic moments, you want to see how they handle that one scene. So in this show, one of the scenes I wanted to watch was the scene where he finds out that she's a girl. All this struggle that he went through, trying to come to terms with the fact liking a person that you think is a guy, when you're actually, you're straight. You've always been straight up to this point. You've never liked a guy in a romantic way. Like, you're all confused. It's not accepted. It's a big deal. Like, you really had to struggle to eventually come to terms with the fact, like, he eventually came to the point where he's like, hey, I don't care anymore. Like, I love this person. I'm going to be with this person. Even if they're a guy, I don't care. Like, he chose that. He chose to be with her. And then it finds out that she's been a girl this whole time. So he's had all this internal struggle, all these problems, gone through all this stuff, all this soul searching to find out she'd been a girl the entire time. And it was all for naught. Not only did he find out she was a girl, everybody knew. So you have that point where you realize everybody knew, everybody was in on it. Nobody told you anything. Nobody told you the truth. They're all lying to you. It's not just she's lying to you. Everyone's lying to you. All your other employees, some of which are your friends, everybody lied to you. It was a huge shift. So you're waiting for that moment to see how they handle it. And I think they handled it very realistically, where you have to go through the stages. It's not going to be an instantaneous, I guess some people might, instantaneous, accepted it, perfectly happy, we're done here. It could be, but it's not always going to be. And it's not really realistic. I hate it when it is. I want you to go through the emotions. He gets really mad about it. He throws a fit. Probably not the best way to put it. Whatever. But he has actual emotion. He cares about it. He gets mad about it, which is understandable. Like, I would be pissed too. Never mind the fact that all this shit went out. Like, what the shit? Like, really the whole time? But also, everybody knew and nobody said anything? All of you? All of you knew? Nobody said anything? Nobody? Like, some of them knew from the very beginning. So, yeah, it's a little bit... But it still stands the test of time. It still works to this day. Like, you can watch it now and I'll have the same... Those situations, those feelings, how you deal with stuff, all that stands the test of time. The only thing I will say on this one is that the second male lead, usually in Asian drama... In Asian dramas, yeah, right. I said it right the first time. I'm like, no, I meant Asian, not Korean. But they usually have the female has two love interests in the shows. She has the male lead, the first and second male lead. She got two love interests, and she has to choose between one of them, and she always chooses the male lead. Standard. Anyways, you're like, really? That's kind of formulaic. It really is. That's how we roll. Anyways. And the second male lead in the show, the actor who played him, eventually became fairly famous. He was in the Oscar-winning movie Parasite. And unfortunately, there was a scandal that went around with him. And he had gone to a bar. And he had asked for a painkiller for his headache. The person that gave him the pill eventually blackmailed him and said that she'd actually given him drugs, which Korea is a no drugs kind of place. Drugs are a big, big no-no. It's a huge, huge scandal. And eventually she got arrested for something else, and she said, no, I gave this drug. I can turn over on this person. You can have this famous person arrested for what they did if you give me leniency for what I did. That's basically how that did. So she rolled on the person she was blackmailing, and then they interrogated him numerous times. Every time they pulled him into the police station, they would have a press conference so that he would have to walk through the reporters every time he went in. You know, this is before they have any evidence he did anything. This is before he's been convicted of anything. But in the court of public opinion, he's immediately destroyed. So after his 16 hours of interrogation, he went home, I assume, you know, wrote a note for his family because he was married, he had kids. And then he went out and he killed himself. So self-exited, stage left. And then after that, they, you know, revealed that, oh, hey, you know, the person that claimed he did those things, number one, every single drug test they did came back negative. So he didn't have any drugs in his system ever, as far as they know. They all came back negative. The person that they had taken that evidence from had numerous convictions. She had multiple men paying child support for the same child. So she was a known liar. She'd been known to get in trouble numerous times. But because she fed them this big fish, that's all they cared about. So they destroyed his life, ripped him apart until he killed himself. And they were like, nah, it really wasn't that thing. Let's sweep it under the rug. Whoops, my bad. But yeah, it was pretty terrible. So that's the one drawback of that. Obviously, most people that were to watch that wouldn't know about that. Like, why would you? It wouldn't affect your viewing of the show. Now that I've told you it might. But before it wouldn't have. You're welcome. Always helpful, always helpful. But it's a bust. I mean, it was back when he wasn't famous yet. So the show came out before he hit it big. A lot of actors, you know, came out of this show and then got it. Gung Yu is the most famous. But a lot of the other ones went on to have a career as well. A lot of the supporting cast did. So it was a career launcher for many people. And yeah, that'd be the one I recommend. I mean, obviously, it just depends on what you like in your movies and television. Like, it just depends on what you want out of it. I don't know. Yet again, I don't know what your style is. Watch what you want to watch, kid. I'm not gonna stop you. You know that, and you still have all the. There's a chance you've watched a Korean drama on Netflix. Netflix has many. Generally, the ones on Netflix do a great job. I'm not always a huge fan of all the shows on Netflix, Joe, honestly. All the shows that end up on Netflix, not a huge fan. A lot of them are very crappy. That I never watched. Like, Squid Game, didn't watch it. I watched the trailer for it, and I was like, oh, look, everybody's going to die. And I'm like, no. Like, I can look at that and, like, we know how this ends. Like, I don't really. Okay, Case, where did this come from? Shit. I assume it came from somewhere up here, yeah? Uh-oh. We're just gonna leave it right there for now. This is how this rolls. Like, I have no idea. Like, where did that come from? I don't know. Crap. Which Glory, the same thing. Like, I saw the preview of that, and I'm like, man, that looks intense. Looks depressing. I'm gonna give it a pass. To each his own. Sure. I mean, you do you, kid. I'm not. I mean, I guess if it's the first time you've seen something like that, it'll be a big deal. But for me, I've already seen shows like that. I'm fine. Where'd this one come from? We have a serious problem. We keep pulling things out, not knowing where they came from. Oh my gosh. How is this a thing? Oh, is it up here somehow? No? Oh my gosh. Come on. I have a skill. Isn't it intense? It's a great skill. Can I just, you know, I guess I could cheat and just rewind it and see where I put it. I don't think that's, huh, interesting. Let's see if I can. But yeah. I don't know if there's anything else. Because some of the ones I really like, I don't recommend them because I don't think anybody else would like them too. Well, that's not entirely true. Somebody might like them. But, you know, yet again, the nostalgia factor of when you watched it, what time it is, your, um, all those things that go into making it something that you enjoy, but also something other people might not enjoy as much as you, or at all, honestly. Okay, can we figure this out without forgetting where it went? No. No, I cannot. This dang box. I don't know if you can hear the bugs. They're driving me nuts. I still feel like it should go here. Oh well. When I watch all the Asian shows, I just hope that they don't lose what makes them unique, their Asianness. I don't want them to lose that um, in an effort to get viewers or because whoever's funding them pushes them towards that. Like what makes them great is their Koreanness or whatever wherever they're from. That how they shoot their shows, how they make them, how they write them. That's what makes them unique. And if you kill that, if you try to make it an American Korean show or whatever, you're taking away from that. It's not going to be the same. And you're taking away what makes that great, what makes that as appealing to people. You're killing it. You're just killing it. And not in a good way. Not a good kind of killing, a bad kind of killing. Like I want to do those bugs that keep squawking outside. I need to shut my window. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do that. I don't understand how I don't have these things. Goodbye, bugs. Just. Oh, it's a sad day. This is how far we've gotten. Oh my gosh, we'll never finish this thing. Not that way. Ha! Just, you know, it's the small things that are like, you finally got it. Well, then this one must be, oh, I don't know. Oh, that might be the shirt. Ah, shit. Oh, no, I can't put that there. Okay. I'm going to put this here. We're going to do the black stuff. Why? Because I need to keep rolling. Because we're going to be here till the end of flipping time if we do it this way. So, keep on keeping on. Although I feel like I need to keep these on because it's going to take forever. Okay. Let's do this thing. Although I realize the camera's going to be in the way. Troubles. Yeah, just a few. Just a few. Okay. Let's see how we can make this happen. Uh-oh. Got skills. Okay. Okay. One task. One task. I always enjoy with these weird size pieces. Sometimes when you look at it, you're like, is this an outside piece or is this just a weird piece? I don't know. We gotta find out. Noodles are fun. Noodles. Okay. I guess the good news is that most of the pieces are that one size. How that helps it, I don't know, but in my eyes, in some way, it kind of does. Although I feel like we're going to have to, probably for a later date. I gotta put this up there before it gets messed up. You know what I could do? I'll probably do is I'll put the pieces in the thing. It's always interesting when you go through. We're like, hey, stop, we'll just get the other ones. And then you're like, nah, sure. And then you just start pluck them in. Like, really? Like, we couldn't do this beforehand. But now that we pull out other pieces, we're like, now we can fit them in. It's fine. It's perfect. What was your problem before? I don't know. Persnicketiness? Oh. Although I still don't understand where that one is. Because that one should be easy peasy lemon breezy. Like, it should exist. This one. Yeah. Where were you last time, you jackass? Seriously? Must you fight me the whole feckin' way? Like, just... Makes perfect sense. No, not even a little bit. No. No, it does not. Like this one. It should exist. I should have it. Because there's white in it. As always, you're only as good as how you separated out your pieces when you were going through them originally. Did you do a decent job of separating it? Well, kids, you're about to find out fairly quickly how badly you've done. Because if it's not right, you're not going to be able to find anything. Although with this one, I don't know if it's an actual piece, like it's a solid, correct size one, or if it's two different pieces put together. I can't tell. I think it's two pieces put together, honestly. But, how would I possibly know that? No. Like finding this one. I don't think it's out on the board already, which means it's here, but I don't see anything. I feel like this one should connect in here somewhere. And this piece keeps coming apart anyways. Every time you touch it, it falls apart. I'm pretty sure that's not actually correct. I'm just saying. There we go. The true question, where did that piece come from? My answer is no. And then you gotta try to put these back in there. There's that one. I still don't know how this goes together. Is it still a hot mess? There we go. Let's see if we can't whittle some of these down into a more reasonable amount. For a reason I watched a video, they were talking about the new Alien movie, TV show. Got it stuck in my head. Like it's a discussion about it. But the problem is I never watched it. I have no desire to watch it. I'm not a huge fan of scary movies. Not to say this is going to be super scary, but the whole jump scare, alien popping out of your stomach, like the whole thing, not keen. Not keen. I don't like to be afraid. I'm not a fan. I will generally skip anything that's scary. Personal preference. That's all I gotta say on that one. I didn't give it a hard pass. I still feel like that looks like it goes right there. But neither here nor there, kids. Neither here nor there. It looks like a hot mess. Looks like they said, hey, this is a popular franchise. Let's make a TV show out of it. Like, does it work as a TV show? Well, it's a popular movie series. Although, has hasn't it been diminishing returns? Like every movie does worse than the year that one came before it. Oh, look, they actually go together. Interesting. Is that where it came from the entire time? Yes. Straight up voting yes. And that is the, I think it's going to be that for that one. I mean, to each his own. Yet again, another show. I watched the preview for it, and I was like, I have no desire. I keep seeing the preview over and over and over again. Like, please stop showing this to me. I don't want to watch it. Same thing for Dexter season 74. I've not seen any of the other ones, so I don't care. Although that's just, they're advertising it heavily on YouTube. So it just keeps coming up because it's just being advertised everywhere for everything. But I've never seen the show. So why would I jump onto the, he's died I don't know how many times. Well, I guess he woke up because of the trailer. I've seen the trailer. He woke up from a coma, and that's how this season starts. But you're like, we've done this. You had a prequel that got canceled because apparently nobody wants to watch a show that doesn't have the lead actor in it. I don't know. Don't know, don't care. It's both. Don't know, don't care. So that got canceled right away. But you're like, you can only kill so many people. Like, I realize you can't come up with anything else, so you just keep bringing out the same shit over and over again. But yet again, if he keeps dying and coming back, then his death is meaningless. So what's the point? Are you ever going to truly kill him, or is he just going to magically disappear every time? Because apparently he's the best serial killer ever. Like, I think of all I know about the series, isn't he supposed to be killing killers? Like, that's supposed to justify his being a serial killer? Is that he's a serial killer or serial killers? Fine. Sure. But at some point, you're like, no. Like, I can feel them at some point having a scenario where the cops find out who he is, at least one of them, and they just let him keep doing it because he's killing serial killers. I can feel like this is a premise they probably have. But a part of me, I don't know if it's my age or whatever it may be, but I would look at that and be like, yeah, that's not a good thing, though. It's not actually legitimately a good thing. Because you're endorsing vigilantism, which, vigilantism is what happens when the justice system fails. And I'd rather the justice system not be a complete and utter fucking failure. Like, I realize it is a lot of times, but let's not endorse that. Let's not root for that. I don't want to. So, no. I'd rather, I understand how it happens. I understand that. But I don't. I say this, the amount of shows I've watched, like Taxi Driver, the show I was talking about the other day, actually is all about vigilante justice. That's basically how it rolls. That's premise for the show is if you're down on your luck, if you go to self-exit, you'll run across, they'll find a sticker or some such wherever they're at in that moment. It's like, hey, don't self-exit, get revenge instead. So that's the premise for the show. It's like, don't go that way. Hand it to us. We'll get you what you deserve. Like, you'll those that have done you wrong will get what they deserve. We'll do to them what the law couldn't do or won't do, whatever it may be. We'll get it done. That's the premise of the show. Sure. I try not to think about the morality of it too much because it's a TV show. But the way that those shows resonate so well shows off how much people don't have faith in our judicial. Can you not say the word? Judicial. There we go. System. It's kind of sad. I understand why. The two-tiered system, there's the justice system for the rich people, and there's the justice system for everybody else. It's a real shit show. It's very depressing. But to go down that path is the road to ruin. Like, if you take justice into your own hands, if you do whatever you want, if you start breaking laws in that way, it's very hard to come back from that. It's very hard to resist that. Like, I realize it is a TV show. It is not real. But there's a reason why that kind of show resonates with so many people, and that's not a good reason. And it's something you got to keep in mind in those things, is that there's something wrong. And if we're not fixing that, we're in trouble. And I know that we're not fixing that. We're not making it better. I imagine there's people that are trying, but the system's not made. The judicial system moves at a snail's pace. To do it, to be generous, it moves at a snail's pace. It moves when it's good and ready, and also, the things that hold you back from making that happen are quite big. So it's very hard to do, is my answer. And sometimes you get bogged down in that, like looking at it and be like, this is not good. Like, I do enjoy the show immensely. I guess partially because I'm removed. But the thing about Taxi Driver is that they base it on real life events, unfortunately. So these stories that they're talking about, this is things that actually happened. Not the vigilante part about it, but the crimes were actually committed. This was an actual thing. They really happened. It's really terrible. It's not... how much justice these people actually got, I don't know. Like, obviously, they must have gotten some form of justice because the world knows about it. Somebody had to have been convicted, or else how would you have heard about it? But how much and in what way, I couldn't really say. I don't know. I mean, to some extent, like, I know the Burning Sun scandal is part of season 2. That one I know about it because it's such a huge deal. For those of you who've never heard of it, the Burning Sun scandal. Oh gosh. So Burning Sun was a nightclub owned by a super famous K-pop idol named, I don't speak Korean, Seungri. We're going to play that. Close enough. Do we need to say his name correctly? Absolutely not. He owned this club. And in this club, you could not only buy any alcohol your heart desired, you could also buy anybody in the club you wanted. So you could point out in the club, like, I want that one. They'd go out, drug that one, and give them to you. Key point here is drug that one and give them to you. It took years for it to come to be a huge scandal. The owner of the club got, I think, 2.5 years in prison for that, for selling people. So they have text messages on him of him talking about it. So he sold people without their consent. He got 2 years. 2.5 maybe. No more than 3. I think the one that I saw that got the most, one of the other K-pop idols, because they had video of him, a part of a gang rape situation where there was a whole bunch of, he had video on his phone of him participating in that, and he got 4.5, I think. He's the one that got the most. But that scenario, I do know how that one ends, but the rest of them, no clue. No idea. Like, I never really looked into it. All I know is that they were based on truth. So that one's hard to, some of them are pretty hard to swallow, the way that works out. But it's nice to see, I guess, even at least in fiction, those terrible people that did terrible things getting punished for them. I assume they got some sort of punishment in real life, but I doubt it was nearly as satisfying as the TV show makes it out to be. So I can understand that, but it's more of a moral quandary. Like, what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to figure this out? Usually I end up on I don't have any I don't have any control over that. There's nothing I can do. I kind of just have to let it go. You know, let it go before it destroys you is basically the only answer that's left. It's sad. It sucks. But that's what you got to do, because there's nothing you can do to fix what's been done. There's nothing you can do to stop it from happening again. You kind of just got to take it. And it sucks. But it is what it is, you know? That's still a good show to watch. I'm just saying. 5 hours in. We'll be done in 17 years. Oh. But yeah, it's, well, that, and at some point, like, the show has been on for decades. Like, I assume the actor comes back because they pay him a shit ton of money. He's like, you'll pay me how much? Sure, I'll come back. Like, didn't the character die? No? Okay. I'll come back for that. But at some point, you're like, okay, this is ridiculous. Like, what are we doing here? I gotta try to organize this nonsense. How will this organize? Not very well, kids. Not very well. This is this way. This is this one. I gotta wonder if I need to flip that out. I'm not going to. Why? Because I said so, kids. Because I said so. But I'll watch Taxi Driver season 3 when it comes out, wherever maybe. I mean, obviously it's got, attractive male lead. That's always helpful. But at some point, you're like, okay, what are we doing here? Oh, this is not this one. This is, well, no, that is right. What are we doing? Why are we here? Do we not have anything else to make besides this? Anything else at all? This is not it either. What a shit show. Trying to organize all these different pieces. There's so many different varieties. I can't even, we're not even. Well, and it'd be good if you'd finish this, but I can't. I want to start a new section because I'm stuck here, and it's best to just start a new section than just get stuck on this one for the next 16 hours. Because at some point, you have to let it go and move on. That's my answer. Let it go and move on. Well, then we're going to get the joy of having to lay out all these pieces. Joy of joys. It is the best part. Do I have one like this? No. This is the miscellaneous junk section. I still don't. That's this one. That's this one. I don't have this one. There. Let's say we're just gonna put these little ones, the nubs. Nub. No idea what that one is either. I guess this one. Oh, this is over here. That's going to be a problem very quickly. I think we need to move it down one, maybe, as I debate how this works. Oh, I need to go this way. Oodles of fun. Oodles. Well, that's the joy of doing puzzles. You never really know how long it's going to take. Like, I could tell this is going to be a hard one. It's going to be a long slog. But I committed to doing it. So here we are. To the bitter bloody end. I mean, I hope it's not bloody. I don't know how it would be. I mean, if I was doing Legos, that's entirely possible you might bleed. At some point, although what was I doing today? Oh, I was making cookies. So I was making the peanut butter cookies, and the peanut butter cookies without peanut butter in them. And I was using a scooper to scoop them out. And I got my finger, part of my finger stuck in the mechanism. So I squished my finger after I got done screaming in agony. It wasn't good, kids. Wasn't good. It wasn't my proudest moment. Where does this one go? It hurt. I don't recommend it. I highly advise skipping it if possible. I'm just saying. Like it was painful indeed. Oh my gosh, how many pieces are there? It's like 7 million. I don't want to do this. It's the worst part about severing out these pieces is that it just takes forever and ever and ever. I say this, like I've got it all organized. I just got to lay them out. So that, because I didn't want to take up too much space, now we're also running into it. So we're running into this part of it, which is a problem. But I didn't want to go farther, so this is what we're doing. So it shouldn't be, knock on wood, too bad-ish. I just don't know where we're going. So, I don't really know how much I have. In each section. It's the one drawback of laying them out when you, like I'm doing now, without having checked to see how many total you have in each group before you lay it, because you don't know if you're going to run out of space or not. It's only 9 o'clock. Can I have this done in 3 hours? Fucking unlikely. I do wonder sometimes. I don't watch the full playback for my videos. I wonder sometimes if you can hear some of the things I say or not. Hopefully not. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but yeah. I'm still gonna put all of these. That's nonsense on this board. Let's all say it together. I don't want to shit on. That's a lot of pieces to throw on the board. I wonder why it looked like. I'm like, oh hey, it's got plenty of room. It'll be fine. Although at least I can safely say. After this, like the next chunk isn't as big as this one. So after this is on the board, you have over a third of the pieces on the board. So if I can just get shit to go together, this piece exists. Where is it? There we go. If I can just get this crap on the board, and start whittling it down a little bit. It'll be fine. It's just, as always, every time I do this, when you first lay it out, it's so messy. I don't like it being this messy. What, do I have 2 rows of that? Yes. Nailed it. I don't like it being this messy. But it's a hard, to gauge whether or not you should do it messy like this or spread out the other way and then have to constantly, because I can't stand it. I'll keep wanting to put it together. So like earlier, I'll just keep shifting it together. So instead of doing that and constantly shifting it, I'm just doing it now to save myself the trouble of doing it later. You're like, just make it high now, and then just as you put pieces away, you can whittle it down. Go down this way. I say that. Honestly, it's just a symptom of me spending too much time thinking about stuff. That's not entirely necessary. I'm just saying. Like, you could have just done it. It'd be fine. No one cares. No one but you cares. I mean, you care. No one else does. Just, I'm so persnickety with myself. It's kind of amusing. A little bit. Just a little. I just keep wondering if that piece is going to be an actual piece like that, or if it's going to be, I don't remember where that goes. The other way. I know what you're thinking. What piece you're talking about? Well, there's a piece on the board that looks like a normal piece you would find in a normal puzzle, but obviously in this one you have all the weird shapes. So I don't know if this is going to come down to 2 pieces put together, or if it's actually just going to be one. Like, I can't tell. So every time I put a piece down, I keep looking to see, I keep hoping that I'm going to run across that piece so I can put it in the board. It'll make me feel better. And you literally just put a note in your head and be like, hey, if you see this piece, you know where it goes. Don't put it in the row with all the other ones. Just put it where it goes and move on. Like, do that instead. Yet again, the amount of talking to yourself that I do, like, hey, this should go here, this should go there, type thing. Yeah. Will we ever finish? No, I won't. It's okay. It's okay. My leg was itchy for no reason. Just saying. Oh, well. It's my last vestige of the weekend, and then you're going to go back to the weekdays where you're going to do work and crap like that. That doesn't go there. That goes over here. Where's this one? Oh, are they next to each other? Oh, that could be true. Yeah, they're next to each other. Even fucking better. I just mixed them together. That's great. Okay. I was going to put the tray on the chair, my computer chair. And then I stopped myself and was like, hey, you know what you're going to do when you're done with this puzzle is that you're going to immediately go sit on that chair. And if you sit on that board and break it, it's, you might injure yourself, number 1. Number 2, you'd be pissed you broke the board. Don't do either of those things. Skip both. Skip both. Save yourself the pain and suffering that will come from that. That and the annoyance. How are we going to do the black pieces? No one knows. This goes in. Nope. I was going to say it should. That should go there. Yet again, annoy the bejesus out of me. Okay. The joy with this one, part of the reason I'm probably missing outside pieces is, yet again, because you have those weird pieces that don't fit like normal ones do. Some of them are probably outside. You just can't tell. Is this an outside piece? Oh, I can't tell. What are you asking me for? And that there's so many different types. Even though I'm trying to keep them organized, there's too many. I can't keep them all separate. Like I keep trying to go all the way down. They're all different. Like you just have rows and rows of random different pieces. It's ridiculous. Dokey. Well, I don't know how we're going to put this together, honestly. Well, I guess we'll go up. Oh, that's going to be miserable. As a rule, generally when it comes to puzzles, I like to do it top to bottom. So that way I don't have to lean across, from all the way back there to get them. But unfortunately, the black is here, which is going to cause me problems. That's not here or there. That's a problem for later date. I will trip over that bridge when I get to it. Although we might try to do the black down here first. I say try because obviously this whole entire puzzle has just been pulling teeth. Yay. But waning fast, kids, waning fast. Sassafras and direct now. I really do. This is my least favorite part, is just laying out the pieces. I don't want to do it. I hate it. If I could make it so they would magically just lay themselves out, that'd be great. But you also have the people that they don't separate them out by the cut of them. They just kind of spread them out and they just whittle through. That would drive me up the wall. Yet again, to each their own. If you're the one doing the puzzle, you do it the way you want to. But also, oh my gosh. No. Aw, great news. I don't have that piece, which means it's something weird. I can't. Why can't we just have normal pieces? Who bought me this puzzle? It's like a curse of some kind. I'm just saying. I'm sure it'll look beautiful when it's done. It's a curse. A curse upon the land. I need to at some point pop that apart and push it down. That makes perfect sense when I say it out loud. Perfect sense. Nope. Sassafras. Okay, kids, let's write it out. Which means that that's two pieces put together. Will we be able to figure out what two pieces go together to make that one? No. No. Mm-mm. I already tried that one. I feel like I did. Ah! Nope. No, you did not. Oh, there's this one. Look, it's the two pieces put together to make one. Isn't that exciting? That's the fastest pieces we've put together. It's only downhill from here. I mean, it's only uphill. No, it's only down from here. Let's try to be a little bit more realistic of how well we've gone so far. But any piece I put in, I really need to shift this over and make one more row. Do I already have 3 rows of this crap and it still is not enough space? Son of a bitch, man. Seriously? It's one weird piece. I guess what I could have done is I could have gone through and put them together. Because yet again, technically they will go together. They pair together to make the correct connectors. I just don't like pairing them because I never remember to check the pairs to make sure to see if I have them or not. Like I never remember to check. It's a huge fault I have, and I do it every time, which is why I don't put them together, because I know I'm not going to check, and then you're going to have missed something you actually had the entire time. It's just a big kerfuffle, honestly, which is why I don't do it. Oh. times have I been in the shot? Who knows? Why I don't do it, but at some point we're gonna have to whittle it down. But I don't know how much it'll whittle it down because they're all so weird. Because I tried to do it a little bit in the when we were doing the white section first. So I still feel like I should have done white first. Maybe white should have been last. I should have done it the way I prefer to do it, which is top to bottom. So it would have been brown to black to white last. But alas, we chose. And as always, once I choose, I'm committed forever because, committed forever. I'm stuck not being able to find the piece. Wizard. Let's see if I can scoot over a little bit. Because the problem here is that I'm so spread apart. My little T-Rex arms, they're not T-Rex arms, they're normal length arms, aren't long enough, because I'm too flippin' short, to reach across. Still not the right piece. And find the, to check all the different kinds to see where it goes. Nope. Made it. I feel like this is going to be something else. Nailed it. It's kind of exciting. All I ever wanted. I know I've got the Prince of Egypt song stuck in my head. Great. Just great. You had to say a line from the song. It's always interesting the random song you'll come up with. That's not the name of the song either. That's just a line from it. And I will automatically in my head, I assume other people do this too, you'll hear the song in your head. Like you're not the one singing it, obviously. It's however it's sung in the song. Or it's just me. It could go either way. I don't know. Let it be one of these, of the 7,000 of this piece that I have. Sassafras. I wished. I hoped for. I dreamed. And did it. Sassafras. This one. This one's going to be a catastrophe waiting to happen. I mean, it's got a clear line on it, so it'll be easier to find. It's not going to be easy to find. Are you insane? No. No, it is not. It looks like it's right. Not even close. Not even close. I like to point out, I don't think it's showing on here, but for me, there's a glare off of the puzzle. So up here, those ones, I can't. All I get when I'm looking at them to try to see if they go together is glare. Like straight up in the eyes, glare. Blind. Blind, I tell you. Blind. Well, welcome, viewer, or welcome back, whichever it may be. Until my stream goes weird again, and then it stops, and I have to reboot it again. Because, that'll happen. How long will it take before I realize that I need to reboot it? Well, however long. Oh, look, I didn't find the piece. Who's surprised? No one. No one at all. I was too excited to get, 5 pieces in a row in together. I don't know. I'm getting slap happy. Who knows? So excited. Because the black is still, even if it stops right now, it's still going better in together much, much better than the white did. Why? I don't know. Because it was too cocky about the white? I don't know why. It shouldn't really make any difference. It's not like I separated them differently in some sort of way that makes it better this time. It looks like a hot mess. A hot mess. It is actually technically organized. I'm just saying, it is organized. It's just, it looks like, every time I see it on the screen, I'm like, that doesn't look right. You should organize it, make it look pretty. I'm like, you don't have time for that shit. You're too busy trying to put pieces in. If you put pieces in, you'll be able to organize it. There won't be as many. That's a lie you've got to tell yourself to get through that. It's not even remotely close. No way, no how. And they just keep trying to put it in there anyways. Like, please just go in. No? Mercy? Crap. Yet again, if every one of them could be from this group, that'd be great, because I have too many of them, and they're all over the place. That doesn't even go there. That's supposed to be over here. Oh, crap. Sassafras and Dirignat. But yeah. As we're at 5 hours and 30 minutes of this puzzle. I assume my faithful viewer that's watching it, that return, is here to be able to fall asleep to me. That's always something to be proud about. Well, it's not a truly riveting stream. And still, someday, maybe I'll find a program that's not expensive, and by that I mean free, that I can use, that I can zoom my videos to make it, to publish shorter ones where it's just the fast forward version of the puzzle going together. That'd be nice. Sassafras and Dirignat. But the problem with that usually is that the ones that have that, the programs that have that, is that they want, they limit you how much you can fast forward, and my videos in normal format are too long to zoom through. That usually the way you can fast forward them is not nearly fast enough for what I need it to be. So, because I have actually looked, and I don't. This isn't a spend money hobby. This is you're already doing it. You might as well have some fun with that. Maybe that goes together. Oh, it does. How did you miss that last? Nope, don't do that to yourself. Before you destroy yourself, it's fine. It's okay. You found it in the end, and that's all that matters. It's all that matters. Even though every single time you get to this point, you're like, please be one of these pieces. I have too many. I need there to be less of them. They take up too much space. They're too messy. I don't want to see them anymore. Get rid of them. Slowly but surely. Oh, crap. Whittle through. Try not to bump everything. Man. Try not to be on the screen too much. That's also the thing. We're going to run into a little bit of problem. Arms not long enough. Man. See, the one perk of doing this streaming instead of doing what I would normally do, if I was doing this puzzle without streaming it, I'd be doom scrolling at the same time. Probably not doom scrolling. I'd be constantly doing the never-ending struggle of trying to find something to watch while doing the puzzle, which is just as aggravating as when you're trying to do it in normal time, except for the difference is when you're doing a puzzle at the same time, there's only certain types of shows that you can watch and do the puzzle at the same time. And you have to find one that hits the sweet spot that you can, is just appealing enough that it maintains a certain part of your attention while you're doing the puzzle. So it's not too appealing that you stop doing the puzzle because you're watching the show. Because that usually rules out anything that's subtitled. I say usually, it depends. If I've seen it a couple times, it might actually be possible. But yet it rules out anything you've seen that has subtitles that you need to obviously read the subtitles because I can't speak any other language except for English. But it has to be, just enough plot. Usually it's something you've seen before, or it's, a good show for this would be a show like Teen Wolf. That show was ridiculous, but it's perfect for this. If you don't need that much thought for that show, probably, no, let me rephrase. That show is best watched without a lot of thinking. I'm just saying. Like, the less thought put into it, the better that show will be. That is how that one works. So it works out great if you have that on in the background. Oh, look, this one. Huzzah. While you're doing your puzzle at the same time. It works great. I highly recommend it. I need to put these here because I can't see anything else. Yeah, again, another drawback to this. But to find a show like that one, it doesn't have to be that because I've already seen Teen Wolf. I don't need to watch it again. It's a masterpiece. Not really. It is exactly what you expect it to be. If you go in watching that show with realistic expectations, you will be thrilled. It's got a little bit of humor, ridiculous plot, gets worse every season. They really did jump the shark towards the end. And then the movie is absolutely horrible. I just act as if the movie doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Like, I don't know why you brought that back just to kill off a main character. Like, that's just ridiculous. Like, why would you do that? Why? I assume it's because, honestly, I say, why would you do that? And then I answer the question. I assume it's because they were trying to make it a backdoor pilot. Like, hey, maybe if enough people watch this, we'll make a TV series about how the show ends up, like to set it up. So it's a pilot for the show. So you killed off the character that couldn't be in the show because he was on a different show. So maybe that's why you did it. That's my generous assumption is why you killed that character off. It also the only character I watched that show for. But yeah, that is not the only reason it was a terrible movie. That's one of the main reasons why it was terrible. It was just a bad plot. But I say that it's a Teen Wolf movie. I don't know why I was expecting any kind of plot, but that's my mistake. I admit when I am at fault. That it doesn't help that by the time I watched Teen Wolf, the movie had already been released. Obviously, it's a cable movie, so it's not like it was released in theaters or anything like that. But so you went directly from the TV show into that, and you're like, "What is this?" Versus when the movie came out, I feel like there was years after the show was done, so you had all that nostalgia time to build up to maybe make it slightly better than it really was. I don't know. I can't say. I didn't have that luxury. I did watch the whole show. It had a bunch of good one-liners. It was a ridiculous show. It served its purpose, is my answer. Served its purpose. It was exactly what you would expect it to be. It is an MTV show. I don't know why don't expect greatness from such a thing. That's not actually going to happen. That's an unrealistic goal that you shouldn't shoot for. Is this not, do I not have this piece? It's a 3 on top. With I have a 3 on top, but it's not that shit. Is it broken apart then? I just keep talking to myself. It's fine. Just trying to find this piece to see if I have it or not. I don't know. What the front is, Mama? I guess if we can see where this one is, but I don't want to do that because it looks super annoying and tedious to find. That's all pieces. All pieces are super tedious and annoying to find. I don't know how that makes that one any different. I'm trying to find this one. But you can't see it because the board is too small. So, I'm slightly annoyed. When I watched Teen Wolf, I watched it on Prime, so I had to watch it with commercials, and now I have it without. And I was like, well, that's great. I'm so glad I suffered through. And I just bitch. I hate it. I hate it so much that there's commercials on everything now. Like, really? Seriously? Like, you're paying extra to watch commercials. This is what we're doing. This is where we're going. Like, if ever there was anything that incentivizes me to just pirate everything, is to just be annoyed with that nonsense. Especially if you're watching the same commercial over and over again. At least on YouTube, you have the ability to skip. You know, you only have to watch 5 seconds of the commercial before you can bump it. That's fine. It's annoying, but I can still skip it. So fine. I will accept that. I will accept 5 seconds of commercial. But if I have to watch the entire thing every time and it's the same commercial over and over and over again, no. I am too spoiled for that. I'm too spoiled and too cheap. Especially how much they expect to make you pay to watch things. Let's be slightly more realistic, okay? Right? Is your stuff worth that much money? No. No. To pay that extra so you don't have to have commercials? No. Ridiculous. Delusions of grandeur, that is. I say that I don't have any streaming services. Too cheap. Too lazy. Well, that, honestly, there's nothing worthwhile to watch. So I had all the streaming services except for Paramount and, no, except for Peacock. I have Paramount. And Apple TV. And what did I do? I rewatched The Card Season 3 because, I don't know, I wanted to watch the show again. Yet again, could I find anything new I wanted to watch? No, I just watched the crap I'd already seen before. I say it's crap, but I clearly liked it enough to watch it again. So I don't know. That's probably not the best way to call it. But I watched the stuff I had already seen before again instead of finding something new because that's where we're at. Like, I couldn't be bothered. Like, we'll just watch this again. You enjoyed it. We'll see if the second time through it's just as enjoyable as the first. And then I rewatched a bunch of Enterprise. Like, that one, I cherry picked the episodes I wanted to watch. So usually I was like, hey, you can watch everything. Like, now this time we're like, oh, I want to watch this one and this one. I don't care about this episode. We can skip this one. You know, skip the last episode. Nobody watches that. That never happened. That's not a thing. Just erase it. It's fine. Yeah, no. I just skipped through and watched all the ones I wanted to watch, and that was done. Like, the amount of new stuff I watched, not so much, no. Because I just don't have time to wade through the trash to find something good. Usually if somebody recommends me stuff, technically Department Q was recommended to me. That was actually a good show. My sister recommended it to me too. It's your standard procedural show. You know, if you like your, crime solving crap, there you go. Perfectly keen. You know, when season 2 comes out for that show, because it will happen because it's already been announced, I'll watch that one too. I can't figure out which way this thing goes by. I feel like that should be this one. Is it one of these? I need it in the reverse. I like how I keep saying what piece I need. You can't see it. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It's fine. It's the piece majig that does the thingamajiggy. How to describe it, I couldn't even. I'm not even going to try. Not even going to try. It just has the squirrely wig on the end. But clearly I can't find it either. So, killing it. Just killing it. It's there. It must exist. Although, it's entirely possible, yet again, that it is 2 pieces and not one. Which is super annoying. True. Which way to go to answer this question? I don't know. You know. But, yeah, it's fairly rare that you'll watch something. I mean, I guess Netflix won on the one on The Bastard Son and the Devil Himself. In that one that I recommended it. But I watched the trailer twice before I decided to start the show. So I was still quite hesitant on how that was going to play. Like, I don't know. It's quite worried about that one. But obviously, I made it through. I think, although it did, I think it did take 2 days because it is. I started it too late in the day to finish it to the end of one day. Slept on it, went back, finished it. But yeah. Do I watch too much TV? My answer is probably yes. Yes. What do you want me to do? Read books instead? Same problem. I gotta go through and find a book I want to read. Same difference. See what we can find in that. And for whatever reason, it's not an equal trade, but my mind does whatever my mind wants to do. But because if I watch a lot of subtitled shows, I don't really want to read anything else because I've done a shit ton of reading when I'm watching the shows. Which doesn't entirely make sense, but also does at the same time. Because technically you are reading. Which I do find. So the one place I watch stuff on, it has subtitles automatically, on. You have to turn them off. And the problem I have is even if it's in English, if I forget to turn the subtitles off, if I don't think about it, I will be automatically, even though I can listen to and I understand exactly what they're saying, I will still be reading the subtitles for no reason. I have to turn them off because I will be reading them automatically while watching the show. I don't know if anybody else does that. Let me know in the comments. Do you also do that? Because it's super annoying. Like you heard them. You don't need to. Well, that oftentimes also I read faster than they talk. So I'll have read it before they said it, which makes it weird. It makes it weird. It's not good. It's not good, kids. No, the answer is still no. I don't recommend it. But yeah, I'm so used to it. It's not something you really have to think about it. Which I used to have a subscription to Viki, and in Viki, the bottom of your screen is the subtitles. Viki is all Asian TV, so everything's subtitled. And then the top of it has people's comments, and you'd be reading both of them. Which is a bean feed, I gotta say, to just constantly go from the top and the bottom of the screen, both read all the lines in real time and keep up with it, and keep it all straight. Yeah. Although, obviously, it depends on how many comments. So, it's not a live chat, it's embedded comments. So, depending on what the scene is, you could have a bunch of comments in it. Which I think the one bust about the comment section is you can't delete them after you put them in. I wonder if maybe admin, I would assume admin can. If you have a questionable, somebody put something in there they're not supposed to, they can go in and kick it. But let's say you made a comment and then you went back later and you're like, oh, I'd love to take that out. You can't take it back off again, which is weird. Like, why would you not be able to? Like, why is this not a thing? Although I generally didn't comment, I just enjoyed reading it because you get people's reactions to scenes. So you can see if you're feeling the same thing they're feeling at the same time. Although you still would get those that were like, this is the best show I've ever seen. I'm like, this is just torture. This show is trash. I don't know why you like it. I don't understand. Or you'll get to the end and be like, I can't wait for season 2. Like, there better not be a season 2. Also, if there's a season 2, I won't be here. I'm not watching this crap again. Are you insane? Like, no. I don't understand what they see in it, why they like it. I don't get it. I straight up don't get it. It's just absolutely terrible. But it's still enjoyable because you'll get the ones that'll have comments that'll be thinking the same thing you're thinking. Especially now, the weekend drama that I'm watching, it would be better if I was watching it on Viki because you would have those comments. So you would get to see if everybody else is just as annoyed by the scene as you are. You get some kind of sounding board to know it's not just you. Everyone hates this character. It's fine. Like, it's not just you not vibing with what's going on. Everybody else is having this problem too. I guess the one good thing about the show, if a lot of people don't like the character, they're still obviously filming the show in real time, so they can change the character if they want to. It won't be the first. It's not the first time that's happened. They can change it a little bit and they can tweak it. Although that's not, it's a Korean show. So even if, international audience doesn't like it, it could still end up being that way because that's how they want it to be, which is fine. I'm not the writer for the show. They're allowed to do it what they want to do it. I'm allowed to hate it because I don't like it, but it is what it is. But yeah, it would be nice. I wouldn't be sad about that at all. But I don't think it's going to happen. Realistically, I think that character is going to stay that way the entire time. But it would still be enjoyable to see people's reactions. I gotta see if this piece actually goes there. Or not. No. I don't think it does. See people's reactions in the show, to see if they like the same things you do. I do miss that aspect of it. But I just don't watch enough Asian television anymore to justify having that. So live without. Maybe someday, but not today. Today you gotta be a grown up and do, bills and shit. It's bust. I don't recommend it. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. But I don't know. With the amount of scrolling that I go through on the different subscription services that there is, I don't know if there's a single one of them that I really want to spend the money on and have, because I don't think they have anything. Usually Tubi will be enough for me. Tubi has good stuff on a regular basis. They have enough. Between Tubi and YouTube, the free stuff they have on there, obviously both of them have ads. But, free with ads, fine. But if I'm paying for it, no, I don't want ads too. Like, are you insane? Like, why would I have both? Like, choose one or the other, kids. You either give it to me free and then make me do ads, or you make me pay so I don't have to, so that I can get it. Like, you don't have the in between. Your bad, you making poor financial decisions is not me having to fix it by paying for ads. Like, it's not my fault you guys keep spending an absurd amount of money on crap that doesn't make any money. That's not my fault. Trying to make this streaming service happen, that's not a me. You made these decisions. You chose this path. You made this foolish decision. Well, that, and you keep spending absurd money. It's like, I still don't understand how Netflix is able to make money when they're spending absurd amounts on movies and TV shows and whatnot. Like, I understand some things. Like, a lot of the Asian shows, obviously, they're buying the rights to have it in the U.S. They're just paying for the rights, like the distribution rights. They're not actually really funding the production of the show that much. Sometimes maybe, like I bet you they did for Squid Game, but usually no. They're just buying the rights. Like, they may buy the rights ahead of time, and the production might use that money to make the show. I could see that happen. But no, not in the way, like, you're not paying the full production rights. You don't own everything. That's not how that works. You're just buying it to distribute it in one place. That's also why, annoyingly, stuff will appear and disappear on different platforms. It's because they're just buying the rights for a certain amount of time, and then they punt it and it goes somewhere else. And it just hops around all over the place. You got to figure out where it landed so you can watch it. But no, I don't. I mean, it is the wise option to just buy the rights to things and just air it on your platform and not have to shoulder the burden of making it ahead of time. It also keeps it. I saw somebody else saying that what makes Asian TV great is that it's made for its own personal audience. Asian TV is made for Asian audiences. It's made, Korean TV isn't made for international audience. They just make it for Koreans, and then they just sell it out to everybody else. If you like it, you like it. You don't, you don't. Because they're not trying to serve the world. They're only trying to serve their own customer. That's what makes it great. It's when you think you can try to make one thing that's great for everyone. That's an unrealistic expectation. Like it's just no. Your goal is to hit your niche market, whatever it may be, and then hope that you can get some sort of people outside of your niche market. But if you can just hit your niche market, that is your number one goal, whatever it may be, because there is no such thing as a universal product that everyone likes. No one likes everything. Avatar, total terrible movies. I don't understand it. I finally watched them. They were boring. I did watch them though. I think I said, ooh, eye candy numerous times. It's literally to look at the pretty things. The only reason I watched them is because the trailer for the third movie came out. And I watched the trailer for who knows what reason. Why would you watch the trailer for a movie you've never seen? Well, I couldn't really say. But I did watch the trailer and I was genuinely confused. I'm like, I don't understand why this is appealing. It's stupid. I guess the reason they don't have a lot of talking in is because it's an international trailer. But even then, there's these things called subtitles. I don't understand why we're doing this thing. Like, they keep having these dramatic shots. Like, you can almost just, like, you want to put like an amusing audio commentary over top. Look, dramatic shot 3, dramatic shot 4, hold, stare at this thing. Isn't it amazing? Move to shot 4. Like, just want to put the dramatic crap over top of it. And I'm like, fine, I will watch these eye candy movies. I know exactly what they would be because I've never seen them before. Maybe this will put this damn trailer into context and I'll understand. And I was like, well, technically I put it into context because that's literally what the movies are. Like, look at this awesome, beautiful scene. Let's all stare at it for a while. Great. I admit I was probably not in the best mood to watch an eye candy movie, but there's also a reason why I never watched them in the first place. I knew exactly what they would be. I didn't want to watch them. That's why we weren't. That's why I hadn't seen it. I did not feel like I was missing out on anything. I do not understand why it made a lot of money. I mean, yeah, I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. Why are we here? Why is this a thing? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Oh, look, does this piece go there? Yay! That's exciting. That's exciting. But yes, but super, super bored. Super bored. I don't get it. To each his own, but no. Also no. I wonder if this one's, as I say that, I was like, maybe it is on here. It's just a weird shaped piece. But I feel like if it was a weird shaped piece, I would remember seeing it. I don't see it. Okay. Well, it's the small things. Okay. Let's see if we can get this one. I don't know why I would. Nope. Although it looked a lot like it. It looked like it was beef. For the love of Pete, do not bump the table. Honestly. Slow down. I just. I'm sure it's beautiful. Sure, whatever. I don't understand. I don't know. Movies made billions of dollars. I don't know. I mean, one theory that maybe it's because it's so desperate because there's nothing to watch. I don't know. You know, there's an audience for everything. Then it has a huge international audience. A lot of American movies, they just have smaller ones. Like they make a lot of their money in the States. But that one apparently has lots overseas. To get that much money, you have to have multiple viewings of the same movie. My internet go out. Okay. I'm gonna refresh my screen real quick because I don't know if it's my thing or somebody else. Okay. I rebooted it because it was acting weird. Did I? I don't know. Did I? Technology. It's the best. It's the best. I mean, you would think it's not that my internet connection went out, but I do have the computer connected directly to the internet, so it's not like it's on Wi-Fi, which you think would be helpful in some way. It is, but it isn't. Tis so. Knock on wood. It's been a little bit since I've had my internet be super buggy. I feel like that's the kiss of death right there. 2 seconds later, dead. Always reliable. Always. They could say it's because my new, I got the, maybe that's it. They were nice enough to say, hey, your modem is so thick and old, just here, do you want a new one? It was free, so I said, absolutely. Absolutely. The price is right. I will take that thing, plug it in. It's going to do the exact same thing. I do love technology nowadays. You don't have to remember your password and crap. It'll just transfer that shit over from the old one. What's my password? I don't know. That's what my phone is for. So anytime I need to log in or give my login to somebody else, I will just go through and get my phone to tell me what my password is, because I can't tell. No, well, not that I can't tell. I don't remember. Okay, I have a lot of passwords, but I just use the share icon and it'll tell me what it is, and then we'll be done with it. Problem solved. Technology always there for you when you couldn't be bothered to remember what made your password. Great googly moogly. I feel like we already tried that one and we couldn't make it happen. Although you think you'd be able to put that one on. Do we want to do this? No, we don't. Why? Because it's a terrible idea. That's why. And away we go. Just don't do it. It's terrible. Do it anyways. Immediately do it anyways. Maybe something will have magically appeared. Maybe I had it mixed in with a black. Why would it be with a black? It makes no sense whatsoever for it to be there with those. Hour 6. What have we accomplished? Nothing. We've accomplished nothing. We've been here since the beginning of fucking time. I mean, yay. Oh, look, it's the piece I said I'd never be able to find. That's right. Nailed it. But now I need to find the other one. Crap. Where's the other way? guess technically it can be that one if I really wanted it to be, but it's not. As I keep talking through it, it's going to magically appear, I promise. I don't know why I would say that. That's not going to be true either. Now I've got one is the loneliest number stuck in my head because that makes perfect sense. I thought about Venom. This is why. This is where we're at. You think about something, a song's stuck in your head, and there we go. This is how deep in thought I am while doing this puzzle. Constantly sidetracked. Your mind just got distracted and ran away. Oh, jeez. Well, you know, that's the thing about puzzles. It doesn't really put, you know, it's basic deduction. There's no real thought put into it. So your mind's just going to wander. Usually I use puzzles. They're a factory reset in some way. Also, it's a good way if I'm avoiding something. I would never do such a thing. Also, I do it all the time. If I'm avoiding coming to terms with something or making a decision, it's a good way to put it on the back of your mind while you're doing the puzzle and let your mind go through the iterations of figuring out what the correct answer to the problem is. And then when you're done, you'll be able to come to your, you know, accept the correct response, accept what you're supposed to be doing, whatever it may be. Is the best way of doing it. It's not so much that you didn't know what the answer was, is that you didn't want to do it for whatever reason you had. Whether it's a good reason or not, you didn't want to do it. You knew you didn't want to do it. And now it's time to accept what needs to be done and then just get it on with it. So it's the acceptance part of your whatever you need to do. It's all a part of the scheme of it. That's just how my mind works. That's how we get through our problems and figure it out and move on to the next step. Now, does it always mean that I actually make it to acceptance and doing what you need to be doing? No. I wish. No. I'm still human. But it is a good way to go through it and figure it out. Admit it. If you need to admit it. Like when I had my old job, I was going through the motions trying to figure out what needed to be done. What needed to be done was to pull the trigger and let it go. You know, I just didn't want to do it. So you mulled through it. It took a while to go through the motions, to work through it, to iterate through all the possibilities until you get to the final one. Like you need to go. You need to tap out and go. Like what you're doing now isn't working. Your only hope to the future is to do something different. And the only way you're going to do something different is if you leave. So, you know, by deductive reasoning, there's only one response that's acceptable, and that is to leave. So you need to go. So that's what I did. Like it took a little bit of doing, obviously, to go through the motions and make that happen. But it took, not only did it take a while to do it, but it also took like 2 Lego sets. That, you know, that 4,000 piece puzzle wasn't bought for whimsy. That served an actual purpose. Like clearly, when you get to the 4,000 piece puzzle, you need to go through something. Like you need to burn through something. Like you have something you're avoiding. If you're going that far, doing that much, clearly you have something you need to do. Because that's not something you devote time to on a whim. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I had. You know what? I think I didn't have the 4,000 piece puzzle when I came out. No. Did I just have the? Well, whatever. The Lego set was like 6,000 pieces. That counts. It's good enough, kids. Also, never buy the Harry Potter castle. I mean, it's pretty, but you got nowhere to put it. I'm just saying now. You have nowhere to put that thing. Nowhere at all. What are you supposed to do with it when you're done? I need to sell my castle. I need to sell that thing. So if anybody wants to buy a castle, you let me know. Although I don't know how to ship that thing. I mean, it's not gigantic, but it would still be a pain in the ass. You know, at the time, I mean, it's not that it's hideous. It's just, it's too big. There is such a thing. It's just too big. Like, what are you supposed to do with this gigantic monstrosity? It just takes up so much space. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. And is this one? I'm going through trying to figure out where the puzzle goes. Oh, crap. I feel like I've seen this piece. I just can't remember where I saw it, and it's driving me up the feckin' wall. Like, I don't know where it went. Oh, they're gone again. That's a good sign. Good sign. What could possibly go wrong? Nope, I don't see it. Okay, well, crap. Yeah. It's not the bestest of times going through the iterations trying to figure out what you want to do. But, was it the wisest decision I ever made? I mean, it was the right decision. To be a responsible adult, I should have done it differently, but I did not. So, all else fails. The one thing I can say, at some point, you just need to say, I made that decision. I live with that decision. I accept the consequences for my actions, and now we just roll with it. Like, what's done is done. There's no take backsies. We're not going back. We're only going forward. Walk through the fire, get to the other side, move on. Like, there's no going back to what was before. It may have been comfortable in some ways, but sometimes you have to move forward. But leaving that job, sometimes it depends on the type of person you are, but your job is kind of like a relationship. It is a relationship. And that was the longest relationship I've ever had. And sometimes when you spend that much time in a relationship, it's hard to let it go because you've been in it so long. Like, you've already devoted so many hours to it. Can you truly let it go? To this day, I haven't worked there for over 3 years, almost 4 at this point. I still will have dreams about it, nightmares about it. Nightmares is a better way to put it. About working there, where you'll be in a scenario where you are working there and you're doing the job and you can't, no matter how hard you try, you're just so far behind you can't catch up, and you just keep going and going. Like, I still have dreams about it. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't work there. I haven't worked there in a long time. Hell, most people that worked there when I was there are gone now. Like, it's a totally different world now. Like, I don't. Like, why are you having dreams? This is ridiculous. Just stop. Where does this one go? Is it over here? I say that. Like, I don't know. Oh, wait, is that the hat? Wait for it. It's the hat. Look at that. Isn't that exciting? It's the top of the puzzle. Oh, look, it doesn't go there. Is it because this piece is right or this piece is right? Obviously, that piece is right. Good times had by all. Why does that piece go then? You know what? Whatever. But isn't that interesting? So we got the top of the puzzle. We're almost going to be able to put the top on then. Because it shouldn't be that far away. In this hot mess of a scenario. Although I should be able to find this one, honestly. But yeah, as we go into the deep thought section of the puzzle thing, obviously that's just a choice I made for myself. What you do with your life, that's on you, man. I don't know what you're going off on your side, But I was in a place where I could do that. Although I jump into this nonsense where, the job market is a dumpster fire that's on fire, a burning dumpster, a dumpster fire, obviously on fire. No, it's a hot mess, a straight up hot mess. It's not the bestest of time to be looking for a new job, trying to figure out what you're going to do. But yet again, what's done is done. Choices have been made. There is no going back. I mean, technically there is, but I'm not going back. So, as always, when you bargain with yourself on how you're going to work things out, things were put into place, concessions were made, and that's one of those. You're never going back. Is one of the things that was the choices I made, and that one is a diehard one. That's a make or break. That's a no. Once you leave, you don't go back. It is what it is. For better or worse, there's no going back. I don't want to. I'm not going to. That's how that works. But yes, it's an awesome time to be out there. I wish everyone the best of luck. And, keep on keeping on. There's a job out there for you. I don't know what it is. Sometimes you'll have to just take what you can get now and then hope to try to get something better. Maybe get more experience under your belt so that way you can use that to leverage to push yourself up higher. I don't know. Do what you got to do. Bills got to get paid, kids. Got to get paid. Unless you win the lottery. I don't play it, so I feel like I'm never going to win it. But it's interesting, the world in which we live in now. Gosh. I still feel like this piece should exist. Is it this one? Oh, hey. It actually is that one? Shit. When you put the piece in, you're like, yeah, that's not actually going to go there, but we're going to try it anyways. And it actually goes in. You're like, nah, no way. No way. That's not a real thing. We're not actually doing that. Now I got to figure out how this piece goes in here. You know what? Maybe it's one of the, I don't know. I don't know if it's two separate pieces together or it's one. You know what? This is the story of this whole entire puzzle. Is you kind of just look at it and you're like, I don't know, is that two pieces or one piece? Two pieces or one piece? It can't be over here because that's not part of the group. I wanted it to be one of these. It's not one of these. At least I don't. Oh, how about this one? Huzzah! It's two pieces. I'm like, where we're at? Oh, no, that's not. I mean, I still fit it in though. So it's okay because even though it's two pieces, I got the two pieces in. So ha. Which, man, this is the guy's hair right here. So at some point, I don't know. Like this whole thing, the joy of this puzzle is you kind of just look at it, you're like, I don't know. I guess maybe it's blown up so much, it's made so big that it's kind of distorted everything to the point where you can't really tell. Like I know it comes with a poster, but the poster ain't gonna do a darn thing for me. Like I just can't tell what's going on. I don't know where things connect and things like that. I still want these pieces down here. Can we not just do these pieces down here? Can we not just do those? Like they must be here. They must exist. If I can get rid of the black ones, maybe that'll whittle me down to a more sensible number of pieces on the board. I say that. I know that's not true. You know when you lie to yourself and you say things, you're like, I don't know why you're talking to this. It's only you and me here. You and I both know. And by you and I mean you are here by yourself. You are literally lying to yourself. You know you're lying to yourself. You're trying to will it into being. Like this is a catastrophe all the way around because you don't believe it to be true. Saying it out loud doesn't actually just make it exist. I wish I had that ability to be that positive. I do not. I am too much of a realist. Like, I mean, crap. I do the fake it till you make it all the time, but that still doesn't mean I believe it to be true, but anybody tested it for. But that's more of a just winging it. Just walk through the fire. The quickest way through is straight ahead. I just say it. Like, just go. Go through. You'll get to the other side faster, and you'll be able to move on. Look at that. It's exciting stuff. You'll be on the other side faster, moving on to other things. I hate it when I have to look for a piece where I only have one side of it. Like, this is just a random ass piece. I have any hope of finding this thing? I don't know, but I have to check every single piece to see if it's on there somewhere. Crap. The problem with this one, the part I'm doing right now, is the sailor's legs. And they're spread. Well, no, it's not the sailor's legs. It's somebody. It's actually. Oh my gosh! Looking at the picture, it's two guys behind the sailor and the nurse in the background, and they're standing talking to each other. So it's their legs underneath him, not his. Not that his legs are better. Well, it might be one of his legs. I don't know, or his torso. I don't know. We'll find out 17 years when this puzzle's done. That's what we're going to find out. Or when I conk out. When will I conk out? I mean, I just thought, like, hey, you should have some Mountain Dew that'll keep you awake. I'm like, absolutely not. It is too late at night. I can't have, always been this way, but I can't have Mountain Dew super late at night because it'll make me, I'll be able to fall asleep, but the problem is I'll wake up super easily. Like, I'll be super anxious. That to the point where even though I can technically fall asleep, any noise that wakes me up puts me into instant, like, it scares me awake. So I will scare awake. So you'll instantly go from sleep to wakeness, like full on 100% awake. That's not good, kids. I feel like that's not correct. That's a little bit wobbly. I wanted it to go in. That's not sturdy. And neither was that one. Is that the same one you tried before? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I mean, you can put it in the comments. Is that the same one I tried before? Can you tell? No. But yeah, so I can't have it too late at night because then if I sleep, well, when I sleep, anytime anybody makes noise, which because it's the summertime, I still sleep with my window open, fresh air and shit. And so anytime somebody slams the door shut or whatever, I will jump up. Like, not literally jump up, but I will be wide awake. Be like, nah, your heart will be pumping like nobody's business. You're like, well, this isn't good. Your restful sleep is unflippant likely. Like, you are not going to get anything out of this. You are so doomed. Doomed. And there's somebody outside. I can even hear him from this one. That's ridiculous. Okay. Well, good news. I was able to put the piece back in the place where I found it from. That's a feat in of itself. Not that I've accidentally done that numerous times already today, where I took a piece out to try to figure out where what went with it, and I couldn't remember where I took it from. I have a couple of those, some of which I don't think I ever got back in place. It's a skill, okay? It's not a great skill, mind you, but it's a skill nonetheless. I will take credit for it. Take credit where credit is due. Man. Something everybody needs to be able to do. Take credit for everything. Good, bad, and ugly. Accept it. Admit to it. Move on. Easier said than done. Okay. Well, that is assuming they realized that what they did was wrong. But that's a whole other thing. Which, it's always interesting. Every once in a while you'll realize things that you didn't really understand at all. Like, it comes with, accepting that everybody doesn't see the world the same way you do, which is fine in general, but it's not so much. it's that their mind works differently than yours. Like it's a completely different way of seeing everything. It's such a weird thing. Like I did, unfortunately, with the world that we currently live in, with the way people are being taught, they're being told that the only way you can put yourself in another person's shoes is if they look like you, or their orientation is the same as yours. And it's such a terrible way to look at the world, because when I'm watching a show, or when I'm interacting with people, or when I'm making friends, which is a terrible thing to say because I don't generally do it, but when I'm interacting with people, associating with people, I don't care about any of those things. None of those things should matter. And it also shouldn't hold you back from identifying with or understanding another person's point of view. That's not necessary. I don't need to come from the same background as them. I don't need to have had the same exact experience as them to identify with or understand them. That's not necessary. That's not the way I was raised. And that's not the way anybody should be raised, because that's assuming that because you don't have that one feature the same as theirs, that you can never understand them and they can never understand you. Technically, that means that your life will never be exactly like theirs. You might not have the exact same experience, or an experience remotely like that, but that doesn't mean that you can't identify something that, some experience you had, or some way of looking at that, where you can put yourself in their shoes, even though you can't literally do that. Identify with and understand a struggle a man might have, even though I'm a woman and I will never have that struggle. Like I will never be in that scenario. I literally have something it's impossible for me to be that. It's impossible for me to change the color of my skin. So I will never know that exact experience, but there has to be some sort of point of reference to go off of, to get some understanding and empathize with that other person, and vice versa. So when I'm watching a TV show or a movie, I don't care the color of your skin or your sexual orientation. That doesn't really matter. Like, is there a scenario where technically it does in certain movies? Sure. But in a lot of times nowadays, they put that on everything. Like, it has to be this or else you couldn't possibly like it. Not really. No. It's trying to push this narrative that heterosexual and um, all these different sexual orientations or whatever are inherently different, and that's a terrible way of looking at things. Are there differences? Sure. But to say I can never understand how another person feels just because I don't have that one thing, that's a disservice to everyone. That's a form of segregation, racism, sexism, whichever ism that one specifically is a part of, it's also that too. Like, it's not, you're breeding that in, you're putting that on something that shouldn't have that at all. It doesn't make sense, honestly. It also shouldn't happen. When I watch a movie and identify with a character, it's because they have a character trait that I have, whether I like it or not, or they're in a scenario that I can identify with and understand with. Like the universally acknowledged scenario of like a teenage drama, whatever, where you're having that awkward moment. We all have been there. Is it exactly the same for everyone all the time? No. It's exactly the same for no one. Your scenario is yours alone. My scenario is mine alone. No one has the exact same experience as you do. No one. Doesn't matter who you are, how you grew up, nothing. It doesn't. Everyone is 100% unique. But, well, not 100%, it's probably not the correct word. Whatever. Everybody is unique, but also fairly similar at the same time. It's both. So every person has overlap with the next person, no matter where you're from. You have overlap with the next person next to you, whether you like them or not. And you can choose to use that in your favor. to understand where they're coming from, or you can try to ignore it and act like you're completely different. One of these scenarios is much more toxic than the other. Don't sabotage yourself. It's okay. And I especially see it, man, with sexual orientation nowadays. Like you try to lump everybody into one group. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I mean, they're all a part of the group, sure, but they're not. They feel like these labels, they make them mean more than they really do. Like, it's not nearly as important as they make it out to be. Like, if they make it their whole entire personality or whatever, like, it's not, it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. That's one small aspect about you. That's not your whole entire personality and existence. To have that one thing be everything, that's a lot. That's too much. That's too much. And I've never once, when making friends, cared about or asked about any of those things. You know, I'm very much, if you want to talk about your personal life, you can talk about it, okay. The same. You know? But I'm not going to bring it up and I'm not going to ask about it because that's not really what it matters. Like, we may talk about life and that's where your personal shit comes out in, but I don't care. In the general, you know, unless it comes up in conversation. I had a friend, was a coworker, not anymore because we don't work the same place, but at the time we were talking about something. We'd known each other for at least 6 months, and it came up eventually that she was a lesbian, and didn't know. She's like, "How did you not know?" I'm like, "Why would I? Why would it matter who you date or whatever? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything about you. It doesn't change the way I look at you. It doesn't change anything. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, I don't. The only reason it would ever matter is if one of us wanted to be with the other one, and that wasn't a thing, so it didn't matter. Like, that, that's the only reason it should ever really matter. That's a personal thing, number one. Number two, okay, whatever. That doesn't change you as a human being. That one word doesn't magically change your character in such a way that I can no longer be friends with you. Like, that's not a thing. At least in my eyes. Like, it never occurred to me in any way, shape, or form. But, well, that, and I didn't realize I was collecting them, the whole set. So I had heard one of my other friends was talking about, hey, they have all these things that, the standard things. Sometimes people will say, I have a black friend or whatever. And I made the joke, I didn't realize I was supposed to be collecting a set, like getting one of each, so I could say, yeah, hey, I have a friend that's this, I have a friend that's that. I'm like, I didn't realize I was supposed to be collecting a set. I didn't realize this was a thing. I failed in life as a joke. And then later on that day, I was thinking about it. I was like, oh crap, I have an actual set, not intentionally, but I do actually unintentionally make one because I have a lesbian friend, an Indian friend, Asian one, a black one. Crap. Crappity crap. But in my defense, I wasn't looking for that shit. That's just how that plays. What? I didn't put that much thought into it. That was just a random coincidence of events. Like, I literally just have one of each, and that's basically it. There's all my friends together in a group. We're like, how does this happen? Why is this a thing? I'm like, whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, no. Which part of the set am I currently missing? I don't know. I assume there's something I'm missing. But, that's not why they're friends. That's not why I'm friends with them. That's just a coincidence. That's something, that's a trait they carry, but it's not one that mattered friendship-wise. I didn't care for that. It didn't matter at all what orientation they have what their skin color is. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make you better or worse or make you a better friend. I mean, technically, it's an integral part of you, but it's built into your very core. Like, I don't. It's a bad way to describe it. It's just, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, it never went into the process of me making friends with you. It never once occurred to me, oh, I can't be friends with you, or I can just because of that one thing. Like, it just doesn't matter. It's one of those things. Clearly, I've been friends with a lot of them for years. It never occurred to me until that moment. I was like, crap, I failed someone. It's funny in a weird kind of, it's just weird. It's just weird. Like, how did you pull that off without actually trying to pull that off? I don't know. Tis what it is, kids. Does this go on that piece and I took it off? Never mind. Don't think about it. It's too late. Too late. But it is still fairly amusing to me that I've somehow collected a set unintentionally. I mean, I guess maybe they're redeemable for something exciting. But also, since I'm not a huge virtue signaler because I find it abhorrent, I find it just disgusting. And it's basically patting yourself on the back. Honestly, if you're a visual person, for me, anytime somebody's virtue signaling, I just assume they're jerking themselves off. That's what virtue signaling is. You're basically jerking yourself off. Good for you. I'm so proud of you. I mean, could you finish faster so we can move on to other things? Because that'd be great. I'm going to need you to just finish faster. I mean, it's already awkward. Nobody wants to be here. Nobody wants to watch this. I'm going to need you to do it faster so we can move on to other things. Because that's the only thing it is. It doesn't put you in a good light. It puts you in a negative one. It's a straight up negative. If somebody sees that and thinks it's positive, then that's a whole other problem that we don't want to address. We don't want to do that either. That's also bad. That's also bad. But the fact that people do that and think that maybe that makes you good, no. That, and I always enjoy it when they're speaking for other people. The white saviors, those are good ones. Just shut up and go sit in the corner. You're not helping the situation in any way. They honestly don't want your help. Or, they don't want to see you either way. Honestly, whatever. That's a whole nother problem. Man. Will we ever finish this puzzle? No, we will not. Well, kids, crap. As always, stuck in this nightmare, never to escape. Well, that joy of joys. Like, I have outside pieces, but I have no idea where they go. Like, where does this? Oh, hey, this is the one side. That's exciting. 1 second. This is this side. I say that because there's a woman's face right there. So I actually know which way it goes. That's exciting. Where's everything else go? Okay, I don't know. Oh, it's this piece, this one? It does beg the question, where is... So why is this... Where's this woman's face at? There's no woman's face there facing that. Oh, there she is. So she's next to the lady. She's just not... They cut it off at the big piece. It's on the small one. She's over here. She's right there. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Who does this? Why is this a thing? Why are we here? What is wrong with you people? Really? Crap. Although I need to see if I can find outside pieces to go on this one. How do we not have the outside piece? Like, how is it a thing? Like, why are we not? Oh, is it this one? Okay. So there's that one. Ain't that exciting? And then I feel like I do have the bottom already. Which I wonder if I have the bottom, can I go up the side then? Sometimes when I say stuff, I was like, man, does that sound wrong? I feel like it sounds wrong. Whatever, I'm going up the bottom. No, don't overthink it. It's fine. It's fine. Oh gosh, the thing I started the other day, I was watching season 2 of Lost in Space because I've seen season 1 a couple times. I didn't want to watch it again. I I haven't seen as much. I've seen season 2 and 3. I think I've only seen them once, maybe twice. Well, no, that's not true. I've seen season 2 more than once. I've only seen season 3 once. So I was like, hey, since you wanted to watch them, you already know what happens in season um, 2. So let's go. I mean, season 1, you're good. Why don't we just start with season 2 and go for it and then see how far we get in that one? I think that'll be fun. Let's go through and watch that. So I've been watching season 2. That's always enjoyable. That is interesting to watch. If ever you've not seen it, I highly recommend Lost in Space. It is 3 seasons long, so it's like 30 episodes. You're done and out. They do a great job, you know, showing the family coming together, dealing with the issue, being lost in space. Yeah, that's the synopsis we're looking for. But they did a great job. It really suffered from COVID, and actually, the one thing that really killed it for the last season, I think the boy that played Will Robinson. Oh my gosh, can you speak at all? He hit his growth spurt, so he grew like a foot. And so then they had to put a time jump in the show because he was so much taller than he was before. Like, the only thing you can do is just time jump it. Like, there's the only cure-all for this for Sarah because he's just so darn big between season 2 and 3. And I think he was still growing when they were filming season 3. It's so amusing to see a little boy grow up. Like, it's just amusing to me. And it's also sad. It just makes me feel old. But, like, oh, the little boy. He's an adult now. Interesting. Also, oh, crap. But to see him do that and then, them adapt the show to make that work and all that, it works. It works great. I enjoyed it. I had a nice ending to the show. They did a good job. I think they did a good job with the resolving the plot and things like that. Because you always run into that, the sci-fi nature of it. You have these aliens and all these extra things. You have to try to figure out how you're going to finish this series well. I think originally it was supposed to be longer than it was. But due to COVID and the show, ending and all that jazz, like many things, you can't have everything. So you kind of just got to wrap it up the best you can and then just try to resolve it the best way you can and then move on from there. Like, there's nothing you could do about it. What's done is done. So 'tis what it is. But I think they still did a good job. Either way, like, I don't remember if that's true or not. But even if it was, I still think they did a great job with what they had in resolving the story, wrapping up the storylines, having a good ending and all that. So, it worked out well. I liked it. But it'd be interesting to go back to that one. It's very well. I'm sure it was, from the way the show looks, I'm sure it was expensive as hell. So them canceling it, I'm not surprised. Like, that's a shit ton of money. Like, I don't know how well you have to do to justify that existence, but by golly gee, it had to have been a tough one. Like, it just had to be, because it had to be expensive. But at least I could say I know where the money went. But yeah, I enjoy it. Then, it has the basic premise from an original show, obviously. But you can go and do whatever you want with that one. There's no rabid fan base that's going to destroy you if you mess something up. I say that. There probably is. Who knows? There's a rabid fan base for everything. Who am I to gatekeep what's a rabid fan base and what's not? But it's fine. that is the show that I've been rewatching lately. Because as always, could we find a new show to watch? No, there was nothing to watch, okay? There was nothing to watch. I gave up. I saw that as I was doom scrolling like nobody else, and I saw that and I was like, hey, you know what? It's been long enough. Let's see if it earns classic status. Because classic status is only earned if it's been long enough and you can watch the show multiple times and it still holds up. If you can do those two things, then maybe you too can earn classic status. But it takes some doing. It's not for everyone. Not everybody wins that wonderful trophy that I have. That and it's obviously classic status for me. You know, your classic and my classic are two totally different things. You can watch whatever you want to watch. Okay. But with that one, yes, I enjoyed it. It's a great story. Lots of interesting characters. It goes crazy. It went for it. But is it a masterpiece upon all masterpieces? No, not required. That's not actually in my list of things it has to be in order for it to be a classic, honestly. My bar is low, okay? I will be the first to admit my bar is quite low. At least for my bar is low for saying it's a good show. But saying it's classic, you have to have watched it at least 3 times, and it has to be the whole thing in its entirety at least 3 times. And it has to be old enough where it stood the test of time. So it can't be something new that you've only seen once. I'm like, this is a classic. Like, that's not how that works. I automatically reject it. If it's a movie that just came out, they're like, it's a classic. Like, you can't say that. It's not been out long enough for it to stand the test of time to become a classic yet. It's too new. You need some distance between it. Because sometimes it's just a cool thing for now, and then you automatically forget it exists. And then until somebody brings it up, and you're like, oh, yeah, I did actually enjoy that show. And then you just forget about it again 2 seconds later. Like, that's just a flash. No, that's not a classic. That's just a decent show, which is fine. Decent shows also good. We always look forward to those. They're also hard to find. But that's not a classic show. That's just a good show. It's few and far between that stand the test of time. That, if it's a comedy of any kind, if it has jokes, the jokes still have to be amusing later on. Like, if you can still laugh even though you know the punchline's coming, that's a good sign. If you don't, it's kind of sad. Like, is it a time issue? Like, it's just not funny anymore because it was a specific kind of joke for a specific kind of time? Or, like, where did we go wrong? Like, is it? Well, that's assuming something did go wrong. But because I like to rewatch stuff, I've seen lots of things numerous times. Yes. If it stands the test of time, then it gets the bump to the classic status. But yet again, obviously, classic for me. Your classics and my classics can and will be different, and that's perfectly okay. Which I like to point out, every time I say perfectly okay, I automatically do the line from it's Sean Connery's voice from The Rock, which is a classic. It's perfectly okay, you fucking idiot. Yes, I enjoy it immensely. It's classic. I don't. No. You can still get the same enjoyment out of it. Is it the best movie ever made? No, but it's a great movie. It's an entertaining movie. I am a popcorn movie kind of person, so that's what I want out of it. I want that kind of enjoyment. I want to hit those notes and then walk. That's all I ask for. It's a lot, I know. But some movies at the time you really enjoyed them; they were the best things ever. And then you come back a decade later and you watch it again, and you're like, yeah, that's actually so-so. Like, I don't want to own it. It was nice at the time. It hit the spot at the time. It's burned itself out, and it's not nearly as exciting as it once was. Although one could argue that's just because you watched it too many times. That could be true. That could be true. Because yet again, I like to rewatch it, so it's entirely possible that I watched the same movie so many times that I just can't. I've desensitized myself to it, and I don't find it amusing. But I like to point out there's some TV shows, like Due South. I've probably seen every single episode of that show at least 10 times. And I could watch it today and still find it amusing. Also, that's because that's a Touchstone show. That has a whole nother level. It's got the nostalgia factor like nobody's business. It's classic in that. Like, there's no. My nostalgia attachment to that show gives it extra points that most normal people wouldn't have for it because they didn't watch it in that way. It doesn't mean that to them. And I know that to be true. These two should go together or be fairly near each other. Oh. How is this a thing? Well, so is this one. Still a thing. Can we not do this every time? Like, it should all connect together, yeah? There's this one. Did any of them connect? Oh, look, I got two of them to connect. How exciting. That's just thrilling. Thrilling stuff right there. It's just amazing. The true question is, where the hell does that go? Where's the curved black piece? And where does it have that thought that fell in a spot? Oh, is that the back of her head? Well, no, because the back of her head doesn't have... Ah, for Pete's sakes. This puzzle's going to drive me batshit crazy. Am I going to finish this tonight? No. I mean, I hope so. No. What to do with you? What to do? Like, I was hoping I'd be able to go down this side or do the lighter colors. So all of these should exist. I should have these here in the white section because they're white. Why don't I have them? I don't understand what happened. This one right here. Got it. See? I'm not wrong. I sometimes feel like I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. Although I say it's in the white section, it's gray. But I've been staring at it so long it's not white. I'm just saying. It is what it is. And now back to not being able to find anything. Huzzah. I just... We're all going to drive ourselves crazy. Okay. If I can just find one of the black pieces up top, that'd be great. Although it would also be great if I could hook that one piece into the other one. That would also be nice. I would enjoy that as well. If I could hook the hat into the hat. A hat into the head. Oh, for Pete's sakes. You know what I meant. Maybe. That was a catastrophe. That is destruction of the English language. It's not my proudest moment. Yeah. I'm just gonna kill somebody. Okay. Also, should I not have this one then too? This one. And again, the white tip should be fairly easy to find. And yet here I am, destroying myself with a fucking piece. You know what? Why I edit myself, I don't know. It's how you know you watch too much streaming, is that you edit all your words out in normal conversation. Like, just in case you don't get dinged by censorship. I'm like, you're out and you're not, well, right now I'm streaming, but in normal days, you're not streaming. It's not the end of the world. You can say the real word, it's not going to hurt you. I mean, the world that we currently live in, I guess depending on who you run across, it might actually not be true. But for most people aren't snowflakes, you'll be fine. Most people grew up in the real world. It's perfectly acceptable. I mean, it's not a fun word to say, but it's a real world. Word that needs to be said. So don't want it to lose its meaning, its efficacy. Well, that, and especially because I always enjoy the censorship of words. Like, you do realize every single word in every single language is a trigger word to somebody. Also, trigger words usually are not actually the responsibility of the person saying it. That's not a me problem, that's a you problem. If you have a trigger word, you're going to need to figure out why that word triggers you, and then you're also going to need to diffuse that bomb. Because that bomb is yours, not mine. I can't diffuse your bomb for you. You need to diffuse that yourself. Because it's just, you lit that fuse on that bomb, and you were the one that needs to diffuse it. You need to figure that out. You need to come to terms with that. You need to figure that out. That's not work I can do for you. You have to do that yourself. And for you to think that I have to do something for you, like, that's not accomplishing anything. That you didn't do anything. It wasn't helpful in any way, shape, or form. Also, I would dare say it's actually detrimental to you to not deal with it yourself, to not diffuse that on your own. Then you're stuck with that word constantly being used against you by yourself, honestly. So I was watching a show, and a streaming show, on a streamer I don't really watch that much of anymore because he went far right. I think that's right. Whatever. Whichever way the wind blows. Honestly, I can't sometimes remember which way which. I honestly don't care. Any extreme on either side is equally annoying. I don't like either one. I don't like either of you. I'm just saying. He went a little bit crazy. But at the time, when he said the word, it triggered me. I got really mad about it. So step one in the diffusing of trigger, stop watching whatever you're watching. If it's triggering you, if it's making you go off, you need to stop. You need to calm down. And then you need to go back afterwards. Well, you don't have to go back and watch it, but you need to go back and you need to debrief yourself and start asking yourself the hard questions. So, like, hey, why is this word triggering you? What power did you give it? Why did you give it that power? You go through the motions. Like, okay, why did this word trigger you? I don't like the way you use that word because it loses its power when it's used in a way that's not correct. And then, like, okay, was this person deliberately trying to cause you harm or trigger you? The answer is usually actually no. There is some scenarios where that's true, but Usually it's actually no. If you're truly honest with yourself, usually it's no. Honestly, they don't know you. Why the fuck would they be triggering a random stranger? That's just moronic. I mean, I guess to get more views. But in which case, you have to ask yourself, if the answer is yes, are they worth your time? No. The answer is always no. Is this person worth your time? Absolutely not. Don't waste your time on that person. Moving on to step 2. If the answer is no, because usually the answer is no, then that also means, did they have malicious intent? Also no. Like they weren't trying to hurt you. So now you got to figure out, okay, why does this word trigger you? Where does the problem lie? Diffuse that bomb. Figure out how you're going to deal with it, because it's up to you. Yet again, no one can fix your trigger word but you. That's a you problem. You need to figure that shit out. Put on your big girl panties and get it the fuck done. So figure out what went wrong. What's triggering you. Why is this an issue? Diffuse it and move on. Like, come to terms with that. Because now, when I hear that word, I'm no longer triggered by it. Because I went through the steps of figuring out what it was that was causing me problems, why it was causing me problems, and how I was going to deal with it coming forward. And coming to accept the most key fact that most people are not trying to trigger you with that random word. That's not his intent. He was using the word the way he wishes to use it, the way he believes it is. Now, technically, is there a scenario where you might want to tell them, hey, that's not really how that word is defined? Sure. But yet again, no. I'm anti-confrontational, number 1. Number 2, the odds of me telling that person how I think the word should be defined is going to change anything or be even remotely productive? No, it's just not. The answer is just no. In the world we live in, no, skip it. Skip it. Because yet again, it's not a you problem. Now, technically, there could be a time and place where you'd want to have that conversation with that person. But number 1 rule, you need to ask yourself. Well, no, that's not true. The number 1 rule you need to remember is all you can do is give them your opinion, and that is it. Once you've given your opinion, that's the end. They're not required to take your feelings into consideration. They're not required to change anything. All you're allowed to do is give your opinion, and you are done. What they do with your opinion after they're done, whether they listen to it, care about it, do anything differently after that, that's up to them. That's their choice. You can't do anything about that. It's like I had a coworker that was very much a micromanager. She was micromanaging everything. It drove me nuts. But I'm always very hands-off. But I kept trying to explain to her over and over again. I'm like, hey, okay, I'm going to need you to look at this and then ask you this question. If you tell them this, if you micromanage and tell them how to do it, are they going to actually do it? Is it actually productive? Will you be happy when this is done and then they still don't do it the way you wanted to do it? Or are you still going to be in the spot you were when you started and you just wasted your time and made everything even more awkward than it needs to be? Like, is it actually going to be productive for you to talk about this? The answer, honestly, is no. It really isn't. Like, I guess in certain scenarios you have to, because, depending on the position you're in. But I was always I'm going to tell you once the way I want you to do it, or I'm going to tell you once how I think the best way to do it is. And then I'm going to let you do it the way you want it to, as long as they're allowed to do it the way they want to, as long as the end product, you have certain steps you have to take. I worked retail in online fulfillment. So when it came to the thing I trained most on in German bloggers is packing. And I actually made a sheet of paper. I'm like, okay, here's the steps that you have to do when you're packing an item to ship it to the customer. These are the steps you have to take. How you get to step 1, 2, and 3, and 4, how you get from step 1 to step 2, I don't care. As long as you make it to step 2, and then you make it from step 2 to step 3, I just need you to get it done. That's all I can hope for. And then I will try not to watch you, because it's going to drive me nuts. But that's what we're doing, because the job's got to get done. I can't do it all. I'm going to need you guys to do some work. I don't want to watch you do it. You're going to drive me crazy. But this is what we're doing. Because in the end, you do it your way, I do it mine. You know, what the way you do it might be the fastest way you can do it in. I don't know. I can just give my recommendation and then walk away. Walk away. Like, that's all you can do. You gave your 2 cents. Unless they're doing something catastrophically wrong, unless they're skipping a step that's on the sheet, we're done here. That's all you can do. You know, you can't change, you can only change a person's mind if they want to change. If they don't want to change, they ain't changing shit. So you kind of just gotta let them be, for better or worse. Like, you can give your opinion, but that's basically it. But you still have to weigh the pros and cons of giving the opinion. Because sometimes the cons for giving the opinion is far worse than the gains of giving it. Like, you just skip it. Just bite your tongue and skip it. Bite your tongue and skip it. What comes after that, like, it's not worth it. Annoying as it may be, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this crap. I have enough trouble with you guys. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't want to babysit the kids any more than I have to. I'm out. Although I usually actually call them herding cats. But you know why cats? I don't know. I just could hear the cats when they're, screaming. They're meowing like a mofo, and like, just shut up and go away. I do like cats, but the sound they make, you're like, oh gosh, there's a whole gaggle of them. This is a disaster. This place is going to be destroyed. But no, but yeah, the amount of times people push something they have to do themselves on someone else, I'm like, no one else can do that but you dumbass. That's not something I can accomplish for you. That's not how this works. I can't. It's literally not possible. That's a you job. You have to do that yourself. Unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's how that works. The reason why I am the way I am is because of the choices I made, because of the things I didn't do. For better or worse, no one to blame but me. And there's also no one else that can fix it but me. I made my bed. And now I either need to lie in it or make a fucking new one. You can remake the bed if you want to. I mean, to a certain extent, obviously, there's limitations in how you make your bed. Limitations for other things. But still, you can remake it. Fucking remake the bed, damn it. Also, I can't remake it for you, and you can't remake it for me. To a certain extent. But, no. Stupid trigger words. But yeah, you need to defuse that bomb. You need to figure out. You need to introspect. You need to figure that shit out. That's a you problem. The fact that they can think they can push that on other people, that's not how that works, dumbass. It's not how that works. That's not going to fix anything. Oh my gosh, we've accomplished nothing. Where have we been? Yeah, no. It's not how that works. That's not how it's going to get fixed. We're all stuck here forever. Oh my gosh. You can do it. It'll be fine. The black is here and here. This one goes up there, but I don't know where it connects to the there. But yeah, I took the work. It didn't take that long to diffuse it, but you need to stop, get yourself in the right mindset, and then figure that shit out. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. This is an actual thing. I don't know why. Also, if you can't check yourself, you're going to need to find somebody who can check you for you. You need somebody to tell you you're being a fucking idiot. Fix that shit yourself. If you can't tell yourself you're being an idiot, because I hate to be the bearer of bad news, we all be idiots from time to time. And you're in delusional belief that's never you, that means it's always you. That's like if you don't know who the crazy person in your family is, that means it's you. That's not the correct phrase. Close enough. That still applies for everything else too. If every scenario you go into, Your relationship is always a dumpster fire. It's a shit show every single time. You're like every single person you meet is bad. Like number one, you either A are choosing the wrong people every single time, which is your own fucking fault. You're either attracting something you shouldn't be, or you're doing something you shouldn't be, and you're putting yourself in these scenarios. And I'm gonna need you. The only way you'll stop attracting dumpster fires, if you stop doing so. Like if you stop looking for them. I mean, like at some point, you're gonna be like, okay, how do I always end up in the same exact scenario every time? Perhaps maybe it's me. Like, have I been doing something wrong at this point? Is this why we're here? Like, is this it? Because that might be the case, kids. I think that's not correct in some way. Whatever. That's a problem for a later date. We'll finagle that out later. Like at some point, you're gonna be like, okay, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Because it probably is, honestly. It is probably you. That's a sucky thing to say, but shit, man. Sometimes take credit where credit's due. Like that's all your dumpster fire ass. Like, what the shit, man? I ain't fixing shit. I gotta fix my own shit. I don't have time to fix yours. What the shit, man? No. I realize it sucks balls to take credit for your dumpster fire, but you need to do it. It's the only way the world will be a better place. The only way you'll be happy with your life is if you accept yourself and accept what you've done. Fix it if you can. Atone if you can. It's the only way forward is through. Man, I don't know if this is a problem with kids nowadays not being forced to walk through the fire. Figuratively, not literally. I mean, maybe literally, but figuratively. Like, not forced to, face the consequences of their actions, learn from their mistakes, to sit in the awkward situation, force your kids to sit in the awkward situation. Is it fun? No. But if they sit through the awkward situation, they'll know that they can. And that's very important. You need to know that you possess the ability to do so. And not only do you possess the ability to do so, but that you can survive that situation. Like you can make it through that shit show. You can make it through to the other side. It's important. It's vital. It's a life lesson because you can take that to other things. But if you always shield them, if you never force them to go through that awkward situation, how will they possibly learn from it? Perfect example in the craziness that is my life. I am afraid of heights. But alas, I grew up in a home where no was not the answer you were looking for. Your answer is this. If you were given a chore, if you were given a task, you had two options. You could say no, get your ass whooped, and you can do it, or you can just do it to start with. The correct answer is just to do it to start with, because why get your ass whooped and then do it if you could just do it without getting your ass whooped? It's better. It's better. But it also showed all those things that I didn't want to do. God, what am I looking for? I'm looking for that one. It's not that I couldn't do them, it's that I didn't want to. There's a difference between want and can't. And if you know the difference between those two things, also I developed a just fucking get through it scenario of life. So just walk straight through the fire to the other side because, the straight line is the quickest way through that shit. Like you just do it. Like I don't want to do it. I don't want to be here. I want this to be done. Let's just get this done. Let's move on. Let's just finish this dumpster fire so we can move on to other things. For better or worse. Is that a great way to grow up? Probably not. I'm going to say no. But it's a great life lesson. Like you can do it in a gentler way than that was and still get the same result. Sometimes they're going to make mistakes. Sometimes they have to learn from them. But you also want them to learn from their mistakes when their mistakes are minor, when they are small, not when they are large. You can't just keep letting them get away with it until they hit the wall and they do something ridiculous, and then you're stuck. they're stuck in a horrible scenario where they have to get themselves out of a terrible situation that's, has lifelong consequences. Like, you can't wait until it's too late and they're like, oh shit. Like, you need to teach that shit early on. For better or worse, it's fine. Like, we all make mistakes. It's what you do after you make them that matters. Man, that quote is just so, but it counts. It's what you do after. Did you do anything at all? Do what I say, not what I do is also a good one. Don't follow in my footsteps. That's a terrible idea. I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. But you gotta, man, does this piece go in? No. Sassafras and Drignet, why are we stuck on this thing? I don't know. I'm so happy that I grew up in the older generation where this shit was not a thing that would happen. The internet was new, it was fancy, it was harder to use. There wasn't as much access to it. Like, it existed. You had it. It just couldn't do the things it can do now. I don't have the temptation that is, having ChatGPT at your fingertips to write all your papers and do everything for you. Like, how do you resist that? How do you force yourself to learn that without using that? Especially because other people are using it and excelling with it, but they're not learning anything also. Like, how do you navigate that? I don't know, man. Also, thankfully, I don't have to. Because that shit didn't exist, man. I still used microfiche back in the day. I'm old. What time is it? 11:10. Well, kids, I feel like when we get to midnight, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin and go to sleep. Shit. I don't know how I'm going to finish this damn thing. I got to work tomorrow. This is my work table. Can we just... I guess I should have started this puzzle yesterday. I don't like it when the puzzle is 2 streams. Nobody watches it anyways. It's fine. Nobody watches this shit. But I still do it. I still talk to myself. Somebody out there will watch this. If you got to this point and you watched it, make sure to give a thumbs up to the video. That's how I'll know that I have an extra thumbs up. So somebody actually got to this point. As I keep going around in circles. Happiness, sadness, joy, acceptance, moving on. Man, it's a tough one. What could have made this puzzle better? If we didn't have all the weird pieces, I dare say, if we didn't have the weird pieces and it all went together in a row, that would probably make it slightly better than it is. As far as speed goes, it doesn't really affect the picture, but man, the speed be slow. Also, you gotta stop on this one. This is driving me nuts. Because it has a little bit of white space left to it, so it should exist. Like, it should be a fairly distinctive piece. And it probably is. But for whatever reason, I can't finagle it. Like, I don't know what I'm missing or what's wrong with it. I don't know. Like everyone else, I get stuck on that one thing and you just keep rolling it around. Like, this must exist. This must be here. Why can't I find it? I don't understand. The spiral of doom. Well, that, and as always, technically, if it was together with a different piece, as I check all the other ones to make sure it's not, if it was together with another piece, I might not be able to find it because that is my Achilles heel. One of many. I have more than one Achilles heel. Freaking great. But I keep trying to find it because I'm like, hey, there should be, not only that, this should be solid black piece. I say that. This should be a solid black piece. Maybe if I get my work done early tomorrow, I can finish this. Stream for a couple hours, finish this. This is a whole nother problem that I have. Is when I'm going to finish it. I could say, hey, if I start work early tomorrow, I can gung-ho through it, and then I'll have time to do the stream after. But I'd be lying to myself and to you. Let's be slightly more realistic. No, that's not how that works. I roll up out of bed, tired, not rested. And so whatever, my throat's all scratchy, so I may not be able to speak tomorrow. You know what? Great. Why is it scratchy? I don't know. It's not like it's super cold or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'll fall asleep at this point. It's gonna be late. How good are we doing our 7 hours and 16 minutes in this damn puzzle? Shit. I'm like, man, I just. Every time I look at them, I'm like, man, you just haven't been doing well. You need to choose a puzzle. I don't know why they're burdening me so hard. Every time I stream a puzzle, it's always a catastrophe. Like, I just never. I mentioned partially the one consequence of my job. I don't know if that's the correct way to put it, but the one thing, the result of my job, because I was constantly, you only have so many hours a day to get your job done. You're trying to get as much done as possible. I put a timer in my head. It's not a real timer. It's just one in your head that's automatically always counting down for every job. So always with my job, you would be looking at it because you have a finite amount of time. At some point, the gains versus how much time you spent versus the gains you're getting out of it, the scale will flip. So you're wasting time because what you're going to get out of the time you're spending on it versus what you're putting in is not productive for the amount of time you have. Like you flipped it. So the second it flips and you're not being productive enough, you automatically got to toss it and move on to the next one because you just don't have the time. Like if you have time later on to come back and spend more time on whatever the hell you're wasting your time on at that point on, sure, fine. But if you don't, like you did the best you could at this point, what you're getting out of it is not worth what you're putting in. Like you're not getting out of it. It's like blood from stone. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't get anything out of it. It's destroying me. I don't know what you want me to say. So after that, you just flip to the other one. But at this point, because I did it for so long for my job, I do it for everything. So everything has a timer that'll magically just ding at some point. You're like, yeah, you've spent too long. You are officially wasting your own time. Now, obviously, that'd be great if I had that timer for when I was doing things that really weren't productive, but no, it's generally more in a work setting. But for this one, for whatever reason, because I have, I have the webcam on and I'm streaming, I have that timer in my head. And I feel like the timer's not helping me as far as getting the puzzle done in a timely manner. And like it's constantly running. Well, that is super helpful because I have the actual time right there. I can look at it. Like, good, because I actually needed a reminder of how long I've been doing this thing for. Forever. I've been doing it forever. It'll always be enjoyable. Once I stop, I will automatically crash. So literally when I get done with this, I will be going to bed. Straight up, like, nah. Well, at least I will be making the way there. Obviously you have to get ready, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Before you actually go to bed. And then I'll probably sit in bed and watch something and then probably conk out fairly quickly after that. Where did this piece come from? Okay, good times. Good talk. Like, you've already forgotten where you got it from. Let's not do this today, kids. Not today. Yeah. The one drawback of watching your stuff on your laptop is you can just carry it everywhere. So they're both charged up because, well, not both. The one I'll actually be watching on is charged up because it's plugged in right now. So I will just be able to pick it up and carry it with me and then set it places and like have it play while I'm getting ready for bed and all that. So the one drawback of the laptop is that you do have the ability to carry it everywhere, watch anything, in your bed, wherever you want to, you know, take it wherever you want and watch whatever you want anywhere within reason. Obviously, you have to be within your internet connection. That's basically your restriction on that one. So, yeah. Although, what will I watch? You know what? I can't watch my Thai show. It's too late at night. No, I'll watch the Korean one. So, I'll watch Our Golden Day and then I will go to bed. Because that's what we doing. Sleep it is. It's going to be awesome sauce. Will it be a good episode? No, it looks pretty stupid. But I'm sure the preview for next week is going to look awesome. It always do. They always like to put the hook into you. I mean, well, it's entirely the writer's fault. Well, you know what? No. I'm going to read. The actress, the lead actress, she generally plays the same role all the time. She's got that innocent look to her. I put it in innocent look to her. So, oh, I'm just an innocent little girl, which I don't know how old she's supposed to be in this one. But she's so annoying. Like, I can understand having a crush for a long time. But at some point, if you're spending that much time with the person, I feel like they have to know that you have a crush on them, which he did. As we bitch about the show, I bitched about, 6 fucking hours ago. So, he did. He said he did. He said he knew that she had a crush on him the entire time, and he just didn't want to be with her. Where did this piece come from, for fuck's sake? He didn't want to be with her. That's why he never initiated anything, which is fine. Where did this piece come from? Anybody know where the piece came from? Shit. That's fine. But she just doesn't take no for an answer. It drives me nuts. Where did this fucking piece come from? Unless it was this one. Here. Yes, I rewound the video so I could figure out where the piece went. That is correct, kids. This is where we've come to. Man. That's a moment of pride right there. Pride. Like, just rewind it. I give up. Although the problem with that is that, I have the other computer on, so I know that I'm actually on stream. I can check to make sure, because sometimes YouTube may not tell me that my connection is slow or whatever. And so I will be talking and nobody will be watching because it's not on. Like, it's not. I really will be talking to no one. If it's not recording anything, like, what is the point of talking if nobody's listening? But yeah, yeah, her character is just annoying. Like, I get it. I understand. It's a bust. It has to be super awkward. Like, I can understand, it being awkward interacting with that person after confessing your feelings and them rejecting you. Like, I got that. But also, you've been around this person for 10 years. They had to have known. And he said he didn't know. So why are we here? Like, you demand things from him. And my question is, why do you think you deserve them? Why do you think you can demand those things of him? Why do you think he's obligated to give you certain things? Why? He's really not. Like, you put him on this pedestal and you're like, how dare you not take me seriously, whatever. Like, you've seen the people he's dated. You've seen him constantly date people this entire time. And he never once thought to date you. He never once asked you out. He never once initiated that. I keep thinking of He's Just Not That Into You, the movie. Where he's like, hey, if the guy wants to be with you, he'll be with you. Like, he'll make it happen. If he doesn't make it happen, it's because he doesn't want to. And that's entirely true. Although I imagine the reason why he didn't get with her is because he knew it would be serious and he didn't want it to be serious. Like, he didn't want to be in a serious relationship, which is why he didn't date her, which is a legit reason why. Like, he knows she's not doing casual and then he's not doing serious, then you two can't get together because neither of you can go together. That's fine. That's 100% legit. That makes perfect sense. That's fine. But, he can't tell her that because then she'll automatically do the bullshit. You got to be honest with yourself if you can do the casual thing or not. If you can't, then you need to say so and be that way. Like, that is what it is. He knows she can't do that. He knows she'll get attached. He already has problem with the people he's dated before this. He's told them clearly from the beginning, this is what we're going to get out of this. I'm not doing anything serious. We're not going to get together. We're not going to get married. I don't want a serious relationship. I don't celebrate anniversaries. Like, he's laid it out. He's told them, and yet they still, want more than that eventually. And he shuts them down. Like, this is how all of his relationships work. So he's always been open and honest. Like, this has not been, he hasn't been leading her on. He hasn't been doing anything to make her feel that way. She's just written an entire story in her head, which happens. That's fine. But she can't force her fantasy onto him. She can't punish him because she made a fantasy and he wasn't a fantasy. He was an actual real human being. This delusional belief that he owes you something because what? Because you're friends? If you're friends, you should treat him like he's a human being and not a fantasy. No, it's moronic. And unfortunately for me, I'm going to have to, no. Unfortunately, she's the lead character. She's going to end up with him, and she's going to keep doing stupid shit the entire time. Because she's in her 30s. She's a grown-ass adult. She's a successful professional woman acting like a teenager when it comes to relationships. Like, I'm going to need you to get your shit together. Because not only has he dated people the entire time you've known him, you've also dated people too. I don't know why we're here. I don't know why this is a thing. I'm going to need you to act like an adult. It's important. Your character's an adult. I'm going to need you to act like one. I don't know. I don't know if they think that's endearing or that's attractive. I don't know what they're thinking for this character. I don't know. I don't think it's a lost in translation thing because, no. This is why I have trouble with, I'm more judgmental on the female characters than the males. And I think it's just because the way that they're written drives me absolutely up the wall. Like, it doesn't really make sense. It comes off stupid. It just comes off stupid. And it just drives me nuts. The way they act, the things they do, the reason they do them. Like, it doesn't make logical sense. You need to make choices for the characters that they would actually do, that makes sense for their character. But because her character constantly changes on a whim, on a dime, depending on what they need her to do in that moment, it doesn't make sense. Like, I just don't. I need her to land on one side or the other. She keeps making stupid life choices. I mean, partially that's how the show works. Fine. Like, I already knew this was a problem to begin with. But I need the character to be consistent. I need you to make clear lines. This is what the character's like. Like, she can evolve. Fine. But I'm going to need you to draw clear lines and stick to them. One way or the other. I don't care which way you go. Choose. Which way is she going to be? And then stick to it. Stick it. Just because she keeps waffling back and forth on how she treats things. Like, one second she's all fine in the fact that he rejected her. Next second she's like, I demand that you tell me these things. Next second, she's all, back to being perfectly fine while being around him, like back and forth and around and down. Like, are you bipolar? Like, where are we going on this one? I'm going to need you to choose. Choose. Never mind the fact she's got, her character is a interior designer. The lady shows up out of the blue and is like, I want to pay you an absurd amount of money for no reason whatsoever. She's like, sure, that sounds like a great idea. Like, this is a trap. Like, it just screams trap or scam. I don't care which. This woman means to destroy you. I mean, you know ahead of time that she means to destroy her. I don't entirely understand why, but I know she means to destroy her. That's not the issue. But the problem is you have no self-preservation whatsoever. Like, how do you... Like, they showed her in the first episode. They had a lady that was trying to jerk her around in her job, cause her problems to get stuff for free and fuck up the work schedule, the renovation that she was doing. And she showed, hey, I know how this system works. This is what we're doing. This is what we're going to do if you want to go this route. So, she was able to get a one up on the lady. Like, she was able to defeat her in her scheme. Like, they're fine. So you're showing that she's world savvy enough to know when things are messed up. But you don't see this woman coming in and giving you an absurdly large amount of money and thinking, hey, did you question why first? To make sure that this isn't going to blow up in your face in some way? Because it's going to blow up in your face. Because it's a TV show and that's how we roll. But also, just in general in life, you've got to look. If it looks too good to true. If it looks too good to be true, it means it usually is. There's a reason that phrase exists. And when the characters don't have any self-preservation whatsoever, although I guess the true test on this one is if she does it twice. The worst. Because I'll give them the first one, your first lesson, the first time you get screwed over, that's your lesson. Hopefully that doesn't destroy you. But you can learn from that. It's the second time where you're like, okay, well, then there's no hope for you. Because you have no self-preservation whatsoever. Like the first time you got screwed over, fine. Annoying, but fine. But after that, if you let somebody screw you over again, well, then shit. Is that not your fault? For taking somebody you knew was going to, you'd already had this happen before, and then you just trust blindly again and do it again? I guess I really hate a character that's in a lot of shows. For a female character that I can't stand is the doormat. And, she just gets walked over constantly. And she'll just smile and let them do it. And she never, she'll let the same person screw her over numerous times. I'm like, because that's her character, whatever. I'm like, I'm going to need you to have some sort of self-preservation. And at some point, you have to stop allowing that person to destroy you. Because at some point, if you're not bothering to try to stop them, that's not their fault. It's yours. Because you couldn't be bothered. Why should anyone else care? If you can't be bothered to save yourself, then why is somebody else supposed to save you? For what purpose? That's a brutal honest truth. But I'm like, at some point, if you keep putting yourself in the same scenarios, if you still keep letting the same person over and over hurt you, if you never check them, well, then why is it not your fault? That doesn't mean what they did is okay. It doesn't mean what they did is right. But at some point, if you can't be bothered to defend yourself, then what the fuck are we doing here? That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. You need to fix yourself. Because I don't know what you want me to do about it. We're done with this. Now, is she a doormat? Close. Never mind the fact, so because it's a Korean romance, it's an Asian romance in general. So she'll have she has her guy she ends up with, and then the other guy that likes her. Usually you have at least one more guy that fawns all over because, she's perfection personified and everyone loves her. So she has the other guy that likes her too. So at some point, he's going to confess his feelings to her. And she's going to be like, I never noticed. I'm like, yeah, because you don't care about anyone but yourself. Like, you didn't notice at all you didn't think, hey, why is he always around? Always wants to be there for you, like always, showing up to give you rides and things, like out of the blue when he shouldn't be in the neighborhood. Like, he literally came to the neighborhood just to see you. Like, you didn't fucking notice? Seriously? Seriously? And then, of course, he's the rich, um, and powerful, has a great job, all that. So he's, usually what they look for. But because, no, she likes the other guy. She's going to choose the other guy. They're going to get together. I don't know who the J-Lo's going to end up with, honestly. Will he end up with anyone or else or at all, or is he just going to end up alone? That'd be kind of sad. I hope he finds someone else very soon. But I can't. Like, she's going to crush his heart and not think anything about it. She's not going to feel sad about it. She's not going to say, oh, hey, I just had this happen to me. Maybe I should learn from it. Nah, she's not going to take any of that shit from this. Not a goddamn thing. Because that's not how these characters work. They don't care about other people. What the hell? No. She's not going to put herself in his shoes. She's going to be like, I never saw you that way. I never even thought about you at all. Could I be wrong? Man, it could be worse. I just gotta find out. I do this to myself. It's not like I don't know what's coming. I would hope for something slightly better. I mean, the last family drama show, the one that was on before this one that they actually had extra episodes for, I tried to get through it, and the problem I had, usually with these shows, you choose your person that you like, that you look forward to them getting together. Like, they're the couple that you ship, the one that you look forward to, or the character that you root for the most. The character I rooted for most, unfortunately, his love interest was so fucking annoying that I couldn't do it. Like, I just couldn't. Like, I didn't want to watch him get together with her. Like, I just hoped that he didn't. I hoped that her parents stood between her and him getting together because he had a kid from a previous relationship. Like, I was hoping that was going to be the case, because I just couldn't stand the way she acted and the boundaries that she didn't care about, that she constantly went over. Like, she didn't listen to anyone. The rules didn't apply to her. It was super annoying. Like, there are certain things you shouldn't cross the line on, and she just routinely crossed them and didn't care. Because the rules don't apply to her. It's all good. She'll be fine. Which is ridiculous, but 'tis what it is. And he was going to end up with her. I'm like, you don't need to get together with this child, because he was a college professor and she was his, I don't know what they call it in college, his assistant. Like, I think she wasn't exclusively his assistant. I think she was the assistant for the section or whatever it may be. But it's just a murky relationship as it is. Like, it's not good, kids. It's not good at all. What time is that? Yeah, it's just a murky relationship, and I just was not keen. I didn't like her. Like, I tried twice to get through her, and I was like, I can't. The child, she liked him because I don't know what. So because she liked him, she listened in on his phone conversations without his knowledge. She did all his other stuff without his knowledge. When he said, no, you shouldn't do that, she did it anyways. Like, it's just, no. Just no. Like, I can understand once being, accidentally hearing a conversation, whatever, but it's none of your fucking business. Like, the fact that you think it's okay to make it your business, to be a part of that, when you don't know him. Like, you work with him, but that's not the same thing. Like, that's not Boundaries, kids, boundaries. But yet again, it's one of those relationships, like if she was the villain, it'd be creepy and weird. But because she's considered, she's a good guy, it's okay for her to do those creepy, weird, stalker shit. It's okay to her to go through his boundaries and not listen to him when he says no. It's okay for her to break those rules because she's on the good side, so it's okay for her to do those things. But if an evil person did it, if a bad character does it, then it's a terrible trait and it's scary. Like, you can't have that double standard. I mean, technically you can, but it's not a good one. It's a bad idea. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's another trope. Like, I don't like the it's okay for her to do it because she's a good guy, not a bad guy. Like, you're doing the same thing a bad guy would do. You're just saying it's okay because she's a good guy. Like, that's not true. That doesn't magically make it okay. But yeah, never mind, the show was 52 episodes. But, well, that and the female lead was annoying as hell, too. But, boy, I just was not amused. It's not a matter of, I don't think she deserves him. I don't think he deserves to be stuck with her. But it's just her character alone. It was just too abrasive. It's too annoying. Sometimes you can ignore it and get through it and suffer through. Like the one I talked about a while ago with the actor I really liked. That he had no chemistry with. Her character was stupid too. Her character was annoying too. But I was able to make it through that one. I was able to finish it at the very least. For better or worse, I made it to the end of that one. I was happy to see it done. I was annoyed by some of the stuff that I went to. But, I didn't like her character. Not only did she not have chemistry, her character did a lot of stupid shit just, for the story arc, whatever, that were just annoying as hell. But, boy, I just, I keep reminding myself over and over. I'm like, you're the one that chose to watch these things. You do it to yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself. You knew what you were getting into. It's fairly rare that you'll get one that's well-rounded and great from beginning to end. They usually always drag after, the first couple episodes, but like the middle is just a slog where you're just kind of like, oh my gosh, it's going to drag forever. Or it just gets really stupid for no reason. Like, I don't know. It gets annoying almost always. They'll make stupid decisions for dramatic reasons, whatever they may be, and then you'll have to go through the episodes to get them reconcile it. And usually when they do reconcile, when they address whatever stupid issues they've made, they don't do it in a remotely realistic way, so sorry. Stretch it out as I start to but yeah, yet I still watch them. So who am I to, I mean, that, and I've seen a few that are actually fairly decent. Although partially, yet again, I think it's probably, if you can binge it, it's going to turn out better than if you're watching it week to week. That's too, because then if you're binging it, you can rush through the tedious part to get back to the good stuff, versus this time you're just waiting and hoping that it will get through the good stuff. Because you can zoom. I obviously will fast forward through all the characters I don't care about, them doing stupid shit. I can just zoom through it and then get through the other side and get to the hopefully good stuff. Hopefully there's something in there I'm going to watch. I mean, if I ever finish this puzzle, you'll find out, because I'll talk about it, but I'll have definitely seen it at that point. But I don't know. How about these two go like this? That's probably true. Will we be able to connect these two before I go to bed tonight? Well, it's all about whether or not you can find the piece. But yet again, I'd like to point out, the piece is definitely here. Like all things. There we go. Oh, well, then this piece is definitely not normal. So it's one of those. What is the description of this piece? I don't have one. I'm not even going to try. It's the thingamajiggy that looks like the thingamajiggy that goes that way. It's not one of those. So one of these, maybe? No? How about this one? Sassafras and right now. It must exist. Because it has to be. It's not a normal piece. It doesn't have a connector on the end of it. But I was suffering through. What the shit? Where did that piece come from? Let's go there. What's wrong with you? Oh, kids. How productive is that? Like, I don't even know. I just driving me up the feckin' wall. All I do and all my time. That's the drawback of having the weird shaped pieces. I really just don't know how they fit onto the board. I don't know. Onto the board. Into the puzzle. That's the correct word. How tired are you? Well, kids. Yeah, see, I was right. It's that kind of piece. So it's in this group. This row. Nope. Well, good news, bad news, kids. Where is the piece? I don't know. Was I correct? Yeah. Good or bad? Yes, technically I was correct. Great. Just great. Where's the piece? I don't know. Oh, is this one? No, backwards. Unless it's over here and I didn't put it in the right spot. I would never do such a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, that one kind of looks like it. Do I have those too? How is these different than this one? What's that one? Oh, doesn't this go in that one spot that I couldn't find earlier? You're like, absolutely, it definitely does. Sure, you should definitely look into finding that. Well, do I remember where it was when I saw it last? No. No, I do not. Good news, bad news. No idea. No idea whatsoever. Fading fast. Yeah. I guess I should be happy I do have a chunk of it together. Although, is this worth 8 hours of trouble? No. No, it is not. Don't be so mean to yourself. No, it is not. Oh, gosh. Oh, man, this one should exist too. Like, why are they all driving me batshit crazy? Like, why does it not go together? I don't understand. What's wrong with this situation? Why aren't they connecting the way they're supposed to? And I am actually looking for a piece. I just didn't pick it up. This is the drawback of the weird pieces that you can't. I mean, you can pick them up. It's not like I haven't done it numerous times before, but it's just super tedious. And then you got to try to put them back in again. I don't want them to fall out, so we're doing it this way. Which this is the legs, which I've been fighting the entire time. Which also, this should be this part of the leg then. This one. Right there. That's how it goes. How exciting. I'm so proud of myself. Now, could I get those pieces to connect for the end of the night? Nope. No, I will not. That is too darn hard. But, at the very least, we're moving on up then. I know. I look at them like, hey, this should be easy to find. You shouldn't even have to pick it up to figure it out. It should just lay in there, easy peasy, lemon breezy, and you're like, nah, I got nothing. Oh, look, that one actually did fit. You're always like, I'll just try it and I'll leave it in the spot and then we'll find it later. Like, no, it actually does go there. It actually does fit in that spot. That doesn't, though. And we'll see. That's too hard of an angle. There's one. And then I guess that means the last one is not. Look at that! Hell froze over. Like, that's never going to happen. Sweet baby Jesus, it actually did. It's amazing. Amazing. So happy for me. So happy. It's the small things that'll give you a small little bit of like, I finally got something in that's nice. It's not a complete catastrophe, honestly. Although you think the other side would be, I still think this go here. No? No? Sassafras. What about the other way? Can I do the outside? No? Nothing? Crap. Crabby, crabby, crap, crap. Crabby, crap, crap. Got 7 minutes left. And I start to do the roundup. Thank you for coming to watch this awesome video where I drive myself up the wall trying to put this crap together. Thank you to my sister for giving me this awesome puzzle to torture myself on. I guess the option was this. There was one other puzzle to choose from. Besides the freebie toiletry kit she got for the airplane that she gave me as a gift as well. I feel special. Special. I mean, I did actually use the eye mask, so technically, I mean, I used it. I wanted one. I haven't bought one yet. I used the one she gave me. Worked out well. I don't know if that's correct either. That might not be right. Whatever. Yeah. Will this puzzle ever be finished? Or will we do the exact same thing we did last time where they busted? I might actually finish this one. The problem is, yet again, how will I finish it? Because it's a long, drawn-out, never-ending puzzle of doom. The never-ending puzzle of doom. It's such a nice way to put it. It just takes a long time, as always. I keep doing these live streams. Figured maybe every once in a while somebody shows up and we talk about stuff. Sometimes they don't. But I don't market it well enough for lots of people to show up because honestly, I hate clickbait so much. You know, it is exactly what it is. Like, there's no, I'm not going to lie and say it's something it's not. Like, I'm just here chilling out, doing a puzzle while I ramble on and on about random shit that it comes into my head. Because, you know, if nobody's there to tell me which way they want it to go, I'm just going to keep rambling away about random shit. And then that is actually how my mind goes. So however that may be, Well, at least this time I actually cared enough to look up and see how many Boys Over Flowers versions there were, so I could see how many I watched. That was the one thing I cared enough about to look it up to find out the answer. That's where the gauge lies. It's slightly ridiculous, but also fairly entertaining for me at least. That's the one thing I cared enough about to actually look it up to make sure that I said the right amount. Although it does, I couldn't figure out when going through it, trying to figure it out. To go through and list them all, I was like, okay, is there, how many Chinese and Taiwanese ones there are? Because obviously both of them are going to be in Mandarin. It's just the difference in between Chinese and Taiwanese. It's just the style is obviously different between the two of them. Also, Chinese shows go through the censor board before they're released. Taiwanese shows do not. Taiwanese shows are generally not dubbed. They are their original voice, which I do. That's one of the reasons why I prefer Taiwanese over Chinese, is because even if I don't understand the language, I still prefer to listen to them speak it in their native tongue. I think it adds to the acting and the story itself. So that's something I prefer. I prefer that one over the other one. Because that's just, obviously that's personal preference. So to each his own on that. But it's something that I much prefer. I don't, even if you have the option to watch a dubbed version of something, I will choose the subtitled version because I like it better. Also, if I'm watching something that has a cheesy plot, I find the cheesy plot to be easier digested in subtitles than it is actually hearing the cheesy ass lines said out loud. So if I'm in the mood for some cheesy ass stupid shit, I'm gonna need that to not be spoken in English. It's kind of like if you ever read 50 Shades of Grey. There are lines in the book. The book is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. This is why usually when somebody recommends a book to me, I'm like, yeah, 50 Shades of Grey and Twilight has told me I don't want to believe any goddamn word you say. If you recommend a book, I'm automatically like, I feel like this is a trap. The only time I've ever, succeeded, ever liked something that got recommended to me, it was Harry Potter. That is the only one. The only one. But to hear those words said out loud is even cheesier than it was in the book, which is a skill in and of itself. But it was like, I don't want to hear those words ever spoken out loud. Never, never. Only in my head, never in real life. Some things, you say it out loud. Never mind the fact the English language, sometimes you hear something said out loud. You're like, is that actually correct or not? Because it sounds stupid. But no. Like, I don't want to hear those words spoken by an actual living human being ever. Like, put it back in your mouth and never have it come back out again. Never. Take it back. Take it back immediately. I don't want to hear that shit. It is just ridiculous bad. But, yeah. So, we are done for the day. I've accomplished little. I mean, all we have done, this, is the white dress here. Then part of this. I have this done. Some of this. And then the side down here. And then this guy over here. But we still have to do this. And this. And this. Nailed it. And the parts of the dress and stuff that's missing. I mean, we've accomplished so many things. By so many, I mean, oh my gosh. It looks like we've accomplished nothing. I keep telling myself that once we get this together, the last part will be the easiest. Oh no, technically we also have this done. Oh hey, that's where that connects to. Oh yeah. Okay. How does this fit together? Does it go like here? Does the leg go out that far? Seriously? Shit. Oh wait, it goes like this. Ha! Ha! It's amazing. Amazing. Now it's completely done at this point. See, 8 hours done good. Thank you for watching this. If you made it to the end, to be like, yeah, no, it isn't finished. Yes, I am disappointed. Yes, I do look at this and think, oh my gosh, this is going to take another 5 hours to finish. I do think that. And calling it out is going to take 5 hours. I say that, and I was like, I don't think that's enough. But we can say because it started that we've accomplished something. I don't believe that to be so. At least the black went in better than the white did. It was a catastrophe. Never mind. We are done. Thank you for skipping to the end of the stream. Please like, comment, tell me what a catastrophe this is. It'll work great. Please come back later. Think of this as what you fall asleep to. Put this on in the background, fall asleep. It's great times. I'll see you next time. I'm going to bed.